Attention robot fans, our drivers meeting will be starting in 2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining till the drivers meeting.
Good morning, IRI. How's everybody doing? I'll be your head referee, Andrew Corrington. Looking forward to some great matches. Do have a couple of notes from a driver's meeting perspective, but since everybody's had a driver's meeting at least once, we're going to abbreviate a little bit, save a little bit of time if we can. You know what the flags look like when they get waved. You know what the cards look like. Nobody wants one. But just a couple of reminders, we do have specific queuing things to consider. Robots are going to be entering from the far side of the field to come on and then exiting over here on the near side of the field. Just be careful when you're coming to get your robots off of the charging stations. Wait for field reset to make sure it's safe for you to engage or mess with the charging station. If you have to move the charging station, make sure the field reset's there to help you with that, just to be safe. Of course, you will only enter the field when the lights are green. The lights right now are blue and red, but when they're green, that's when it's safe to be on the field. Please only enter the field through the gates. Don't step over the guardrail. Otherwise, we'll have a little chat about that. Just a reminder as well as we're playing the game, let's be, courteous and kind to all of our teammates, the volunteers. Everybody's here to have fun. Hopefully everybody here is going to have a great time, but just remember, be gracious professionals both here on the field and in the pits. Just a couple reminders, please be on time. We're going to have a very tight schedule here, so make sure that you're showing up for your matches on time and that you're not late. Otherwise, that's going to be an issue. If you have any questions, we do have question boxes here on the sides of the scoring table. Hang out there. I will answer any questions that you might have about the game or about any calls that were made. Just a reminder, no electronic devices during matches. That means don't have your cell phones out, anything like that, any electronic communications. A couple things, because we are using the rules from championships, we get supercharged grids, so that's going to be really great. Just a reminder that in the process of setting up your grids and all of that, that's all getting handled by FMS. But if you do have any questions about supercharged grids, it's basically any additional node that has an extra game piece once the grid is full. That's an extra supercharged note that you get. A couple of specific things that were covered at championship drivers meeting. Number one, charge stations. If a charge station gets stuck and it was due to your team's activities during the match, it's unlikely to be a replay. So don't get your charge station stuck, please. Also, just a reminder, as there's going to be lots of interaction here in the center of the field, if there's bumper-to-bumper contact between two robots and one of those robots happens to fall over just from that bumper-to-bumper contact, that is not tipping. We won't be calling it that way, or calling it that as tipping. I think that's all we're going to have. I think it's pretty simple. We just cover a couple main items. Again, really important, be prompt to your matches. Be courteous to everyone, teams and volunteers. If you have any questions about a specific rule, feel free to come over to the question box and ask. Be happy to help. And as always, be safe. We'll see you out here on the field. Have fun, everybody. Thank you.
Good morning, Illinois! Welcome, everyone, to the 2023 Indiana Robotics Invitational. Woo! Who's excited to be here today? That is the energy we love to hear, and we are just as excited to have you all here with us in Lafayette for this incredible event. In fact, you could say that IRI is the most competitive and corniest off-season competition around. This year, we have the honor of hosting 69 incredible teams from across the United States, Canada, Mexico, and Israel. We also have 15 teams here competing for the very first time. 15 IRI rookies. Welcome. But not only that, we also have teams who've competed at IRI for over 15 years. Let's give it up for our veterans. For those of you who are new to IRI, the veterans around can tell you, this is going to be an extremely competitive, exciting, and fun event, and we are so glad to be hosting it once again. So I'm going to ask again, who's excited to be here? We are also in a new venue for 2023. So let's give a big thank you to Team 1646 Precision Guestworks, Lafayette Jeff High School, and Indiana First Robotics for hosting us this year. I also want to give a big shout out to our broadcast partners this weekend, the ISC Sports Network and First Updates Now, who both are here to help share the excitement of IRI with the country and the world. Now, in addition to this weekend's exciting charged up action here on the field, we have a few special events going on we want to make sure that you're aware of. Be sure, if you haven't already, to check out the charity auction happening up on the mezzanine to benefit Riley's Children's Hospital and their mental health and behavioral services for youth in need. There are some amazing items that have been donated by teams, sponsors, and community members, so be sure to bid early and often for a great cause. Additionally, a huge thank you to our teams who have donated backpacks. These backpacks will be distributed to deserving elementary school children across Indiana. We appreciate your help in making this school year less stressful for those students and their families. We also want to take an opportunity to share some thank you notes that we received after donating backpacks from last year's IRI to a Greenwood, Indiana school. So we've selected just 3 thank you cards that we received from students who got backpacks. One of them says, "Thank you for the backpack. I like it. I am so happy. It is so cool. Thank you, and have a good day." That's some great art there. Another says, "Thank you for the backpack. They were cool. You are the best. Also for the eyes from the backpack." So someone put some googly eyes in a backpack. Very well received. And then my favorite. "Thank you for the backpack. I don't know who you are, but I like you." So thank you all again for your generous donations of these backpacks and school supplies. They're very much appreciated by the students who receive them. Next up, we have a few housekeeping items. First off, Mentor of the Year submissions and IRI scholarship essays are due at noon today. If you still need to turn those in, make sure to place them in the submission boxes at pit administration in the pits. Tomorrow morning, we will award 4 IRI scholarships in addition to awarding the IRI Mentor of the Year, an Indiana First Foundations Award, and the IRI Volunteer of the Year Award. And finally, concessions, including our world-famous grilled corn on the cob, are available throughout the day. Let's hear it for the corn! That's right! These concessions are available throughout the day. Concessions are located up on the second level, and to find the grilled corn, follow your nose to the parking lot near bus parking for an Indiana delicacy. Now, all around us, you can see banners representing 21 years of IRI winners, which include dozens of teams competing this weekend. It's going to be a very hard-fought battle to see who will earn the #1 Alliance cone, as well as seeing which alliance will be victorious and get to take home one of these trophies. They're pretty incredible, aren't they? Special thanks to Andy Mark for providing these incredible trophies this year. Who wants to bring one of those home? While the competition this weekend will be fierce, the IRI is so much more than just a robotics competition. Since 2004, teams, guests, and our sponsors have collectively donated over $76,000 to IRI charities, given almost 1,900 backpacks to deserving kids, and awarded over $129,000 in scholarships to 77 different students. That's an incredible impact and highlights what makes our competition such a special event. Thank you all for joining us this weekend to compete and for your support in these philanthropic efforts. But that's enough talking from me. We have one last thing we need to do before we can get our matches started today. I'm going to ask that everyone now please rise and remove your hats for the playing of the national anthems of our competing teams. We'll begin by playing the anthems of Canada, Mexico, and Israel, and then we'll have a live performance of the anthem of the United States of America.
Oh, say, can you see dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Can we get another huge thank you to Peter from Strike Force for singing our national anthem this morning? And with that, we are all set to get going. Teams in match number 1, please come onto the field so we can get ready to begin. We can't wait to have an incredible weekend with the best of the best here at RRI. Thanks for being here, and let's get started.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Lafayette Jeff High School. We join you for the 2023 Indiana Robotics Invitational on the ISC Sports Network. It's an off-season event and one that you may be familiar with if you watched our network in the spring. The game is called Charged Up, and 69 teams from around the world have converged here in Northwest Indiana to get us started. We begin with the first match, which begins with the Kilamites, one of the host schools, 1024 from the McKenzie Center for Innovation and Technology, Bedford Express, and Hollywood representing the Red Alliance. On the other side of the playing field, it's the Mukwonago Bears out of Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Garrett Forward out of Illinois, and CIS Becker Robotics from Minnesota. So as you can tell, a whole lot of teams from all around the world as we begin today's festivities. Now the game is called Charged Up, and so if you've watched a robotics competition before, you may think that we're getting ready to see BattleBots. That couldn't be farther from the truth. These high school students have constructed robots to perform a certain task. And so you'll see the playing field in just a moment, but essentially these robots have to grab objects and then put them down on their home grid. The 3 robots on each side are on a team, and so even though all 69 are competing for 69 teams are competing for a first place spot, they will work together to compete in each round. We'll see 104 qualification rounds. From that point, the highest ranked teams, based on how many points they score in the competitions and their wins and losses, will select alliances. The playoffs will be made up of those alliances as the top 8 teams select 3 other teams to compete with them for the rest of the competition. Again, the game is called Charged Up. The point is to grab those little spheres that you see at the bottom right of your screen and to put them onto the grid. Another part of this is called the charging station. It's the teeter-totter that you see in the middle of the field on either side. After the competition has come to a close, it's the goal of both of those squads to sit on the charging station and make sure that it docks correctly and comes back to a standing position. So there's the grid right there. Like I said earlier, they're putting those objects, which are the almost balloon-looking purple spheres and cones together. The cones go on top of those little poles. If they get any three that touch, it's called a link. The object of the game is to obviously get more links than the other team. If both are able to fill that middle section, and that is the blue panel that you see right there in the center of the screen, if both alliances fill that with a link, both teams get what's called a cooperation link, which is beneficial for both squads and elevates the point totals for both teams. Clear as mud? It sure seemed like it to me at first. Charged Up is a game that you kind of have to see to fully understand, but we will see a whole lot of that today. We'll be on the airwaves with you till about 7 o'clock today. We'll take a pause for 12 hours and then join you at 7:30 tomorrow morning for the final qualification rounds, and then an hour break followed by alliance selection, and then the playoffs, where we will crown a champion of this, the 22nd annual IRI. The first part of the competition that you'll see, and the reason that many of the robots in front of you already have game pieces in their hands, in their grabbers, not their hands, I should say, is because the first part of this competition is autonomous. So for the first 20 seconds, these robots will attempt to establish links with no instruction at all. So students writing their own programs to get that done, and we are underway for this first competition. Again, Red Alliance is 1024, that's the kilobytes. 1023, Bedford Express out of Temperance, Michigan, and 7211 out of Holly, Michigan. On the other side, the Blue Alliance, Mukwonago Bears, and their robot Hubert from Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Garrett Forward from Oswego High School in Oswego, Illinois, and 4607, that is CIS, and their robot Lockjaw from Becker, Minnesota. So already a pretty even beginning to this competition. Blue Alliance starting off strong, really fast robots out here, and expect to see that throughout the rest of the day. This is an off-season competition, but it is closer to the end of their season than the beginning of it. So teams have had since about January to perfect the design. Obviously some wear and tear on the robot since then, but they've had quite some time to perfect the strategy, including the world competition, which we'll talk later about when we get some guests on our program. So you can see good cooperation from the Blue Alliance. All three robots using what's called a swerve drive, and that means the four wheels on every corner of the robot operate independently of one another, so they can make those hairpin turns and try to avoid the other robots on the field. If they make contact just bumper to bumper, it's not a foul. But if there's an intentional hit, think of like a check in hockey, that would be a flag and result in minus points for the team. Red Alliance taking the lead. The cooperation link is established. That's what I was talking about earlier, so that's that handshake there on the bottom. Keep in mind, when these robots first began competition back in January and February, you'd be surprised to see triple digits on the scoreboards. With 30 seconds to go, already both squads rolling in on 150. That's pretty good. We've got a lot of time to get to know each other on this broadcast. We will see several folks from Indiana First, some coaches, as well as folks who are from out of town and out of the country. And so with 1 second left, the dock is complete. Blue Alliance gets all three on there. Red Alliance with two. Looks like Blue Alliance is going to take it, as they had that 150 to 148 lead and then docked all three robots. The thing that can get you the most points in this game is to dock your robots properly. But if all the robots aren't on there, or if the dock is kind of teetering and not in its upright position like you see there, you don't get the full amount of points. So you can see 1024 decided, hey, I might knock this thing over, so I'm going to step off. And there it is. Blue Alliance narrowly defeats Red Alliance. Buckwannago Bears, Garrett Forward, and CIS start off 1-0. Kilobytes, Bedford Express, and Hollywood start off 0-1. But hey, take a look at the grid points for this. Obviously, the charge station was the deciding factor, but the grid points, boy, those were way up there. Some highlights from our ISC broadcast crew. This is the autonomous section. Red Alliance took it 6-9 in autonomous. Extremely difficult, even though you have more time than you'd think to prep your program. It's still difficult to tell the robot exactly where to go and where to be. And here's that dock right at the end. 1024 deciding, hey, I don't think that Neon here is going to get us the maximum amount of points, so decides to step off, and that ended up being the right call, just not enough to push him over the edge. We'll talk a little bit more about scoring and that sort of thing as we get into it, but during the world competition and during the state competition, these matches can really come within 2 to 3 points. And so there is the winning alliance, making it look easy. You don't have to have all 4 wheels on there, by the way. So we begin round 2. On your screen, 180. It's a community-based team made up of area homeschool and families in the local 4-H club from Stuart, Florida. And this SPAM, that spells SPAM. SPAM stands for speed, power, and maneuverability. So using the article in that abbreviation as well. Very cool. They are on a team with Team Appreciate and their robot Juno out of Westlake High School in Austin, Texas. That team's telescoping mass design allows for a clean and climb to the traversal rung without swinging. Traversal rung is that top rung of the grid. And so it can be difficult to get a cone up there without anything breaking off. That is 2468. So a telescoping rod puts down the cone. And then the final one on that side of the playing field is Maverick Robotics. Their robot La Cucaracha out of McCutcheon High School. A heck of a performance in the state finals at Anderson University back in April. La Cucaracha, without a doubt, the fastest robot in that state competition. Their motto, you can't kill a cockroach. I know that to be true. I'm certain the team from Florida does as well. Introductions for every team. We thank you so much for joining us on ISC. Our director, Jordan Shue. Our replay operator, Dennis Lynch. Our camera one, Rob Lynch. Dennis Glover's our replay operator. Our camera operators, Rob Lynch, Alex Laverne, Eldon Wheeler, and Greg Sharton. Joining you today from Lafayette Jeff High School. We will have a rotating panel of color analysts. We should be meeting Andy Baker here momentarily, but no sign of him quite yet. So now we look over to the right side of the playing field. That is the Red Alliance. Mars Wars, their robot Atlas. They're on the right side of your screen, 4143. Out of Metamora Township High School in Woodford County Schools in Metamora, Illinois. It's a fast, maneuverable, durable 15-second cycle time that can pick up cones in any orientation. And it has autonomous programming that works with other robots, and that's what you see on display now. So trying to dock on the autonomous section of this competition. Red Alliance successful, Blue Alliance not successful. CC Shambots was the robot that was able to stand for the Red Alliance, their robot Fred. Detroit Catholic High School out of Novi, Michigan. And Respawn Robotics is the 325 machine. That one's called Bentley out of Butler Technical High School in Fairfield Township, Ohio. Their motto, striving for perfection, achieving excellence. That team was close-lipped in the pit, saying they'd rather let this high-scoring robot speak for itself on the field. So not giving us too much of a preview. Red Alliance off to a hot start. Part of that because of the successful dock during the autonomous period. Cooperation link established. Again, that means you need 4 links instead of 5 to get extra points. Again, links are in 3 pieces in a row. So think like a tic-tac-toe grid. Cones are harder to place, but their central position to the grid makes them an attractive option. Flag thrown for a block. That's going to take it out of the Red Alliance's point total. We won't get to see that until the end. The autonomous scoring system does all of the additions, and then at the end makes the penalty subtractions. 35 seconds to go. Talk a little bit more about the red team. Butler Tech High School 325 was the Smoky Mountain Regional Engineering Inspiration Award, the EI Award, one of the most coveted awards in all of FIRST Robotics, as well as the 2023 Miami Valley Regional Imagery Award in honor of Jack Kamen. 5907 out of Detroit Catholic was the 2023 FIRST Michigan State Championship DTE Energy Foundation Division District Champion winner, and the FIM District Slovenia presented by Aslan District winner. Mars Wars won their regional in the St. Louis region in 2022. So check this out. 3 robots on each side, 6 robots successfully docking. This is going to be a high-scoring one. Obviously, we're going to see some subtractions for that flag that was thrown on blue. Eyeballing it, seems that Red Alliance has it, but we shall see. Here comes the score. Red Alliance wins it 174 to 153. The grid points making an impact, slightly better on the charge station. Every little point counts. You can see how close these are. And by the way, when we were in Anderson just a few months ago, the highest score of that competition, and tweet at me if I'm wrong, but just off the top of my head, I believe the highest score that we saw from any alliance was 177 before we got to the playoff matches. So in qualifications, to have the second match of the day score a 174 just shows you the level of skill of these competitors and the expertise that they have after almost 6-7 months of controlling the robot nonstop. And here's a look at the replay. A difficult moment for 180 there. The spam bot, Sea Viper, just stalling at the start line there. And so what that blinking light means is that the connection is established, but the code's just not working. So it's connected to the remote, but it's not connected to the autonomous software. And that's really, it looks like what did in the Blue Alliance. Now, does it really matter in qualification? Absolutely not. But it matters for rankings, and it certainly matters for Alliance selections. Because the top 8 teams, again, the top 8 squads will have the opportunity to draft others to help them in the playoff edition of this competition. 5907 there, waiting for the dock, leading 325 and 41-43 on. That teeter-totter looks pretty sturdy, but I can tell you firsthand from watching these guys set up yesterday, that thing can really topple at the drop of a hat. We move on to our third qualification match. You can see the Spam fans on the left side of your screen not too happy with that performance. Spam, one of the oldest members of First Robotics. If you didn't know, the higher the number, the newer the team. So Indiana, one of the first states to join the first trend. And now we meet the teams. Yeah, now we meet the teams for this qualification round number 3. In the Blue Alliance, in the Red Alliance on your screen now is Night Vision, their robot Megalodon out of Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan, University Liggett High School. St. David Catholic School and Team Dave out of Waterloo, Ontario, Canada is 3683. And then the Robo Jackets and their robot Jukebox out of Avondale High School in Auburn Hills, Michigan. That makes up the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance is the Ratchet Rockers, their robot Whiplash, 1706. The Crusaders, 4270. And 245 Atombots, Aurelia from Adams High School in Rochester Hills, Michigan. Autonomous section underway. Some of these robots have the telescoping arm, which is really helpful in placing the top part of the grid. And what I've been told, I did not do first in high school, but what I've been told, the most important thing to focus on in that autonomous round and for the first part of this competition is to try to fill the top. Because when you fill the top, you have more flexibility in the later moments of the competition. If, God forbid, something went wrong, or if you just needed to slide a few pieces over at the last minute, it's much easier to try to kick them in the bottom of that grid than to pick them up, place them, and lift them up top. So it'd be wise to either program your robot to autonomously dock and get as many points as you can, or to try to grab onto something, be it a cone or one of those purple balloons, to try to establish those links as fast as you can and get that cooperation link ready to go. So no Indiana teams in this one. We are in qualification round 3 of 104, but for the first time we meet the Crusaders in blue. That's 4270 out of St. Louis School in Honolulu, Hawaii. A lot of travel for them all the way here to the tropical destination of Lafayette, Indiana. They're matched up with Atombots from Rochester Hills, Michigan, and the Ratchet Rockers Whiplash from Wentzville, Missouri. The Ratchet Rockers asking earlier today if they could shoot the game pieces out of the top of their robot. They have the capability to do that, but not legal today. There are some rule changes for you to be aware of if you watch the state competition. There is a plus 5 pound weight allowance, and that's based on an honor system. There will be no inspection unless something is deemed unsafe, and a 4-team elimination alliance for the playoff. The draft order, by the way, will not be a standard snake for alliance selection. It'll be 1-8, 1-8, 8-1. And that one finishes with a Big performance from the Blue Alliance, 165 just based on grid points and autonomous. We'll see how much they got for the final dock as well. That is the alliance with the team from Hawaii on it. Very happy with their performance, as you can tell. There's the Atom Bots wrapping up. Blue Alliance takes it, no surprises. 195, that is the highest score in the state of Indiana, I believe, so far this season. Correct me if I'm wrong. 15 penalty points there, helping them out. Big performance from the Ratchet Rockers, the Crusaders, and the Atom Bots. Definitely 3 alliances to keep your eye on later on in this competition. Here's some highlights, an extra look at it. Everybody going for that top rung or the middle rung. Those IDs that you see, the little QR code plaques that are on the front of the grids, that's read by a camera, an infrared camera that's on the front of each robot for the autonomous section. And so they can determine exactly when and where that piece will be placed. Folks, we've got a special treat on with us now. Color analyst Andy Baker from Andy Mark, who has played a big portion of this event. Andy, thanks so much for joining us.
It's good to be here, JD. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. We'll get him mic'd up here in a second.
Hey.
Hey, there he is.
There we are.
Yeah, so Andy, tell us a little bit about what's going on here today.
Oh gosh, there's a lot going on. There's 69 of the world's best FRC teams here today at Lafayette Jeff. It's quite an event. So we kind of take over the whole high school. We've got their pits are in the auxiliary gym about 100 yards east of here. And then we got the main gym all full. And then we have the cafeteria is populated by teams, relaxing or eating. They'll be there for lunch and such. And then we have a practice field here. We have some chairs that just fell over and nobody got hurt. But we have a practice field that's about 100 yards to the west of here. And yeah, lots of volunteers. It's a pretty cool. So IRI has been ran for about this is the 24th year for IRI. We started in 2000. And since 2002, it's been a collaboration of multiple teams that collaborate together to put this on. So it's a pretty cool partnership amongst teams.
Absolutely. As we see our round 4 qualification take the field. And Andy, tell us a little bit about what it takes for these teams that are so far away. During the state competition, we were marveling at how teams from down south and up north all converged to Anderson University. But now we've got teams from all the way from Mexico to Israel, Canada, as you might have seen in the national anthems section of our broadcast, which is a good thing to happen. I mean, there are a lot of teams here from all over the place.
I was talking to the team last night, and I said, how you doing? Is this your first time here? I said, yeah. And I said, well, how was your drive here? And they said, well, we flew. We're from Hawaii. Like, yeah, you couldn't fly. You couldn't drive from Hawaii. So the team, what usually the team does is it might be a pretty big team, maybe 30 or 40 kids on the team, or most of the teams that are here have really strong programs, good sponsorship programs, lots of kids. So they pare it down to like a travel team in the summer. Whoever's able to come, and here we go, maybe. And then they travel here with a pared down crew, and they just figure out who's driving the equipment, and then they fly the equipment in, and then some of the teams, actually most of them fly here. A team from Seattle came in through Chicago last night, and they drove down from Chicago about midnight last night, but they drove their hardware out here. So usually it's 1 or 2 people that drive their equipment while the rest of them fly in if they're farther away. Or if they're from like West Virginia or so, they might all drive in. And it's a haul. It's like a 10-hour drive or 12-hour drive to get here. and it's just a summer trip for them, and they just want to come have fun with robots with some of their friends.
Exciting stuff. Teams from all over as we meet our round 4 qualification match. On the red side, the Krypton Cougars out of Hershey, Pennsylvania. A familiar face in 461, that is Westside Boiler Invasion out of West Lafayette High School, just down the road from here. And then Bison Robotics from Beechwood, Ohio. On the other side of the playing field, the Cyber Knights from Southington, Connecticut. Morts from Flanders, New Jersey, and Hilltopper Robotics from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So a whole lot of teams from all over, like you said, traveling near and far. Westside Boiler Invasion, one of those teams that definitely fans of First have kept their eye on. A great performance in the first championship in Houston, Texas. That was the World Championship. Westside Boiler Invasion won big in the first round, the Galileo division. If you're not familiar with the competition, think of like a group stage for a soccer match. They went 5-1 in the playoffs to advance to the World Finals before being selected. They go on to the Einstein division, that is the championship or playoff division, and went 1-2 as a representative of Galileo, losing to the Hopper division finalists by a mere 34 points. By the way, the third time they played, the final score in that specific match, 211 to 208. So crossing the 200 mark on both sides of the playing field. A very, very difficult competition. And Andy, the level of play from the time that these schools unwrapped the game to now has improved by miles.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we don't know how to play the game really until the mid-section of the competition season. We have ideas of how it should be played. During the early stages of the competition season, the game is pretty simple, and it gets very complex at this stage of the game, or even at World Championships. There's a lot of, there's some games within games and such. Like there's one of the things that happened at the World Championships that first announced that you could get extra points or supercharged points if you put more items, game pieces on the bottom row, the bottom nodes. They're counted as extra. That was a big change that First made to the rules going into the championships, because a lot of the strong alliances were filling up all the nodes on either side, and they were kind of maxing out the score. And so there's ways that teams changed some of the game within the game because of the things that First did with changing the rules.
So strategy definitely taking place here, and as you see, Red Alliance putting up a huge 163 and then docking all 3 robots with about 6 seconds to spare,
that was
by the
quick
way.
At the end. Yeah. Lots of good drivers. It's kind of interesting here also. This is a summer event, right? We're at the summer event. These are high quality teams with really practiced drivers and pit crews and such. But there's some teams, their driver couldn't make it, or their pit crew is a lot different. And so there's some teams they aren't quite going to be themselves here, or the drivers needed practice and they didn't get it or something. And that, we don't know that until we really get here. We start seeing teams. So there's a lot of teams in the stands that are scouting these teams to see how they did. Because if they have a new driver, it might be pretty apparent that that's the case.
Here's some highlights from the previous match. You see the West Lafayette robot that did so well at the Anderson competition, as we see the autonomous phase. And Andy, autonomous phase, extremely difficult to program and then to try to develop a strategy. Talk about game within the game. I mean, that autonomous phase can really make or break teams.
Oh yeah, it gets you a head start in scoring if you get a really good auto mode for your alliance. I've seen teams sometimes get as many as 30 points ahead at the end of auto mode. And it's so hard this year. It's so hard to go out and get an extra game piece and score it. And if you get it, it's a lot of points. They actually incentivize more points when they score the pieces during auto mode. And then when you balance the charging station, that gets you a lot more points. So there's little things that can go wrong during auto modes, like just a sensor not tracking well, or a game piece not quite being placed in the right position at the start of the match, or just things not quite working out, so that it makes your auto mode not go well if things don't stack up right. It's just there's a addition of tolerances that sometimes take you outside of your range of your robot not working right.
A lot can go wrong. A lot has gone wrong, but also a lot going right for these teams this deep in the competition. You talk about an off-season event in most competitive sports. That means preseason. This time it's postseason.
So let me describe that. This is what we call in our world of competition. This is called an off-season event. So during the in-season or the in-season, it's just like a basketball team has a season, right? Our season begins in January, and then it really ends in April at the culmination event at the World Championships in Houston. So now we're in July, and this is one of the biggest off-season events that First Robotics has. There's some events that are in, like Rockford, Illinois has an event. Fort Wayne's going to have an event in September. Purdue or West Lafayette will have an event this fall. So there's just other planned events, and it's not done by the parent organization first. These are hosted by individual teams or individual communities that just want to play more with their robots. So this one started as just more so an Indiana, Michigan, Illinois event, and we kind of planned it to be an invite, like a special invite. So we had like 110 teams this year apply to come to this event, and the planning committee had to decide. We had to pare it down to what happened to be about the low 70s. So we sent it out 72, 73 team invites, and only 3 or 4 this year said no, they couldn't come. Most of them said, yes, we're coming, here's our entry fee, and they want to come, even from Mexico or Hawaii or Canada or Israel.
Exciting stuff all over the country, like we've mentioned, as we meet the alliances for this qualification. Round 5, you're going to have 104. Red Alliance made up of the tractor technicians and their robot Retractor from Mason, Michigan. Nerd Spark, their robot Mantis from Albany, Michigan. And the Robo Ducks Duck and Cover from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Making up the Blue Alliance is Hemlock's Gray Matter. You saw their fans just moments ago. The robot EOS from Hemlock, Michigan. The Robo Blazers from University High School in Carmel, Indiana. State champions, the Robo Blazers, on that state championship alliance with Fishers. And the Steel Armadillos and their robot Beacon from Warren, Michigan. And so we get underway. The Robo Blazers, Andy, during the state competition, kind of came out of nowhere, put up a fantastic performance in the late stages of qualification, and then were unstoppable all the way through the playoffs.
Yeah, they're a really neat team. The more I get to know them, the more I like them. They actually won. They went back-to-back state championship wins for that team, and they were rock solid throughout the Anderson event, the state championship. They were like steady Eddie. You know, they would score probably 6 or 7 dependable cycles each match, which is not easy to do. And if they're really doing really well, they might get 8. So yeah, they're a consistent team. They work hard at getting their robot working right. And I'm really excited to see what else they come up with as the years progress. There's a team here, Nerd Spark 9312. That's on the Red Alliance. 9312 is a rookie team. This is their first year, and they did so well in Michigan and at the World Championships that they got invited here at IRI. So they must be a rookie team, but they don't look like a rookie. They must have some people or some students on their team that have some experience. Now, when a school or an organization starts a team, most of the time they're rookies, and this team is a rookie, but they have to kind of qualify as a rookie. If they have too many students or too many mentors that have done first in the past, maybe on a different team, and they want to start a new team, first would come along and say, well, you're a new team, but you're not a rookie team.
Gotcha.
So these guys did qualify as a rookie team, had a great year, really did well in Michigan, and now they're here at IRI.
I was just looking down their trophy cabinet here. They got 11 awards this year, so they're going to have to.
They rocked it, yeah.
they're going to have to get a bigger trailer to take all that home. That includes the first championship championship division winner, the District Jackson event finalist, the Lakeview event #1 event winner. I mean, the list goes on, as well as awards for being in their first season. What is it about Nerd Spark that makes them so good? Just taking a look at their robot now.
Well, it looks like it's pretty simple. They're cycling back and forth. Right now they're placing a cone on the middle node, I think, and their arm looks, even though it looks like there's more to their arm than what I'm seeing right now, it looks like a pretty simple arm. They're getting a cone from the loading station. They have swerve drive, so that does help. Kind of surprising to have a rookie team put together a swerve drive module robot. But yeah, they must just be really consistent and steady, just like University High School's team, getting things back and forth across the field.
Something we were talking about with Scott, one of the mentors for another team, is how beneficial swerve drive can be. And so far, I think almost every single robot out here has been utilizing that swerve drive. You are a supplier of robot parts.
Yep.
Oh, and it looks like we've got our first tilt.
There's a team on the other side. I don't know who it is, but we can easily see their swerve drive modules because they're up on their side.
Yeah, so that is a good segue into that, I suppose. Yeah, so no pun intended, the wheel's kind of coming off at the end.
That was Hemlock's Gray Matter. Hemlock 5712 out of also another strong Michigan team. Looks like they must have fell over. We missed when they fell over. As you can see the zoom in. Yeah.
We'll have a replay of it just here in a moment, thanks to our friends in the truck, Jordan Shue, Dennis Glover on replay. But yeah, there's a swerve drive you're talking about.
Yeah, you can see that. So that wheel that's facing that you can see on the camera there, each one of those wheels, it spins on its own. So it can just spin around infinitely, and so as it drives forward, they're all going in the same direction, and then all the wheels can just turn to the sideway, turn to 90 degrees, and and turn the other way.
And there's it looks like almost launched off of the docking station as that was pushed up, and just the wrong place at the wrong time for Hemlock's Gray Matter. We'll check in on the score. I believe the Red Alliance took it quite handedly.
Yeah.
And so that'll affect the ranking. 165 to 65, the final. So 100-point error for Hemlock's Gray Matter. And the fact that it happened in the beginning, there's not much you can do to recover from that one.
That's rough.
Here is the rookie team that we were talking about, Nerd Spark, and their robot Mantis.
Yeah.
So what do you call that arm that bends up like that to almost catapult game pieces?
Okay, so that would be, it looks like it's a 3 degree of freedom arm. So that there's an elbow and a wrist and then a gripper. So it's a pretty simple arm. It looks like, I'm not sure about this, I should know, but it looks like they're only scoring on the middle and the low nodes. They're not getting, I haven't seen them yet score on the high node. Maybe they can, I should know that, but only middle and low. But if they do that really efficiently and they just focus on those simple things and they do them really, really well, they obviously did really well at events. Kind of like 1561, the Roboducks, this robot they have are only scoring on the low node. If they do that really, really well, and they get partners that can score high or middle, then they, as an alliance partner within that 3-team alliance, can really do a good job doing their part to score cubes or cones in the low zone.
You sound just like Purdue head coach Matt Painter talking about being a role player in your offense.
Exactly. That's true. Somebody's got to block out. Somebody's got to rebound. Somebody's got to get the outlet pass. Not everybody has to be the 3-point shooter or the dunker or whatever. Yeah, you got to take the charge sometimes, right?
That's a great way to talk about it. Compare it to a lot of good basketball that's been played here at the Crawley Center. Again, we're at Lafayette Jeff High School in Lafayette, Indiana. The Crawley Center looks a lot different. No Bronco on the floor. Instead, it's the carpet. This whole thing went up in about 4 hours yesterday, by the way.
Yeah.
It was quick. 7th or 8th time they've done this, I think, right?
It was an army of people putting their effort together to get this up. It was pretty neat.
Very cool to see. We got to get a time lapse sometime on there. We meet the alliances for the 6th qualification round. The Red Alliance made up of OP Robotics from Stony Creek, Ontario. That's in Canada. Then the Robotics and the USS Cupcake from Tremont, Illinois, and Jack in the Bot, get it, from Mill Creek, Washington. On the blue lines, it's Strike Force, their robot Snake Eyes from Kalamazoo, Prepatech Bot Busters and their robot Slimer from Monterrey, Nuevo Leon in Mexico. Not New Mexico, the real Mexico. And then Cybertooth from Northwestern High School, who I know, Andy, you have a lot of experience with Cybertooth in that program.
Love Cybertooth. My family and I helped start the team, and my 3 daughters, all were members of the team and had a fantastic time. And now I'm back on a different team that I started with years ago, Team 45. But yeah, Cybertooth has had a wonderful run. They were kind of upset in the state championships, but they ended up qualifying as a wild card team to go to Worlds, and they ended up the 2nd seed in their division at Worlds within the Newton division at Worlds, and had a great run. They were killing it at Worlds. They got beat in the finals. They had a great trip. This match is very interesting. There's a lot of cool teams here. We got OP Robotics on the Red Alliance 2056. So IRI is Indiana Robotics Invitational. It might as well be named OP Robotics event. These guys this is like the premier off-season event. Best teams in the world, right?
Yeah, this is a truly international. There's 3 countries represented on the playing field in front of you right now in Canada, the United States, and Mexico.
2056 has won this event 7 times. 7 times.
Is that right?
They are killer. They come here and they just nail it. They won last year. They won the year before. They've never won world championships. They've won a ton of regionals and districts and that kind of stuff up in Canada, but they really rock it here at Indiana. So I love to see those guys here. Also, Bot Busters, Prepatech 4635. They came here last year. They drove all the way up from Monterey. I saw that they went to St. Louis this past week, and they visited St. Louis. They had a great time, but they were the #1 pick from the 6th seed alliance last year when they were here. They are very good. They've been working on their swerve drive for multiple years. Kids are excited. They can compete here blow by blow with all the U.S. teams, the Israeli teams. They are a very, very good team. You can see. I bet they'll make some waves in the finals.
Yeah, again, that is 46-35. That team has won every regional event that they've attended since 2022.
Nice.
And their drivers' names are Pedo and Gus. Their slogan, of course, who you going to call? Bot Busters.
Right.
That is a 7-day drive, by the way, up from Monterrey, Mexico to Lafayette, Indiana.
It's a haul. So 2910 just got a cube from the blue load station. They have a really, really short robot with a really cool telescoping arm. Watch it as it goes up right there. They're getting a cone right now. They're coming down, and they get so darn low. It's crazy how mechanically that's put together.
Is that to establish a low center of gravity, or what's the point of doing that?
Yeah, I think so. The low center of gravity. You can see the coach, the adult coach, the tall, skinny guy with dark hair. He is the company owner of a company called Swerve Drive Specialties, and all these teams who have Swerve Drive modules, some of them have modules from that are made by us that are really old, or by Rev, or by West Coast Products. But the premier Swerve Drive module, in my opinion, is from his company, Patrick's company, Swerve Drive Specialties, and that's like the one that we zoomed in on the Hemlock Gray Matter. That was his module. So that guy, wonderful young man, he's probably he's a young man. He was a student on a team not too long ago, and now he's running a business out in Seattle, and he's selling these modules all over the world. And we're a distributor for him, so I'm happy to say that. Anyway.
First 200-plus score here in Indiana so far this season.
By 2056, 2910, 2481. 2481 is also a very, very strong team.
High score for the event today. Of course, high score. If you look at the state competition, we got up to 177, and now at 206 here in the 6th round of qualification. These teams are really good.
Yeah, with this extra rule that first put in after the state qualification, they added extra points for game pieces that were put on the lowest nodes, so that let teams score more points because they were filling up the whole panel. So we're going to see 200-point scores pretty often because of that extra boost of scoring that first allowed teams to. They kind of saw it happening that all the spots are being filled up. Anyway, yeah, we're going to see pretty high scores here, obviously.
The Indiana Classic grilled corn on the cob available outside.
Yeah.
You saw that from the official.
It was kind of touch and go. We were kind of fretting about, is the corn going to be ready, right?
Is it?
And it is.
Good.
So they have corn out there. A lot of these teams look forward to coming to get corn at IRI, but the people that the Kilobytes team from McKinsey Career Center, Lawrence Township Schools, that's the biggest fundraiser here, and the guys that run it, it was like Monday, Tuesday. Our corn supply is not ready yet. Do you have any suggestions on where to get corn? And up in Kokomo, we had a group that they said theirs was going to be ready Thursday or Friday. So I think what happened was the corn became fresh Thursday of this week, just in time for IRI.
It's good to hear. It's good to hear, saving the day. And we saw a big performance from the 2056 robot.
Yeah.
Uppercut. And so keep your eye on them throughout the rest of this competition. That performance is going to put them in front of the rankings and earn OP Robotics a spot at #1.
And my guess is they're going to stay there most of the day because that's what they do.
Another look at the.
Oh, hey, there's my friend John, who's eating some corn. Very nice.
So we move back to the play-by-play qualification round 7. The Fabricators, 5166, their robot named Dennis out of Freeland, Michigan. The Fresta Valley Robotics Club, and Alexander Graham Cowbell from Warrenton, Virginia. And then the host team, 1646 Precision Guesswork from right here in Lafayette, Indiana, and Jefferson High School. Precision Guesswork's had a tough time at the state competition, but good to see them out here representing their gym. On the other side is the Highlanders from Fort Collins, Colorado. Wild Sting from Arlington Heights, Illinois. That's just outside of Chicago for those playing at home. And then Cyber Blue representing Perry Meridian from Indianapolis, Indiana. So Precision Guesswork going to get the wheels back together and hopefully a better performance than we saw in Anderson for the Broncos.
Yeah, they've got a great robot. I think we'll see the robot working better than what we saw them, and I'm looking forward to see what they can do. They're in the middle of the Red Alliance right now, and it looks like they've got a good alliance working together, and they've got their auto mode working, so that's nice.
Yeah, auto mode trying to dock there. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, both are going to get the auto dock points. And it looks like they have a game piece as well, so we welcome in the portion of control for the drivers. And Andy, I understand that all remotes are not created equal for the drivers. They are able to use pretty much whatever is comfortable. Is that correct?
Yeah, you see some teams that have like a control system you think would be like controlling a NASA space shuttle, whereas other teams are just a laptop and a couple game pads, like the Logitech joysticks. Teams can do what they want with the control panels. Sometimes they even have screens. Like if there's obstacles on the field, this year there's not, but some years there's scoring objects and such on the field that are in the way of them seeing what can happen. So they might have a computer screen that gives a camera view of what the robot can see. You don't see that much this year, but yeah, they can build their own control systems, their own joysticks. Sometimes I've seen remember the Guitar Hero guitars that you can play with? I've seen them control robots with those. It's pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Something that I learned pretty early on last time we covered this was that the LEDs do more than just look cool, and they signal to the human operators if they want a cone or a brick. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you can see on the Red Alliance right now, 1731 just made their LEDs go purple. Now they're scoring a cube in their gripper. And now they're going back to get another something, and now they just changed their color to yellow. So the operator changed the LEDs to yellow, and that told the human player which item to load in the load station.
Because there's no, right now, I mean, they don't have their cell phones, they don't have walkie-talkies or headsets or anything, so that's the only way that the human operator, who's located all the way across the field, can tell what to do. Is that right?
That's true. Actually, there's a rule against electronic communication in the Alliance control station. So you can't be on a headset, you can't be on a phone, you can't be walkie-talking anybody or anything like that. But yeah, there's sometimes those teams that use flags or pool noodles, and they'll wave the pool noodles or flags or hand signals and such. Oh, it looks like
nobody is going to dock successfully. Unfortunately, has 51-66 is half in, half out, and then the Blue Alliance was unable to make their docking station engage, and that's what it's called when it stands up perfectly. And so we'll see the score for this in just a moment. Another high scoring, I mean, the grid is just almost full every single round. It was really, really exciting. 234 is Cyber Blue. 234
is the lead host team for the event, and they've been in that role since 2002. They've been the lead role hosting the event, 45 and 1024, and then this year 1646 are the host teams, but really it's 234 is the lead team to run the event.
The Highlanders, Wild staying in Cyber Blue, that host team, are going to take it 161-140. Some highlights for you. As we see precision guesswork there, the Lafayette Jeff robot in the center of your screen, 1646. And then some of the others trying to dock in the autonomous section. Got to be pretty difficult, as that docking station is pretty touchy to get it to stop on time.
They had to, as we were setting up the field this morning, they didn't have the right lubricant for the docking station for it tips correctly. So I had to send somebody out to go get some lubricant to get the right lube so it pivots correctly, like to spec and such. So they pay a lot of attention to the field elements to make sure they work correctly and they're consistent from match to match.
So something the head official said in the driver introductions was that if a team bumps their own docking station and then it interferes with the robot later on or interferes with engaging, they're not going to do a replay. Is that a new rule?
I think it's a clarification of the rule. It's not really new, but we saw that at Anderson. I remember seeing that a couple times where a team would like dislodge or tip up their docking station and ram it, and then they would claim it was a field fault when they really caused that field fault. So it's, I mean, these charge stations, they're pretty well built, they're pretty well designed, but they're also not like infallible. If you run into them with a 150-pound robot, they're gonna have some damage. So if you damage it yourself, that's on you. So I don't think you should be able to rerun the match. The problem is sometimes the referees don't see what happens when the charge station is put in a position where it's dislodged. Yeah,
luckily we have instant replay, but much like high school sports, no instant replay.
Yeah, we've debated having instant replay here, and we've not yet installed it because this is an off-season event. We can twist some rules a little bit, and we can make some little changes. Alliance selection is a little bit different and such. Anyway.
No, I wanted to bring that up because I saw on the website the rule changes for IRS. So 5 pounds more are allowed, no inspections.
Right.
Then you put 4-team elimination alliances play determined by alliance captain. What does that mean?
So at the state championships, which you saw, there's only 3 teams on each alliance in the finals, in the elimination matches, and then if one of them was disabled or broken, you would pull in a sub. Whereas here, we let them pick their own sub as their 4th team. So there's going to be 3 teams playing each match, but they'll have a 4th team that they can sub in any match, and that'll be their sub team. We figured we would do that here. I'd rather that team be engaged with the alliance as opposed to sitting in the stands just watching.
Right.
So it gives now 32 teams engagement during the finals as opposed to only 24.
Makes sense. We move on to our round number 8 and the undisputed state champion Tiger Dynasty, who was the team captain for the state championship winning team out of Fishers High School in Fishers, Indiana. Their slogan, we don't do it because it's easy. We do it because we thought it would be easy.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's good.
They're matched up with the Hammerheads out of Troy, Michigan, and Otto from Cumming, Georgia. On the other side of the field in the Red Alliance, 54-84, that's Wolfpack from Career Academy South Bend in South Bend, Indiana, right up by Notre Dame for those playing at home. Super Duper Robots from Purdue Polytech. Many people think that's in West Lafayette. It's not. It's actually downtown Indy, right near IUPUI's campus, or IUI now.
All right.
Wings of Fire is the third team on the Red Alliance. They're Robot Phoenix 2.0 out of Pontiac, Michigan. And so a lot of Indiana teams in this one in Tiger Dynasty, Wolfpack, and Super Duper Robotics. Beyond the state championship, these teams won't play each other, in a first event until January. So trying to feel each other out and maybe establish some strategy as we head into the next season.
Yeah, those teams know each other very well because they, within the District of Indiana, they play each other a lot, or they play against or with each other a lot. So it's pretty cool to see them. I mean, I'm sure Wolfpack and Super Duper have been in a lot of matches together, so they enjoy this. But they never played with 51. 51 is a wonderful team. Actually, it's a merger of two wonderful teams up in the Pontiac, Michigan area. Two schools, I think Pontiac Central and Pontiac North, closed down. These two schools just in the mid-2000s, they closed down. Administrators said, we got enough issues, let's close these schools and let's put the schools together, build one school. So two of these robotics teams, which were rivals and collaborators, they had to form one team together. So therefore the Phoenix, the Wings of Fire. And so that is a combination of two historically strong teams. A pretty neat team to work with.
So rising from the ashes,
yes,
like a phoenix. Very
yes,
cool. And I was trying to explain earlier about the numbers of teams. So their number, obviously 51, is pretty low. It means that they were one of the first teams, period.
Yes and no. So 51 is a combination of two teams, Team 47 and Team 65. And since they had to make a new team when they went together, neither one of those teams, both of them kind of wanted to keep their own number, but they also didn't want to be the other team's number. So for whatever reason, they decided we're going to have a new number, but they weren't a rookie team, so they first said, you're going to have Team 51 because it's an old team number that's extinct and that team's not coming back. So you're going to be 51, and that's going to be a combination of your two teams. So you're right, JD, the lower numbered teams are the older teams. First started in 92, and I don't think back in 1992 no one had numbered teams, because there are only 28 teams worldwide. They gave them numbers over the years, but every year that you get a new number. You get a new team number. So one year our team was Team 23, the next year it was Team 45. And in 98 they said, okay, y'all have numbers, let's stay with those numbers. From there on out, you're going to have the same number once your team registers. Kind of like a NASCAR team. Everybody knows who NASCAR number 24 is. It's Jeff Gordon. It was.
Yeah.
And number 3, Dale.
48 makes sense.
Exactly.
Right.
So it's a brand. It's your team brand. So 51 is a good brand for that team. 74, 57, obviously Super Duper. It's a harder brand, but in Indiana we know that number. But everywhere else that tells a first veteran that's a pretty new team, man. But they're here. That's why I could tell on that one match that 93-12. I think they're a rookie team because all the rookie teams this year were 9,000 numbers and above.
And that means does that mean there's nearly 9,000 teams?
No, it means there's on the books at first there's been about 9,000 teams approximately, but if there's teams. There's teams here in Indiana, like 1020 was a team in Indiana, and I think they're out of Fort Wayne, but they're no longer playing. Team 1000 was from it's a team up by Valparaiso, but they don't play anymore. So that number is still there for them if they ever want to come back and resurrect their team. But no, there's not 9,000 teams. This year there were like 3,600 FRC teams worldwide, and
still quite a few.
Yeah, it's a lot. So 69. So here we have 69 of probably the top 5% of those teams. So what? 3,600. 10% would be 360 teams. This is probably these teams probably represent about the top 200 teams in quality. They're not all here. Not all the top 200 teams are here, but this is a large portion of those teams.
That makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of people in this gym, a lot of people to gather.
Yeah.
We were pulling up this morning in our cars, and I mean, there's a scarcity of parking here. I mean, it really looks like a full Hoosier gym here, and that's only going to get more packed as we go throughout the day. So whatever issue is going on with the field has been corrected, and now we are underway with the autonomous portion of qualification round 8. We've got 60 more today.
Looks like Otto out of Georgia, 1746. They came over to the red side during auto mode, not on purpose, but that's what mistakenly their robot did on its own, and they got a lot of penalties. So you can see why 67 points or now 70 points are in the red lines, because blue messed up their auto mode, came over the line, and gave red a lot of points for that mistake. So it's 1746. I saw those guys. I went to a Georgia event back in March, and they had a rough event when I was at. It was an early season event, I think early March, and they rebuilt their entire robot. They redesigned it, rebuilt it, at least the upper structure of the robot. They rebuilt it, and they went on to, I think, win the Georgia State Division and qualify for Worlds. So they definitely had a very strange occurrence during their season where they rebuilt the robot. Usually you don't have a chance to do that, but they did it, and they did it really well.
Yeah, they were the Engineering Inspiration Award winners as well in the PCH District Gwendon event. They won a district championship, and then they won the Newton division in the championship, in the first championship, the large competition that was in Houston this year.
Yeah, they had a great run. I mean, and they changed their design mid-season to build what they have there. 1746. So that is a popular design this year. It has an angled telescoping placing mechanism. You can see that right now they're placing a cone, and they're angling that lift, so it's just one motion out.
Oh, and that's a big flag.
They called it on 1746. Interesting. So So 54-84 got knocked over by Otto, we were talking about. And Earl, my friend Earl, who's here with us, he saw it. So what did you see, Earl?
So Otto started tipping 54-84 and then continued to move forward as they were tipping. My own team got a red card doing that this year. Same thing.
Yeah.
And so they called the red card on that because he continued his forward motion as the tip was happening. We'll probably see that on the replay.
And so, Earl, tell us, what is a red card? How does that differ from a regular penalty?
So a red card means that team will get a zero points for this match and lose the match.
Got to be tough for the rankings, and every qualification really matters. Not everyone can play in every match with how many teams are here and just the time frame. And so we hope that the 484 is okay. That is Wolfpack that is being assisted now at a Career Academy of South Bend. Earl, thanks for joining the broadcast. Where are you out of?
I'm out of West Virginia, Morgantown, West Virginia, with Team 2614 Mars.
And so how was the drive in?
It was good. I-70, which is a straight shot sort of from Pittsburgh to Indianapolis, was crowded with truckers. Lots of trucks, lots of rain, lots of accidents, but we made it through. We went through some scenic cornfields to get around the accidents. And
so that travel, it's got to be difficult to assemble the robot, make sure everything's okay on a remote site. An away game for you guys. How do you ensure the quality of your robot when you get to these faraway locations?
Well, normally you open a trailer, everything's good. We opened our trailer and our robot was off its cart, hanging just by its strapping because of the rough roads. So we were actually not sure the robot would function. So once we got here, we had to inspect all the drive systems and everything else, and spent a lot of time yesterday afternoon doing that. Actually, Andy stopped by, and we were busy stripping a motor out of one of the swerves that had gotten damaged.
So I'm sticking around a little bit just to make sure you guys understand who. Oh, so here comes the tip.
In slow motion.
And then right there, he continued the forward motion.
Yeah.
And that is the call. It was nice to see in the drivers meeting that they weren't going to call bumper to bumper contact, and there was an earlier almost tip where that wasn't called at all. But he continued that forward motion, and that's what led to that call.
And it was right in front of the ref, and he saw it all.
Yeah.
So it was a good view by the ref. But I want to make sure you guys understand this. My friend Earl is a mentor on team 2614, but he has ran the engineering department and the physics department at University of West Virginia.
West Virginia University.
Well,
you got to get that right.
Okay, thanks, Earl. I also, I make other mistakes too. But West Virginia University, WVU. I mean, we know Purdue here, super good engineering school. WVU, super good engineering school, and he ran the whole program there in multiple departments and does wonderful things. So
Thanks,
Earl
Andy.
has a lot of. So FIRST stands for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology. There's a lot of inspiration in this guy right here.
Well, I'm pretty excited to watch this next match, frankly, because my team's playing.
Nice.
So we're over on blue.
You guys are over on blue. You can give us a little bit of a preview of how you think this is going to go. So, yeah, Mars Mountain near Area Robotics, their robot Marvin, a community-based team representing 6 area high schools. Is that right?
Correct.
And can you explain a little bit about the name Marvin? What's the Marvin the Martian, or?
Yeah, Marvin the Martian. You know, you'd think it was a really clever thing, but frankly, a reporter came to us in our rookie year and said, "What's your robot called?" And I looked at the kids, they looked at me, and we're like, "I don't know, Marvin." And it's been that way ever since. It reminds me of this team. Andy encouraged us to help out in Tennessee, the team Rat Fight, which went to World Championships. Won rookie All-Star in Tennessee. They asked them what their name, where they got their name. They said, well, it was just a placeholder until we got a name. But the whole stands were chanting Rat Fight, Rat Fight, Rat Fight the whole time. It's just their name now.
I love it. Innovation bred out of opportunity. Very cool.
Hey,
so,
we have a world championship on this on the Red Alliance.
And which team is that? So Sabre Robotics,
Control Z. Control Z was on the winning alliance. We've got Beak Squad over there from Ohio, perennially strong team over on blue as well.
And rounding out blue is Purple Precision from Brownsburg, Indiana. Big showing in the state championship. Red Alliance, to recap, is Sabre Robotics. The Bismarck is the name of their robot. Control Z, like you said, a world champion out of Champaign, Illinois. And the Killer Bees from Auburn Hills, Michigan, our second team out of Auburn Hills this morning. So the autonomous section going over, and
well, I was sad to see Mars miss the cone on the autoplay there. Let's see how.
So Earl, as a mentor and somebody who has a robot competing now, tell us, like, what is the strategy in this qualification round? Are you trying to show your skills to the other teams? Are you trying to do one specific task well? What is it?
Well, this early in the event, really the goal is to try and win, is to place as many pieces as you can, cones or cubes, and to do it as rapidly as you can and to be consistent. So that's going to be what they're doing here.
Is there any, so I know the rule change, Andy and I were talking about 30 minutes ago. We're talking about how there are more points available for filling the bottom rungs. Has that changed your strategy at all?
Certainly towards the end of the game, we just start running cubes, and I think you'll see a lot of teams running cubes if you can get them faster and you can get them off the ground a little bit easier. Teams will just run cubes really fast and try and just dump everything they can in that lower level.
4096 having some trouble picking up a cone there as a score 89-70 in qualification round 9 of 104. Cooperation link is established on the Blue Alliance, but not for Red, who's having a difficult time getting over that charging station, losing a cone there were the Killer Bees. Already a very high score with 50 seconds to go. And we talked about how the level of play from January through now has really improved. Even getting to triple digits back then was something remarkable. And now you look at the scores from the World Championship in Houston, and it seems all of them were almost over 200.
Yeah, and I think a couple of changes in first over the last couple of years, the no bag rule, which allows teams to really do some serious modifications. Like Andy was talking about Team Auto redoing their entire upper structure. I think the teams that are here are pretty willing to partway through the season just say, you know what, we're going to make a big change and completely radically change some part of the robot. So it's a nice, I'm pretty excited to see Mars balance there at the end there. Missed their last cone.
Last second dock.
But last second dock was good.
It's going to engage both charging stations. So full points on both sides. We'll see the final score in just a moment and take a look at some highlights.
So as a head coach and mechanical lead, I'm up here panicking that the robot's going to break and I'm going to be on the air and not be able to run down to the pit and help my students.
Whatever you got to do, we could fly solo. So 175 to 140, and it looks like Mars, their robot Marvin is just okay.
Yeah, good first match. I can take a deep breath.
Yeah.
My drive coach is now wearing a onesie, so that's interesting.
Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
I love the outfits and the school spirit throughout all this. Now, as somebody that's worked in the college realm of engineering and seen kids go through the FIRST program, what's the benefit of students doing FIRST, and how does it prepare them for an engineering education and then beyond that?
It's really hard to put into words. So for instance, at my university, we have some very strong competitive collegiate robotics teams. Those teams have arisen and been created basically by Mars kids graduating, going to the local university. And so just that feeder system of high quality kids able to handle the programming, handle the mechanical design, it's made a huge difference in our collegiate robotics research program and competitive collegiate robotics.
And what is, what do you tell your team beyond just strategy and those skills that are related to the game? How do you prepare them for that next level as a mentor?
You know, Dean Kamen has always said, and I appreciate when he says this, that everyone can go pro in FIRST. And it's really the message I try to convey to the students, that whether they're part of the PR team or they're part of the design team or the electrical team or the programming team, those are real valuable careers. And I think once they sort of have that in mind, that this is something they could do. We have one student just graduated, he's going to go do a degree in photography, but he's part of our PR team. I think they get that expectation that there's a next level. Just knowing that there's a next level sets them up well for the future.
As we join up here in the broadcast booth, I am J.D. Arlen, joined by Skimmy or
Simi.
Simi. Oh my gosh,
okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's a tough name.
It's pronounced for the WVU Mountaineers program, as well as being the mentor for Mars, that is Mountaineer Area Robotics from Morgantown, West Virginia. How many hours out is that?
Takes us about 7-8 hours to get here.
All in one trip, or
yeah,
did
one
you guys
trip.
stop halfway?
We took a couple of stops. We caravanned. I actually pulled the trailer this time with my truck. But it's a drive we've done a good bit. My son actually is the FTA down there. Went to Purdue, so I've done this drive a lot.
So familiar with the Lafayette area.
Yeah.
For sure. Now we meet the next set of our alliances for round 10. We're in double digits of the qualification round. We're going to get into triple digits eventually. Today we should get to about round 68 before we call it a night at 7 o'clock, and we will be around the clock here at ISC throughout the rest of the day.
So this team 587, we passed their trailer. They're Hedgehogs from North Carolina, and doing the FRC wave when the trailers pass each other on the interstate.
Is that similar to the motorcycle wave of the two fingers, or is there a secret handshake that we can't say on air?
I'm not familiar with the secret handshake. If there's one, they haven't told me. But when you see another robot trailer on the road, everyone gets pretty excited.
They are the Hedgehogs 587. They're Robot Hyperion out of Hillsborough, North Carolina. They are on an alliance with Makeshift Robotics from Hamilton, Ontario, and Orbit from Bimania, Israel. 3 countries represented in one alliance. So North Carolina, Ontario, and Israel. Then on the other side of the playing field, the Digital Dislocators from Manchester, Michigan. The Midnight Adventures, that's with a K, think K like Crusader Knight, from Plainsboro, New Jersey. And the Bronco Bots from Lee's Summit, Missouri. We talked about how crazy it is that all of these teams have come together, and it is such an international competition. What barriers does Makeshift Robotics and Orbit face just being located so far away from this competition and then having to come here and compete?
So obviously travel, which is just wildly expensive. I'm sort of astonished these teams even can conceive of coming to an off-season. We would never be able to do it if we couldn't drive to it. We do our own off-season every other year, and that makes it easy because it's right there next to us. So there's travel, but even getting game pieces in the past has been a challenge for international teams. If they get their equipment late, they might be a week or 2 or 3 behind the rest of the world in getting ready for the season.
And it can be difficult because that game is not announced until they're almost ready to go. Thanks for bearing with us. Our Red Alliance camera going in and out. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. For now, take a look at the scoreboard. It's real close, and there's a lot of contact between these very quick swerve drive robots. As a mentor, I'm sure you've had some say in the build of these robots, and in the upper levels in the championship and then into today, we've seen almost every single one utilizing swerve drive instead of that tank drive. What is the benefit of using swerve drive?
Well, I mean, I saw it. There are a couple of teams out here who are driving tank, and when there was in an earlier match, a robot was disabled. It had flipped over on the blue side. It was hard for the other robots to actually maneuver around it because one of them was the tank drive. And so just that maneuverability, to be able to slip in sideways and then come back out, makes swerve just so much more effective for these robots. We saw 2 robots there just get tied up in each other, two red robots.
The drivers, obviously, some of them meeting for the first time as they are on an alliance, but later on will have to face each other, maybe even in the playoffs. So it is difficult to establish a working relationship on the fly like that. .155 to 157. This thing is going to come down to docking, as 1987 is going to try to put one more game piece down.
Both do a nice balance there, nice dock.
Time to spare on both sides. 2 successfully engaged docks means 2 very high scores. And you can see Bronco Bot still has a cone in their grip. So deciding, making the business decision to head up to the dock instead of putting that down and establish a final link. Blue Alliance takes it. That's the Hedgehogs, Makeshift, and Orbit. So the teams from Israel, Canada, and North Carolina, they win at 199 to 188. Very high scoring, and take a look at their grid points. That's what made the difference, as Auto and Charge were the same.
Yeah, it's always tough for a team. You saw that team go up there with the cone still in the robot. You know, if you're about to complete a link, then you got to make that judgment call. Is the balance worth the grid points? You got to do that calculation in your head. Those back coaches really got to be on top of it to decide whether or not to send their team up on the balance or to come back and complete the grid.
I'm sure, just like any sport, there's scenarios that you guys practice beyond just maneuvering the game pieces and deciding which ones you want to go first. What other scenarios do you prep for in practice ahead of this one?
Well, certainly all of the autonomous scenarios. And so this game has a lot of autonomous complexity. And so probably every team out here has 10 or 15 different auto plays for who their partners are, what position they're in, what needs to be done. And so just getting that organized and actually designing your robot so it's most effective for autonomous is pretty critical.
Eric, we've seen a lot of, Earl, excuse me, I'm so sorry. We've seen a lot of the telescoping arm and the angular fixation of that onto each of the builds. That's becoming the trend for this year. Do you see that as the most effective way to get these game pieces onto the grid, or is there another method that you've found more successful?
I do, actually. Our team had a completely different design, and in week 5 changed our robot 100% to go to a slanted delivery system with an attached arm. It's functionally more stable, it's faster, you're able to drive that mechanism up a lot faster than you can with, let's say, a two-jointed arm. There are some great two-jointed arm teams out there. They're very effective, but it takes some pretty sophisticated engineering to do that. There's a couple of teams here like Jack in the Box that are completely compact, and so they just pivot out and they have a telescope, and it's a very compact robot, very impressive design, but it's sort of all telescope as opposed to a slide with a telescope, or maybe a fixed structure with a telescope.
You mentioned earlier about those rebuilds and some of the rule changes that teams are able to completely change their robot in the middle of the season if they wanted to. What was it like before that rule change?
It was, you really had to plan things out. We would train students to, when we got to an event, at the moment we could unbag, they would be lined up like a NASCAR pit crew, each with a different tool in their hand, and we would train on our practice robot, and they would jump in and swap out parts. Because if you're trying to do a major change, let's say your first event, you found that something just didn't work, you went back to the workshop, you found something better, then you'd have to do that change in the pit on that first day of the event, and to do it very fast. So we would actually practice hours and hours of just doing those swaps. That's gone away, for better, for worse. And you can do that in the comfort of your workshop, maybe get it a little bit better, maybe do something a little more aggressive, and that's been a real benefit.
We get ready for qualification round 11. On the Red Alliance, the Comets, their robot Atlas from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Sequence and their robot Catalan from Raleigh, North Carolina, and the Robonauts from League City, Texas. On the Blue Alliance, Las Gorillas from Pontiac, Michigan. Strike Zone from Lafayette, Michigan. And then Sparky 384 from Tucker High School in Virginia. Do you know anything about these squads specifically?
Well, Las Gorillas, this is going way, way back in first history. 2010 Breakaway was one of the most innovative and just out of the box designs of any robot that season. They played in the finals at Worlds, and since then I've always kind of looked at their designs for creativity, really interesting ideas. Robonauts down there, 118, was a finalist for World Impact Award this year, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, the trophy cabinet, very evident on both sides. We'll see them in a moment. How about those fire suits? That's what I was going to wear, but I didn't want to clash with them.
I saw those at World, and I think they're fantastic because they were playing on Einstein, if I recall.
Yeah,
and that was just, those were great. I definitely thought about going out and getting me one.
Yeah, I think they're next up. That's the team from Minnesota. I saw them down on pit lane earlier in the daytime. But yeah, the Robonauts from League City, Texas. A whole plethora of awards this year, including a Mercury Division State Championship, a district event finalist, and 2 district event wins, as well as the Impact Award, and a Dean's List finalist as well. So we are underway. Really big robot making a throw from the docking station during autonomous. Can you do that if you're 118?
You can, and there was an earlier robot that was throwing cubes from sort of right at the edge of the docking station. So if you're in contact with the docking station, then you can throw stuff, and that can speed up the cycle times, particularly for those lower hybrid nodes.
So where is the line if you're not in contact with the docking station and when you can start throwing?
So there's a blue line that you basically have to cross. And so if you see that there on the field, it's next to the feeder station. Like 469 right now is just past that line. And then on the other side, it starts at the end of the docking station, so you have a little more room.
The Comets flipping over, making contact with their own docking station.
Yep.
We can see that they're in tank drive.
Looks like they're going to try and push themselves up with their arm. They're inching along.
Inching along, maybe could get some help from 118 who's trying to
Robots are
bump
going to
them.
try and knock them over. They do.
They did.
All right.
How about it? Crowd goes wild. 3-5-7 back in it. Atlas back from the dead. And a lot of contact being made right in midfield there. And they're going to try to cycle very quickly to make up for the lost time. 122 to 108 with 51 seconds. So down but not dead are the Comets.
That docking station is deceptive. If you go over it too fast and your CG is a little high, you will flip over. Even these short robots like 3357, like Comets.
Got low center of gravity, beneficial, but when they've got that arm extended, they lose a bit of that stability.
Yeah, Comets have a fairly short wheelbase. They're probably on the small size of the robots out here, and so that makes it a little bit more difficult for them in terms of balance.
Real close. No clear winner here with 10 seconds to go. The triple dock attempt for Red Alliance and Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has got it with 5 seconds to spare. Blue Alliance has it done too. As the whistle sounds, it looks like Red is going to walk away with it. The cooperation link established. 7 links compared to 5, so 7 links compared to 8, excuse me. Just more grid points for the Red Alliance.
Well, Red was able to do that even with having to flip back over one of their partners. Flip over Comets. So that's pretty impressive.
Comeback.
Yeah.
Losing cycle time, losing almost a full cycle there, and then the Comets able to get up and keep going.
What you saw there was one of the things that I love most about First is what the crowd, how the crowd reacted to those robots doing something that they know is very hard to do, to flip another robot back up and to get it back in motion and then to compete. The students really understand that that's just unlike, it's a real challenge, and they're really excited when they see that. It's different than other sporting events. Maybe, I guess, when some player makes a really fantastic move, it's akin to what you just saw here, where one robot has helped another robot back up and able to complete the match, and the crowd loved it.
As you can see, yeah, the Echo robot from Robonauts making that throw, and that they were eventually able to flip their teammate back over. So a good performance. Don't take it away from Blue Line. It's a good performance for them as well, just not enough to bridge the gap. And that really shows the power of Sequence and the Robonauts, who were not only able to keep the cycles going, but then help out their teammate secure the victory. So there's the flip.
That's what it was. They just, the dock didn't flex down as they hit it.
And yeah, here's the next flip from the Echo, deciding, hey,
Yep,
we're going to make contact, trying not to break anything. And it looks like 3357 is okay as well. It doesn't look like they, at least from a cosmetic standpoint, doesn't look like anything broke.
That's good. Yeah, you don't usually design your robot to flip over and then be pushed back over by another robot, but that superstructure's got to be strong enough to handle that.
Earl, you've been doing this for a long time. What's one of the bigger fixes that you guys have had to make mid-competition, and then how did that go?
Last year, climbing on the monkey bars, we had some metal that was just fatiguing continuously. Every time we'd go to climb, the metal would just snap. And we eventually had a solution with some wrenches that we cut in half and used some forged steel wrenches. But that was, last minute. We went from not being able to play to being able to play within a 30-second window, and that we finally made that repair, and then we went off and competed well.
Really does depend on what game it's going to be. All eyes on the fire suits in the middle.
Blaze Robotics, right?
That's right. Blaze Robotics, their robot Burnout from Burnsville High School in Burnsville, Minnesota. Heartland Regional winners, Central Missouri Regional winners. Champs in the Champs Division, the Einstein Division, they got 5th place. won the Newton division in the championship as well, and won the Heartland Excellence in Engineering Award. That's all from this year, by the way. They say a 3-banner season.
Very impressive. One banner's impressive. 3 banners is very impressive.
Matched up with them is Night Vision and Megalodon. That's Night with a K, by the way, from Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. And the Cyber Cavs from Ontario, another Ontario-based team. For the Blue Lions, it's the Flying Toasters from South Lyon, Michigan. Team Dave from Waterloo, Ontario. And Maverick Robots, their second time out here at La Cucaracha. We also saw Team Dave a little bit earlier today. Maverick Robots had a stunning performance in the state finals here in Indiana, but ended up being on the wrong side of the final championship match and then losing it in tiebreak. A very skilled drive team with a very fast robot.
You know, as a veteran team, a lot of these teams we've played with, and as I look at the names, you think of when you've played with that team, under what circumstances, or was it an exciting event? So that's one of the great things about FIRST, is just that history of watching these teams compete again.
We are underway. You can see the Blaze Robotics opting to throw. Docking there are the Cyber Cavs.
Looks like Blue's not going to get the dock.
Yeah, Blue did make it. La Cucaracha able to hit 2 cycles autonomously, that swerve drive that they're known for.
Now, if you look at 354, which team is that one I'm looking at?
3175 there, Night Vision.
I think it's Flying Toasters I'm looking at. Yeah, Flying Toasters. So that intake, you know, that's propagated all through FIRST. So our team's using it, a lot of other teams are using it. That style of intake you see now on maybe 10% of the teams around the country. It came out of Wild Stang in Chicago. It's the Wild Stangs here, obviously they're using it. So some of this technology migrates around, and so that was one of the things that we modified this season as well, and probably a lot of these other teams did too.
And that intake is so popular because it allows you to get both pieces.
Correct. Sucks that cone in really nicely and also allows you to get a cube.
Is there a preference on, I know obviously it's easier to place the cubes on the bottom and the cones on the top, but from an engineering standpoint, do you want a robot with the capability to do more cones or more cubes?
I think more cones, simply because there are more cone spaces. And the cubes, or cones can go in a hybrid spot. So if you can get cones, that's an advantage. And if you can get cones from the ground, which we're really not seeing much ground pickup on cones because everyone's just cycling so fast, there's not a lot of cones left behind on the ground.
Close match, Blue Lions 129 to 120 with about 30 seconds left to go. 3175 says, hey, we're gonna dock, we're done.
Looks like Blue's almost got a full grid. Is that correct? It might even have an extra one in one of the hybrid nodes. And looks like they're missing one cone at one end. Oh no, that's the cone that's on the feeder station.
Very, very quick. La Cucaracha, they're making its final play. Everybody trying to dock. It can be touch and go. They still have 2 seconds. And Blue docks 3, Red docks 2. So Blue will most likely take it, 147 to 30, barring any craziness with points over.
Yeah, I can't see from
penalties
here, but Blue may have one of the pieces in the hybrid nodes not fully in the hybrid node. But other than that, it looks like they should have a full grid with 9 links.
9 links, not an easy thing to do. Takes a full cycle. Everybody's got to be operating on full tilt the entirety of it, including that autonomous region. 42.72 there. The robots, I mean, these kids just picking up 150-pound robots, that's going to take some physicality. These things don't look light.
I think they're lighter this year than most any other year. A lot of teams are running at 80 or 90 pounds.
Can't be easy to get on your own. 177, 152 the final. Blue Alliance is going to win it despite missing that autonomous dock. And Blue Lights walks away with La Cucaracha now 1-1. We check in on the rankings.
Yeah, so much is dependent on the schedule here with so many fantastic teams. It really is somewhat luck of the draw.
So through 12, OP Robotics, Jack in the Bot, and the Roboteers in first place. They scored that event high, and by the way, Indiana high of 206, the highest score in the state so far this year. That rounds up first, second, and third. Then it's Orbit, the Hedgehogs, and Makeshift Robotics, followed by Bison Robotics, and finally in eighth is Westside Boiler Invasion, a fan favorite here in the greater Lafayette area, representing West Lafayette Junior Senior High School.
I think Bison's won 2 or 3 events this year. We competed against them. They beat us in a regional. They're very good, but they're very much a low hybrid feeder robot. They dump into that low station. They do it really, really fast, really effectively. They can score higher.
Jack in the Bot out there. They're in second place, like we said, part of that squad that put up 206 earlier today from Mill Creek, Washington. The Cyber Knights and Wannago, who was in the first match of the day, are on their squad on the red team. Then the Blue Alliance, it's the Crusaders from Honolulu, Hawaii, CC Shambots from Novi, Michigan, and the Tractor Technicians from Mason, Michigan. And a little bit about first, I mean, we see first so commonly here in Indiana because a lot of the high schools locally have teams, but when you've got teams out in Honolulu, Hawaii, what does that look like for their district and state competition?
Well, Hawaii has a regional, so they actually have quite a few teams. There are a couple of very strong teams there that have helped seed teams around the islands, so they have a pretty healthy program, but we don't see many of those teams because it's so expensive for them to travel to the mainland. So sometimes they'll go to events in Asia and sometimes to the mainland. I'm kind of surprised to see one here at IRI. I assume every kid's plane ticket was $1,000 or something, so they probably brought a limited crew, but impressive to see them here.
Crusaders from St. Louis School in Honolulu, Hawaii. Part of a squad in their district that put up 230 points.
Holy moly.
They won their first match, as did CC Shambots that's on their team, and so did Tractor Technicians. In fact, everyone on the playing field is undefeated so far except for the Cyber Knights, who lost their first one. And so something that Andy was talking about was the very small Red Alliance Jack in the Bot that telescopes and almost quadruples the size of the robot in just a moment's notice.
It's a very impressive design. I think they have 4 motors on the pivot structure and the telescope, so it's fairly high powered. They were across from us in the pits at Worlds. They were in our division, and it's a really impressive piece of engineering. I know our team would struggle to be able to manufacture that, but they do an amazing job. I believe they're out of Washington State, right?
And a correction on my part, Novi, Michigan, not Novi. That's on me. We'll know that for the rest of the competition. Jack in the Bot cycling quickly. Pretty unafraid to go up onto that charging station and almost get some hang time.
It's really astonishing how quickly that arm deploys.
And as somebody that designs these robots, I'm sure there's stress testing that you have to do. But how different is stress testing and some of the test matches that you guys do as compared to the rest of the competition?
What's that old adage? No game plan ever survives the first war, no battle plan. You think your robot's strong, and there's always something that breaks, something that you didn't realize was a critical path. Jack in the Bot actually, if I recall correctly, had a part break at World once on their arm, but they have spare arms. They're ready to go with spare parts and repaired it quickly. But you always think you've thought of everything, and then you get out there and someone hits you sideways, or you flip over in a way you didn't think you would, and now you're broken, and you're like, oh, that part should have been a lot stronger.
Look at that full grid over on the Red Alliance.
Nicely
168 points, and then fully engaged docking with 10 seconds to spare.
Yeah, having seen Jack in the Bot play before, along with these other teams, I'm not surprised to see them putting up a full grid. They're going to be a dominant team here at IRI.
We'll get the final score in a second. Very cool LED design. Red Alliance takes it 198 to 168. What's the prep like for some of these off-season events? Obviously, for the whole season, you're competing against teams that you've seen before and that you know fairly well. How do you prepare for something like this?
Well, I don't know about other teams. My team may be a little bit different. We enjoy off seasons because they're kind of relaxed. I mean, IRI is intense. The competition's fantastic. All the other teams are strong. But the lead up to it, even just the load in and how the event runs, it's pretty chill. And my students really just enjoy that chill, laid back feel to the event. So, we'll practice a couple of weeks beforehand, make sure everything's in mechanical order, but we're not doing the 10 hours of practice a day before World Championship kind of thing that we would do earlier in the season. Everyone's kind of just enjoying the moment. The robot works, and you're taking advantage of having it work.
What do you do back in the pits if everything seems fine and you don't want to be too relaxed, but then you want to run those diagnostic tests? So what improvements do you make in the pit if everything goes well, or do you just say, hey, hands off and we'll wait for the next one?
I assume it's true of most teams. There are kids trained to specifically look for failure points on the robot, so as soon as you come off the field, they're checking out those key systems, maybe tweaking them, tuning them up, swapping out a consumable part that we know wears out. But, sometimes you're watching other matches, particularly here at IRI. There's a pretty long gap in between matches, so you get to come out and see other teams compete where during the regular season maybe you're really focused just on your robot. So they get to see other technology. It's a lot of fun.
Once you get through these off-season events, you won't know what the next game is. But what do you guys do to try to get ready for next season, even though you don't exactly know what the game will be?
Lots of training. My team is about 40 students, and we lost 22 seniors this year. So it's all about training new kids in every sub-discipline. So there's a lot of training going on, a lot of putting together robots, a lot of taking apart robots, design work, teaching CAD, and wiring, those sorts of things. So lots of training, lots of outreach for us. Our fall is our outreach season, so we're doing a lot of work with other teams and younger teams in the fall.
And how many of those graduating seniors will be joining you in Morgantown?
So about half go to WVU. I think it might be a little bit more than half this year, but about half go to WVU, half go elsewhere. And some go on to trade schools. So we're always just as proud of our kids who go off and learn a trade and go into the trades. As long as they do something after high school that advances their career into a profession, we're pretty excited for them.
As we get ready for qualification round 14 of 104, it'll be Strike Force from Kalamazoo, Hilltopper from Milwaukee, and Robotics from Oklahoma City on one side. Then on the other side, Cybertooth from Northwestern High School just down the road in Kokomo, Indiana. Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian in Indianapolis. And Hollywood, their robot, Mark Zuck. Yes, it is a play on Mark Zuckerberg from Holly, Michigan. Autonomous underway. Everybody going for those game pieces.
So Hilltoppers is one of those teams we know well. They won our off-season event last year. And so we're always excited to see them play.
Hilltopper Robotics out of Milwaukee, Marquette University, and Divine Savior Holy Angels High Schools. Team engineered a multi-purpose robot capable of scoring on the grid and the charge station. So focused on the whole competition rather than just playing one role. Something that Andy and I were talking about, when you get to alliance selections, it's important to try to pick a role player. So if you're the team captain, you guys can kind of do it all. Might be important to grab somebody that's really good where you falter.
That's all about the alliance selection. Making sure you know what your team, what your robot's good at, and what everyone else, how they match.
Dropped cone there for 1732, picks it up off the floor and then transfers into that arm. Very skilled design.
At IRI though, you could probably just put all the names on a board and throw a dart at it. Most of the time you'll be just fine with alliance picking. The teams here are so good.
We will see that tomorrow. Again, 104 of these to get through, as you can see on the bottom right of your screen. Tell us a little bit about the selection process and how you guys got to this point.
So it's an invitational, you have to apply, and then there's some secret cabal selection committee. I'm not sure if it's just Andy and Chris, and they decide which teams get to come in. So you have an essay you can write, sort of highlight the strengths of your team, and then it's a fairly limited opportunity to come. We've been fortunate to be able to come a lot. It's always a great opportunity.
And obviously there's first place in the final, to be the winning alliance, but what are some of the other awards that we're going to be seeing throughout this competition?
So they'll have some design awards here, and then the coaches award and the student scholarships. The scholarships are a big deal. Hopefully lots of kids have applied for that. I think it's 4 $1,000 scholarships, so it's a big deal.
3 seconds to go. Blue Alliance up 124 to 108. They'll probably take a win on this. A good win, a much needed win for Cybertooth, who started off the day with a loss.
So Cybertooth is my son's team. He coaches that team. So both of my sons coach teams, so I'm always cheering for Cybertooth.
Blue Alliance and Cybertooth, their robot Rattlesnake, are the winners, 154 to 130. What's the other team in your family then? Cybertooth, and then what else?
Secret City Wildbots out of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So we were all at Worlds together. It was a lot of fun. We were all in different divisions, so we rarely get to play against each other, but we had a good time.
Apple does not fall far from the tree. World at first. Very cool. So now Cybertooth evening its record at 1-1. A tough draw in the state finals. They were with that La Cucaracha McCutcheon robot that took it to a tiebreaker against Fishers and University High School.
And since I know Cybertooth so well, I'll just comment. They did not get a berth at World, but they were on the wait list. And I think it was 5 or 6 days before Worlds they got the word that they had a berth. And they go to World, and they rank, I think, 2nd in their division. And they went undefeated, I think, the entire World Champs. And they didn't even have a berth. I mean, so sometimes strong teams don't make it to World, and they're still out there. And so Cybertooth was one of those teams that played well all season, got a lucky shot, and really showed well at Worlds in their division.
Worlds is a huge event, NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas. What was that experience like for your team, and what's the plan to get back?
So my team's Hall of Fame, so we actually get a berth, but we did qualify this year, so we always try and do that as well. It's an amazing event this year. They added 2 more divisions, so for kids, a lot of these kids started high school in the COVID years, so going to these huge events is still fairly novel to them. So you can really see that it makes a really big impact on the kids to be there with 30, 40,000 other students and coaches at a robotics event.
Grilled corn on the cob, a crowd favorite here at Lafayette Jeff High School. Again, you're watching an all-day stream We're here until 7 p.m. My name is JD Arlen, our director Jordan Shue. Replay operator Dennis Glover. Camera operators Rob Lynch, Alex Laverne, Eldon Wheeler, and Greg Sharton. Join you in Northwest Indiana for day 1 of 2 of the Indiana Robotics Invitational. So that is an off-season event. If you are an ISC subscriber, you might have seen back in April the Indiana State Championship. It's the same game, slightly different rules, and then teams from all over the world rather than just those in Indiana. We meet our next squad, our next alliance. On the blue side is the Robotics, the USS Cupcake. They're ranked 2nd right now. They're part of that 206 team. Hemlock's Gray Matter, who's looking for improvement after tipping earlier today from Hemlock High School in Hemlock, Michigan, and then Spam from Stuart, Florida. Again, Spam standing for speed, power, and maneuverability. On the red side, it's the Wolfpack, 5484 from South Bend, Indiana. The Robo Blazers, the Indiana State champions from University High School in Carmel, and Precision Guesswork. So an all-Indiana team, Precision Guesswork out of Lafayette Jeff, which is where we are today.
Wolfpack's that team that got knocked over, and the other team got a red card in that earlier match.
Wolfpack and Hemlock's Gray Matter both feeling the burn today.
Hopefully they'll stay upright and play well.
And Gray Matter fell over on its own after almost being launched off of the teeter-totter edition of the charge station. Difficult to work with teams that maybe you've never seen before. What's the communication like between the driving stations out there?
Well, it's pretty loud down there on the field. The back coaches are constantly cycling back and forth, interacting with each other. It's a pretty vital position to keep that communication going.
And the back coaches, are they just talking to their own team, or are they talking to everybody?
They're talking to everybody. They're talking to human players. They're changing strategy on the fly. You know, if someone breaks or someone's unable to function in a particular way, everyone's got to adapt, and all that information flows through the back coaches.
Telescoping arm from 2481, a very cool intake as well. Cycling in by grabbing things on the floor and then shooting them out that telescoping arm to make very quick cycles. They've already placed 4, including the autonomous portion.
Yeah, Robotics, I've been watching them for years. 2016, they were world champions in that game. It's always a strong team.
From Tremont High School in Tremont, Illinois.
They do something that most teams didn't try to do, and they do a handoff. So they're picking up pieces and then they transfer it to their delivery system. It's pretty hard to do. They seem to be able to do that handoff pretty well.
It's got to be difficult to build and maintain at that angle as well. 75 seconds to go, 88-64. Cooperation link lit on the blue alliance, not for red. And definitely less contact as the 2 that had problems earlier are playing a little more conservative this time.
That design advantage that Robotics get from doing that handoff is the telescoping arm part can be much lighter. It doesn't have to have that intake on it. So theoretically, it can travel much faster.
Wolfpack moving around. Cones keep flying out onto the playing field.
Yeah, I think I want to go take a look at their handoff mechanism because it looks to be pretty reliable. A lot of teams tried it and got a lot of jamming.
Hasn't jammed up here in this competition with 14 seconds left. 161-97. It's an absolute blowout for the Blue Alliance, who's, hey, why not? We're just going to try to get another game piece in the next 3 seconds because they don't exactly need to dock.
Right, the back coaches must have decided they saw the 2 red robots go up and realized they didn't need to have a 3rd robot on the platform. It could stay out and score. And the score differential allowed them to stay out as well.
8 links. So just missing 1 link for a full board. Full board is 9 links. Of course, a link defined by 3 pieces standing next to each other on a single grid. Who designs these games?
The secret game design committee. I do not know who's on that committee. I guess I've met a few people who've been on it, but they keep it very tightly held. No one says anything about the game beforehand.
It's usually the topic of conversation in our meetings about this event, trying to guess what next year's will be. I'm sure we'll be waiting with bated breath as well.
Yeah, I mean, there is a sort of cycle of games, and so chances are next year will be a ball game, since it wasn't a ball game this year. But we'll see. I mean, it could be something radically different, frisbees or other objects. The cone was an object we were actually thinking that they would roll out over the last couple of years, a cone-shaped object. So we weren't too surprised to see that. But it's still, even though you sort of think about how you might do it, it still turns out to be really hard to grab. But then all these teams come up with these really fantastic ways to do it.
You can see the contact being made from Spam, who I'm sure doesn't want to mess with their robot at all. Spam, by the way, had a really good autonomous section after struggling earlier today, stalling on the start line, and then that fix being made by the time the competition began this time around. Roboteers will definitely move to 2-0. Hemlock's Gray Matter and Spam picking up their first win of the day.
Well, it's good to see everyone stay upright in this match.
Yeah, even though these are experienced drivers and, of course, experienced students behind the start line, just the speed at which these cycles operate can lend itself to collisions like that.
It'd be worth, and probably someone has done it, play side by side a week 1 match and a match at IRI or from the World Championships. The speed at which the robots are moving is just astonishing. Andy was talking about it earlier, just the evolution of the game as the weeks go by, as people figure out how to play the game. It's really astonishing.
Coming up in just a few minutes, we hear from Micah Caddick. That'll take us to our lunch break, and then after that, we'll have our final competitions of the day, go until about 7 o'clock here at Lafayette, Jeff, so with you all day. Entering qualification round 16, Control Z, so a former world champion, like you mentioned, and then OP Robotics, who won this event last year. They're ranked first.
And have won it many, many times.
This is a very powerful Blue Alliance Robo Jackets jukebox from Avondale High School in Auburn Hills. Matched up against Tiger Dynasty, Kilobytes, and Mort from Flanders, New Jersey. Mort has a really cool pit lane. They've got a holographic logo on the bottom floor of their pit, which is really cool. Tiger Dynasty and Kilobytes work together in the Indiana State Championship, so expect good communication from the two of them. But man, did they have their work cut out for them against two robots in Control Z and OP.
Absolutely. Mort is a team that Mars is very close to for over a decade now. And so we are always excited to watch them play as well. Had a lot of interactions with them. Some of their former students helped coach Mars at times when they were in college.
OP is in the blue, 2056. It's got that white skirt around it towards the top of the field. Kilobytes have one of the larger robots. In 1024, it's got the fangs over on the left side of your screen, moving to midfield. Few collisions being made. Pretty even competition, 71 to 55. Cooperation link lit up for the blue.
Yeah, OP has an unusual double jointed arm. It's not quite telescoping. Great control system to be able to set that at just the right height every time.
Mort, their robot Panther. Number 11 leads me to believe that it's a fairly old team.
So it's not the 11th oldest team. Some decades ago, there was the great renumbering of teams in first. And Mort is just one of those teams that had a number before the great renumbering and then got team number 11. I'm not exactly sure how many years they've been playing. It's probably over 25.
So some cosmetic damage to 2056. If this was the Indy 500, there'd be a yellow, but not the case for the IRI. They're just going to keep rocking and rolling and look out for that piece of sheet metal. And just cosmetic damage, you think, or is that something more serious with OP Robotics?
I think it's just cosmetic. It's where their logos are, probably protect some of their electronics from penetration from other robots. But they've already got a full grid, so they're starting to double stack.
What is the benefit of double stacking?
So with these updated rules from World Champs, you get extra points for each link you get an extra point in.
Before we let you go, Earl, tell the people where they can find you and give us a little preview of what you think the rest of this competition is going to look like.
Find us in the pits or find us in the
online
competition.
or wherever.
So marsfirst.org is our team website. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, look us up. We're one of the few teams in West Virginia. There's 3 teams in West Virginia. We've started all 3. So if you're ever coming through West Virginia and want to check out robotics in West Virginia, look us up. Give us a note. Drop us a note at marsfirst.org.
Well, if the mentoring doesn't work out, you have a bright future in broadcasting as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
We're going to take a quick break in between qualification matches. When we return, it'll be round 17 of 104, and we will have a new guest. Find out who it is on the other side of this break. You're listening to the ISC Sports Network. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Lafayette Jeff High School. It's the Indiana Robotics Invitational 2023 edition. I am JD Arland, joined by Micah Caddick. Welcome up to the broadcast booth.
Hi, thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Micah, what's your affiliation with this organization?
So I am an alumni of a team. I'm an alumni actually of a team competing today, 3940 Cybertooth out of Kokomo, Indiana. With that, I also am a volunteer. I'm emceeing today's event, so I switched one headset for the next. And I also mentor Cybertooth now, and I work with Andy Mark, one of the big suppliers.
So we were talking a little bit earlier with Andy about the way Cybertooth received a bid kind of at the last minute. So tell us about the World Championship and receiving a bid at the last minute and all that good stuff.
It was absolutely wild. We had mourned the loss of the opportunity to go to Champs. We were going to go anyway just so that the kids had an opportunity to see that. There's so much incredible things there. And so we wanted them to see that regardless if we competed or not. And getting that bid on like 3 days before, thank goodness we had our flights booked, our hotels booked, everything. Otherwise, there was no shot we could have gotten there. And getting to go with our robot was it was world-changing for these students. And I think I cried and I think I fell on the ground or something when I heard, because I'm like, oh God, now I'm stressed a little more. But it was a blast. It was super incredible.
So a lot of emotions coming out. How do you get the robot down in such a short amount of time?
So thankfully, we were able to put ours on the Andy Mark truck that went down, and it was going to be in the Andy Mark booth, just as like a, hey, come look at a robot that competes with Andy Mark products, and we were able to just shoot it down that way.
Very exciting stuff. We'll see Cybertooth a little later on. Back to the action just briefly before we continue our conversation here with Micah Caddick up in the broadcast booth. Team Appreciate their robot Juno from Austin, Texas. Adam Botts and their robot Aurelia from Rochester Hills, Michigan. And then Nerd Spark from Albion, Michigan. I definitely said that wrong. Their robot Mantis. That makes up the Red Alliance. Big contact there between Adam Botts and then 1987. The first robot listed on Blue Alliance. That's Bronco Bots from Lee's Summit, Missouri. Wild Stang from Arlington Heights, just outside of Chicago. And Bedford Express from Temperance, Michigan. Of course, that robot losing, but with a 170 score. Very high scoring competition, Micah. We have seen already several teams break the 200 mark, and that couldn't be more different than when these teams first learned the game.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about how the level of competition has improved throughout the season.
Yeah, so it's been really awesome. Obviously, I spent more time in Indiana than anywhere else, but getting to see those teams week after week just score more, higher high scores at each event, it's awesome. Especially at Andy Mark, we have a field that's open to anybody who wants to bring their robot. And sometimes we'll have 7 teams there practicing on that field, and getting to watch them work and just become better is probably my favorite part of any robotics season. It's just been really awesome. This year we were a little nervous that there wouldn't be enough mobility in skill, but they proved us wrong, which is awesome.
That's good to be wrong.
Yes,
in that
it's a great
scenario.
time to be wrong.
So as a mentor, what do you tell the kids about this off-season event? Obviously, you want to compete for a state title in pretty much any high school activity, but an off-season event like this, what can they learn from competing at such a high level with teams from all over the world?
Yeah, so if we get invited to IRI, it's a big deal. We are just excited to be here and be on the carpet with these world-known, world-renowned, incredible teams, Hall of Fame teams, current world championship teams, and getting the chance to interact with these students is the biggest part of this event.
Crowd going wild as Bronco Bot flipped, and then Bedford Express pushed him back up and engaged the dock all in one swift motion. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, that's
some
okay.
expert
It's
driving.
insane stuff, and I love to see it.
Crowd going wild there
Yeah.
as they got 2 on after risking not getting any on. So Bronco Bots, unfortunately, robot named Flipside, it did just that. But then coming back at the last second, we'll see the final score and the replay in just a moment. Red Alliance docking and engaging all 3 and nearly full board on both sides. A very dramatic finish to this, the 17th qualification round.
I also saw 2468 pick up a DDR pad from their driver's station. I don't know if that's just for fun. Very interesting. I will have to watch their driver group next time, their drive team next match that they're in.
What is so Red Alliance wins at 184 to 172, but what is that? What's a DDR patch?
It's a Dance Dance Revolution. It's, was popular on PlayStation and whatnot years ago, but I haven't seen one of those in many a moon, and I've never seen one at an event.
And so they could use that as a controller.
I don't think it's legal, but, sometimes you can ask for silly things at off-season events.
Very cool. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about, Andy said that controls can range from something that looks like it'd be inside of a spaceship to PlayStation 5 controller.
Yep,
so
that's what we use. We use PS4 controllers on our team. But yeah, there's some crazy stuff out here that teams use.
As an alum, looking back, how has FIRST grown since you were a part of it, and where do you see it going?
I love to see the impact that FIRST has. FIRST is what changed my entire career path, my future, everything about it. And seeing that spark in students and just the group of alumni and the group of people that are inspired to move forward, whether in STEM or not, but to stay with the community has been one of the coolest things to continue to see that grow. And I hope that that continues. I would love to see more first. Indiana just got a House bill passed for state funding towards robotics teams, and I really would love to see that across the nation and globally have that support, because even if you don't want to go into engineering or something sciencey, these students learn so many life skills that just make them incredible people, and that's my favorite part of being involved in this.
And so we'll take a look in just a moment at the flip, but yeah, this is such a cool event to see because of things like this as
Yes.
well. Here's the flip, and then just moments later, Blue Alliance got back up onto the docking
Yep.
station. So just kind of lean back, use the docking station to increase that momentum, and a really, really solid performance and good teamwork.
Yes. That's also one of the other favorite things about this, is that you're competing against and with the same teams, and so supporting them, and sometimes the most insane way of flipping them back up during an event is great, or if they break something and helping them fix it in the pit even though you're against them in their next match. Everybody wants to go against everybody's best, and that's what is super fun about this event.
We move on now to our match 18. Mars Wars, the robot Atlas from Benmora, Illinois. The Midnight Adventures in 1923 from Plainsboro, New Jersey. And the Krypton Cougars from Hershey, Pennsylvania. They are in the 10th spot right now in the rankings after winning their first match with a score of 193. On the Blue Alliance, it's Strike Zone's Viper from Lapeer, Michigan. Wings of Fire and their robot Phoenix 2.0 from Pontiac, Michigan. Again, two teams that folded, came together, and like a phoenix rises from the ashes, that is the name of their robot. Then it's the Fabricators, their robot Dennis from Freeland, Michigan. I'm up here in the broadcast booth with Micah Caddick. And Micah, what do you do now after being a first alum, and how have you taken robotics into your career?
Yeah, so I studied engineering at Purdue. I was a product engineer in the automotive industry for, including my internships, about 7 years. And now I am the director of engineering at Andy Mark. So first is my hobby and also my career now, which is really fun to have that opportunity.
A full-time gig.
Yes, full time.
Very nice. And so the autonomous phase ends with a slight lead for the Blue Alliance. And so we can see, obviously, the controllers. We talked about that. We've talked about the builds. But one thing we haven't talked about on the broadcast yet is the autonomous mode. Where do you even start on trying to tell a robot what to do without a human controller?
Yeah, so the first thing that our team does is we make a matrix of what we want our robot to be able to do, the must-haves, nice-to-haves, and maybe in an off-season kind of level of things to have. And then we base those decisions off of what do we think we actually are able to complete for the season, and how can we make the highest scores out of that. So we chose to do start with a cube. I can't remember what we start with, but and then we go to pick up another piece. And I don't do much of the programming. That's a little bit too big brain for me. But we've had a couple of kids really latch onto that, and it's just making small movements and small improvements and then putting them all together is what it looks like from my perspective.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can only imagine. It seems extremely difficult. We are now in the, of course, human-controlled zone. Another robot with a low center of gravity are the Midnight Adventures, their robot Pivot from Plainsboro, New Jersey. Pulling up their stats, and it's a lot of scrolling on my part because there are so many awards
Yes.
with these teams that have done so well this season. The Midnight Adventures, first Mid-Atlantic District champions. They were the event district winner in the Montgomery event and the Mount Olive event as well. Crowd goes wild, 165 to 144 with 3 successful docks on both sides. Docks and engages, so probably Red Alliance will take it here. something we talked about with Andy, and then just moments ago with Earl was the back coaches and some of the strategy. How long does it take you as a mentor to learn how to play these games and then how to master these games and then how to coach them?
Oh my goodness. So I'm actually one of our strategy mentors. I'm the one who helps do match planning with our student that has taken the lead. Thankfully, she learned that game manual faster than I ever could. She knows it better than I ever could, which is nice. It's impressive, and it's good to see that. We learn kind of at the same rate as students. We watch a lot of events that we are not competing in. Thankfully, we have those live streamed. We can watch that. We ask our friends questions. I think we have a little bit of a benefit is that we have several staff members that are either FTAs or referees, and so we can ask them, or we do the Q&As like everybody else does. But it's just, you learn it as you go. You do everything that you can as you study, but it's kind of like a lab class. Is you have your lecture and then you have your lab course to apply it, and that's where you really do the deep end of your learning, is on the fly.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's got to be difficult to get all the ins and outs and then how everything works together. And I know some rule changes have come down the pipe, and so that probably affects strategy as well.
Yeah, I still don't understand some of the rules that they made at Worlds, but it sounded great. There's just a lot going on, and it's really interesting that it's awesome that they had to change the rules because teams were so efficient at this game now.
Yeah, and some of those rule changes can affect everything from your autonomous mode, I'm sure, all the way down to those micro adjustments that you're making in a match.
Yeah.
We meet our qualification round 19 in just a few moments as you see highlights of our last matchup. We'll see Orbit, who's ranked third on the Blue Alliance with Purple Precision from Brownsburg, Indiana. That's 31-76. Then the Hammerheads from Troy, Michigan, who unfortunately lost their first match. On the other side of the playing field, 40-39, Makeshift Robotics in Pivot, who ranks number 5. Las Gorillas from Pontiac, Michigan, and then the Steel Armadillos from Warren-Mott High School, Casino High School, and Sterling Heights School in Warren, Michigan. So 2 top 5 teams in this one, and they're on opposite sides of the playing field. Orbit, Makeshift Robotics. You can see already some of the perennial powerhouse teams really taking dominance early in this competition.
Yeah, it's incredible. And the rankings are going to go back and forth between those top groups all event.
40-39, a ton of support. Makeshift Robotics, Ontario. Quite a few teams internationally in this one, as you've seen. Some very cool acrobatics there from the team from Israel. And I know the team from Israel, what Andy was saying off air, was that they actually left their robot with you guys.
Yes.
Andy Mark.
Yep, we held that at the warehouse, and we're able to bring it for them. And it's really cool that we are able to provide that opportunity for teams, especially international teams, that it's so complicated to get their equipment over here. If we can help in that small way, it's awesome.
Did they have time to come in and practice or rebuild some things?
They didn't. To my knowledge, they didn't come in. We would gladly welcome them if they were able to.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's got to be difficult to jump off the plane and get
Head
going
right
on
here.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that they have another version of their robot at home. Orbit is a fan favorite. Everybody awaits their reveals and be able to watch them as they play throughout the season.
1690, one of the international teams, 3 countries represented in this qualification match. 19 of 104. So we wait to make sure that all is well on the field. And something that I was not smart enough to explain earlier, and I'm hoping that you can, are the almost QR code looking IDs.
Yeah.
How do those help the robots and drivers?
So those are called April tags. They're basically a QR code, but they are smaller. They have less of massive data that they hold. And that's basically a positioning tool for the robots. So you can use it if you want to, you're not required. But if you want to have vision on your robot that's able to read those, and then you could use that in autonomous mode, or some people have their scoring process completely automated based off of those locations.
43-24 after the autonomous phase ends. A lot of collision going on in midfield. So the two to keep your eye on again are the Orbit bot from Israel, and that is 1690, and then Makeshift Robotics 4039. And that is the one that just went across midfield there and is picking up a cone on the left side of your screen. Swerve drive for the most part for all of these. Trapped over there in the corner is 226. The Hammerheads unable to pick up that cube, and gotta be tough. Gotta be a lot of emotions going on at once as you try to do something that your robot just doesn't want to fabricate on the other end.
Yes, it can get very frustrating back behind that glass. That's one of the things that Cybertooth and many other teams do. We try to keep everything calm, and if we make a mistake, that's okay. You move on. Don't dwell on it.
What's the process like in pit lane to try to make updates, and how does that work if something were to happen to the robot?
Thankfully this year we built a really robust robot and didn't have to experience that much until we were at Worlds. But typically we do a systems check before and after each match, and that will let us know what we need to focus on in that turnaround. Here we have a longer turnaround time between matches, which is great, but typically sometimes we have 2 matches, and so that systems check is crucial for us to be able to narrow down where our issues are and start troubleshooting that way.
Definitely have worked out all of the problems at this point, but wear and tear probably could be a factor. Is that something that you worry about for off season?
Absolutely. These robots have hundreds of hours on it. Last year our team went over 200 hours on our robot, and oh boy, you could tell by that last event. It had a lot of damage to it. Things were breaking a little bit more often, and there was a little bit more duct tape on it than there was at the beginning.
Fixes everything. 226 there. I believe might have stalled. Something that our director, Jordan Shute, pointed out is 469 Las Gorillas from Pontiac, Michigan, only playing defense in that last match, so unable to contribute offensively. And then they were able to dock, but something going on with that gripper that they're going to have to take a look at. Their robot Cornelius 23, sponsored by General Motors. Red Alliance is going to win it despite, it's crazy to say, a low-scoring match.
It is, yeah.
But anything in
this is
the
a low-scoring match, yeah.
Anything in the triple digits is astronomically impressive and difficult to do. But 123 to 117, and also our most narrow margin of the day. And for the first time that I've seen, Blue Alliance actually had more grid points, still lost.
Yes, it's wild when you get to this point, especially in the off season and especially at IRI. I mean, you have the best of the best here at this event, and you see the craziest scores. And Cybertooth lost their first match to 206. You're like, okay, losing to 206 is not bad with 100 and something odd points.
Sure thing. Yeah, we were talking about Westside Boiler Invasion, their final match that they played at Worlds. That was 211 to 208.
Yep, it was wild.
So just one game piece.
Yep, we were cheering so hard for them.
And we will see Westside Boiler Invasion, who sits at the 10th spot right now after a 1-0 run earlier. 193 is what they scored last time. They're on an alliance with Otto and the Beak Squad. And so here's what happened with the gripper of 469. We'll take another look at it. So just a whole lot of defense being played and not necessarily going for those game pieces. And we heard the head official say that defense bumper to bumper is allowed. Yes. When do you cross the line of, hey, it's bumper to bumper, or you're actively trying to bump another robot?
Yeah, so we saw an example of that earlier today with that red card, is when the contact is made, if you make contact and you see that the robot is starting to fall over and you pull back, you're typically okay. It's when it looks like you are just going full force, trying to continue that fall before they can make their way back to being center gravity. It's really unfortunate to see, and thankfully hard defense isn't a super popular strategy. It just kind of dampens the mood when somebody's gunning just to knock people down.
Sure, not battle bots.
Yeah, it's not battle bots.
I'm sure you get that question quite a bit.
We get that every time I say I coach robotics. Some of our students have built combat robots, and some of my friends have, but these are not those.
Completely different strategy and way to operate.
Yes.
I like to say it's more about completing a task.
Yes.
Very cool signage for the Beak Squad and Omar from Cincinnati, Ohio. They're in 20th at the moment. They're with Otto and Westside Boiler Invasion. Making up Blue Alliance is the Ratchet Rockers and their robot Whiplash, tied for 4th. It's Sparky 384 and the Sparkulator from Henrico, Virginia. I think I'm saying that right, but I'm gonna get lit up in YouTube comments.
Yeah, somebody will make
again.
sure you know.
I've already made quite a few mistakes today, so we'll see if that continues. Blaze Robotics is the 3rd robot on the Blue Alliance from Burnsville Senior High School. Those are the very cool fire suits that you see on your screen now. Where do you even get those?
I don't know. I asked. So we were in the same division as them at championships this year, and I think they added the LEDs themselves. I don't know where they got the hats or the suits, but they are phenomenal.
It's almost like no two are exactly the same. I wonder if the hats are homemade and then the suits are Party City or something. I don't know. I got to figure out how to get my hands on that. And so they're off. The Blaze Robotics Burnout is the one on the top corner, or the top of your screen at midfield, rather. 31-84. Autonomous period ends. Blue Alliance taking the lead, 50-33. A lot of contact. 40-28, Beak Squad. Trouble picking up that cone. And kind of stalled at the start is 40-28. That grabber mechanism where it sucks in the cone becoming more popular.
Yes, we've seen a lot of
saying.
that, yeah. Especially when they interact directly with the human player station, it seems to be a pretty good strategy for teams, that, especially that wall, the double station, being able to use that there.
There's a tip. It was teammate on teammate contact, so don't expect a penalty, but then able to correct right away was Blaze Robotics and push itself back up. Got to plan for the worst, I'm sure.
Yes, and that's one of the most important things from my perspective of a drive coach is just communication. I've never been a drive coach, but seeing some of the best drive coaches in the world, they just have really calm and quick communication, and they teach that into their driver and operator. And being able to have that communication between teams is crucial.
More teammate contact is Sparky, 384, wrong place at the wrong time. 106-106, this is going to really come down to it with 40 seconds to go. Qualification round, 20 out of 104. Again, we're hoping to get through 64 of them today, as Sparky 384 lost a cube but retained a cone. Red Alliance making some moves. Right at the end, Blue Alliance saying, hey, we're gonna just try to start docking. 1746, that's Otto and their robot Calorie from Forsyth Central High School. Both trying the triple dock. West Lafayette's Westside Boiler Invasion
so close.
was on there first, and no dice for the red squad on the right side of your screen. Blue squad docks 3. They will probably take the win despite being down 1 in that last part of the score.
Yeah, this game, the amount of times where it comes down to end game of how many robots they get on there to balance has been incredible.
Sure enough, 176 to 165. And yeah, those 12 points really made the difference on the charge station.
They sure do.
As their strategy coach, is there one thing that you preach that's a key to this game, specifically to Charged Up, that you wouldn't say in another year?
It's hard because I'm not the one behind the glass, but we try to talk to the other teams about specifically which type of game piece they want to focus on. And you don't always have 2 game pieces. Last year it was just the 1 ball that you went for. And so there's some teams that focus only on cubes, others that focus only on cones, and trying to make that dance between the human player stations to get the specific type of game piece that you want. That's pretty specific to this game this year.
We heard a ball game maybe next, just in the regular cycle of things.
Yeah, they tend to kind of go through a cycle. This is the first pick and place that these students have had, which has been really awesome to see a whole new group of kids come in and start building robots to do something that they haven't done before. They've always played shooter games. I wouldn't be mad if we had another pick and place, maybe a little combination of a pick and place and shooter. I like getting to see the variety in there.
This is definitely different than last year's competition.
Definitely different.
As there's the unsuccessful Doc. Looks like 40-28 just didn't give it enough gas at the end. Really cool maneuver there from 31-84, pushing itself back up. And you worry about stuff breaking off, but just fearless and able to right the ship there.
Yep. And those components and mechanisms on your robot that are going to have contact made with them, we usually make 2 or 3 and keep those in our pit so that if something does break, we're able to just quick change it as fast as we can.
So this announcement coming that lunch is on the way soon. It has crossed to 1 o'clock, and so this will be our final match before that lunch period begins.
All right.
We'll have 30 minutes for lunch, and then we'll come back and be on the air until 7 o'clock, or we reach match 68, whichever comes first. So we meet the teams for qualification round 21. It's Sequence, CIS Robotics, and Super Duper Robotics making up the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance is the Highlanders, Mars, and the Robonauts. And Super Duper Robotics, one of the new teams in Indiana, already make a name for themselves.
Yeah, they've been great to watch. They've been able to come by the Andy Mark Field a few times, and they're just a great and ambitious group of kids. And it's awesome to see them work so hard. And they've been a smaller team too, so it's really impressive to see them.
Getting all set up. Does Cybertooth usually start autonomous with a game piece, and if so, which one?
Yes, we start with a cube, I believe, and now I'm double guessing myself, second guessing myself. But yes, we do start one, and we score. Yes, it's a cube, and we score it in the high node, and then we cross the bridge and then balance. There you go. It's been a minute since I've had to say it.
What's the thinking of doing that?
It was just something that we thought we would be able to complete successfully and consistently. For our design sequence, we utilize the matrices, and then also we call it resource tokens. And what can we realistically make successfully with the resources we have? And that's time, materials, and expertise. So that's how we do it, and we thought we would be able to focus on that, make that really good instead of getting a multi-piece auto.
I'm sure these meetings are, considering every part of that manual. How many people does it take to create a strategy, and what is it like when you guys all come together?
So you can have a successful team of 30 kids. We've been successful with 6 or 7. It really just depends on how many kids you have and how dedicated they are and how you're able to support that drive and get the ones who may not be as dedicated or interested yet sucked into it. We usually, after the game is announced, we have everybody break up into groups of 3, 4, 5 kids and read through the entire manual. That is their first thing. We don't get to touch any tools. We touch nothing but the manual for the first couple of hours. We read through it, we eat lunch, we discuss the manual in detail. And then from there, especially with newer students, we decide, okay, what do you want to try out first? Do you want to start thinking up and tossing some random pieces of plastic and gears together to try and make something? Let's talk about how we can handle these game pieces. What's going to make the most points? What do we think people are going to do? What do we think they're going to avoid? And then we start making those decisions and then make mechanisms from that.
Sounds like a really tough process. Most, organized sports and that sort of thing, everybody knows about what a basketball game looks like year to year. And while strategies differ, this is just completely different year to year, and that I'm sure is difficult.
Yeah, it's stressful, but it's also really fun.
The Robonauts out there with a very tall robot, League City, Texas. Robonauts earlier today had the skill to not only win their match, but then also help out a teammate and push him over using that big frame. That's a heavy robot.
Yeah, 118 is another team that is a fan favorite. I remember our students last year when we were invited to play at IRI. We were sitting in the stands before the event starts, and one of the kids looks over and says, "Oh my gosh, that's 118." And I said, "Yeah, isn't it crazy? They're kids just like you." And so we invited a couple of them to play some card games, and that's the joy that I love to see, is just students interacting with kids that they typically would never have the chance to.
Such a good camaraderie, and the cooperation link that's in there. I mean, it just promotes that kind of community feel of this. And yeah, it's really cool to see from an outside perspective. I didn't do anything like this in high school or college, and it is really cool to see. Something that really stuck out to me earlier, Andy Anarell said this: everybody goes pro from first.
Yeah, yep,
There's
you can
as
go
many
pro.
opportunities as there are kids.
Yep.
And so it's a really cool activity to pursue. For sure.
And that's what I always stress. It's not just engineering. You don't have to be good at math. If you are good at social media, we want you on the team. We all have social media accounts. We need somebody to help run it. If you want to be in business, come on over. We got a business plan we got to make. Let's make some money and let's get out there and run this team.
14 seconds to go. 165 to 133. Again, this match, the final for 30 minutes.
That's a nice balance.
Yeah, last second there, getting it in at the last moment.
Blue as well. Holy cow.
The buzzer beater. Red probably won just with that 167 to 133 advantage that they had. But we will see the final score in just a second and then take a step away and give our broadcast crew a break. Red Alliance is going to win it 197 to 163. And so, Micah, before we let you go, what's your message to students that are thinking about doing first for the first time?
Just give it a shot. You never know. If you're intimidated by it, everybody starts at the bottom. Nobody has a better chance of being successful than anybody else. It's what you put into it. So give it a shot. Nobody's going to make fun of you because you've never used a lathe before or tools. Just do it.
Love to hear that.
Yep.
Micah Caddick up here in the broadcast booth, and that'll do it for the first part of our coverage of day one of the Indiana Robotics Invitational. If you're watching us live, don't go anywhere. In 30 minutes, we will come back and bring you the second half of the day. Of course, our coverage continues tomorrow as well. Thanks for joining us this morning from Lafayette Jeff High School. I'm JD Arlen saying so long, and we'll see you right after lunch.
Stopped one match too soon. This is the last one now. Oh man.
Hey, welcome back. A little bit of a misunderstanding on my end. So we do have one more match before we are underway with lunch. This is qualification round 22 of 104. So as we enter the autonomous phase, the Blue Alliance Killer Bees, Garrett Forward, and the Digital Dislocators. The Red Alliance, Fresta Valley Robotics Club, the Comets, and the Flying Toasters. Blue Alliance with the early lead. (55-51). Garrett Forward is the only robot on the Blue Alliance to have a 1-0 record. The other two 0-1, that is Killer Bees and Digital Dislocators. We check in on our rankings ahead of the lunch hour. Jack in the Bot is our first team with a 202 average score. Just below them, OP Robotics, who's been at the top of the leaderboard all day long. The Hedgehogs, Krypton Cougars, and Roboteers make up third, fourth, and fifth. Then in the final three spots, Wannago Bears, the Bison Robotics and Mars Wars. We heard from their sponsor in Earl a little bit earlier today. So how about that triple dock on both sides? Blue Alliance 144, Red Alliance 116. We'll see the final in just a moment. Looks like two teams are going to get their first win of the day, and Garrett Forward will remain undefeated. Red Alliance. Blue Alliance wins it 174 to 146, and the grid score says it all. The 121 established, and then of course a full 42 on the charge station. Red Alliance didn't get that full engage point for one of their robots who was hanging off of the edge.
No, 22 is supposed to be the last one.
Here are some highlights, a last look at it. Robotics Club Comets and the Flying Toasters making up the Red Alliance, fumbling with some of the cubes, but everybody looking to fill that lower section as additional points have been added per the first championship rules. And so for real this time, that'll do it for the first part of the day. I apologize for wrapping a little early. Now we've got a 30-minute gap and then lunch, followed by our latter 40 matches of this day one here at Lafayette Jeff. So signing off for now, alongside our great broadcast crew, I'm JD Arlen. We'll see you in 30. Well, folks, I think we're going to push through lunchtime for just a few moments. So, third time's the charm when we break. We shall see. Right now, it looks like we're pushing on to match number 23. Red Alliance is Sabre Robotics, Respawn Robotics, and the Hedgehogs, who are in third place from Hillsborough, North Carolina. Matched up against Prepatech Bot Busters, Cyber Cavs, and Bison Robotics, who make up blue. Thank you for watching wherever you are, on YouTube, on Twitter. We have our Twitch stream active, as well as our website, iscsportsnetwork.com. You can see Sabre Robotics getting ready. The Bismarck, name of their product. The tradition is to name their robot after a baking product. Sabre Robotics, a Lake Superior winner, Great Northern finalist, champs in the Johnson division, and 7th place in the playoffs. Lake Superior Team Sustainability Award and Great Northern Autonomous Award. We saw 587, that's the Hedgehogs out of North Carolina. Drove in a caravan with the Mars team from West Virginia that you saw moments ago. A very quick start to the autonomous section. 60-45, able to successfully dock and across from it. So is 46-35. So already off to a near 50-point average between the two, just in the first 20 seconds of competition. The Hedgehogs, 587. They won a Dean's List semifinalist award at the UNC Asheville event. Won a district championship at the state level in North Carolina. A finalist at the Wake County event. Winner at the UNC Asheville event. And winning the Impact Award at the Wake event as well. Not to mention in 2023, 587 also brought home the Autonomous Award, sponsored by Ford. And that's just this year. Very successful team from NC. 50 seconds to go, 100-94. Very close match. Bison Robotics and Prepatech Bot Busters. Cooperation link active, 6 links apiece on both sides, so this one's really going to come down to the docking and which team's able to successfully engage. 1 second to go. They're going to say no for the red dock. Blue dock is engaged, but with only 2 robots. So impossible to predict the score here. And it looks like it engaged just at the last second there. Doesn't matter. Red Alliance wins anyway. 161-157. Despite only 30 points on the charge station, more points on the grid. Now look at the replay. As they started off. They're saying it's time for lunch, but I just don't believe it. So we're gonna let the teams clear out before I break for lunch once again. So we're here in the replay, taking a look at this, the 23rd round of the qualification. Again, trying to get as many matches as possible in as early as possible. We're already scheduled to end at about 7 o'clock tonight, and then we'll get started at around 8 tomorrow morning. No opening ceremony tomorrow, so they can get right to the action. All right, this time for real. We'll take a break for lunch, come back in 30 minutes. You've been watching ISC's coverage of the IRI 2023 from Lafayette Jeff High School. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hey there, welcome back to Lafayette Jeff High School. We join you on the ISC Sports Network for day one of the Indiana Robotics Invitational 2023 edition. And we are now to the second part of our day where we will begin match 24 of 104 in just a few moments. Everybody did that moments ago, got lunch, had some good grilled corn on the cob. I am JD Ireland, joined by Libby Kamen, who is one of the mentors for a team out of New Jersey. Is that right? Oh, awesome. I think, so sorry, I think we gave you the wrong headset. We'll switch that over real quick to the color headset. That's my mistake. So, Libby, thank you for joining us.
That is okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yep, my name is Libby Kamen. I'm lead mentor for Team 1923, the Midnight Inventors. We're out of West Windsor and Plainsboro, New Jersey. Super excited to be here at IRI. I've come many times as a volunteer, as a student, and as a mentor, so it's always great to be back for the summer and just have a good time. We're excited to take part in it.
And no stranger to the headset,
yeah.
is what you were saying.
Yes, I do both announcing for robotics as well as some stuff in the gaming industry. So spending a little bit of time up here with you feels like work, but in the fun way.
In the fun way.
Yes.
That's good to hear. Something that Andy told us a little bit earlier was just the sheer size of your team. How many students and how do you control the chaos?
Yeah, so the Midnight Inventors, this year we're a little smaller than we were the year before. We had 150 students on the team. The year before we had 172. I think everyone coming back from COVID really just wanted to do fun stuff, and robotics was one of those things. A lot of it is down to our student leadership. We have students who have been in our program. We have a K through 12 with the First LEGO League and other programs. So a lot of it is teaching the students to lead and taking some of that work off of the mentors and saying, we're here to teach you and guide you, but your leaders are there to be your peers and your leaders. And it works very, very well for our students. Lots of subdivision. Everybody has lots of jobs.
And so do they all work on the same robot?
So at home, we'll typically build a practice robot. In addition, it'll be a twin of the competition robot. Sometimes there'll be extra parts or prototypes as well. A lot of that comes down to putting enough hands on stuff for stuff to do and stuff to build, but it also helps us do better robot development. So students who are practicing driving don't have to compete for time with the students who are programming the autonomous modes and stuff like that. So it's helped us become a better team. It's also helped our students do more with the time that they're in the shop, and we're super grateful that our school supports us in that way and lets us do some really fun stuff.
This competition is obviously it's the Indiana Invitational, but it's not limited to teams from Indiana. There's, several different countries as well as many states being represented. How have you seen FIRST grow to be truly an international game over the last few years since COVID, since now that we're back from COVID, I should say?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the things that's really cool is FIRST has been international since the late 90s, right? So, our first couple of championship events were national, and then all of a sudden there were world championships because we had teams from Canada starting to grow the program. Being back from a lot of lockdowns and a lot of things changing in the world, obviously, has been great to go back to events like here at the Indiana Robotics Invitational and see teams from all over, right? To see teams from Israel coming all the way out here to play. IRI has always been where the greats come to play, and it's been really nice to see that reopen. There's a lot that you can learn from teams who have totally different situations from you, which is the same whether it's a different state or a different country. And it's one of those things that is so unique about FIRST is the way that teams work together and share with each other across street or across the border. So,
yeah, the cooperation.
The best part.
Like they say. Yeah, as we see a very strong dock from the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has got 3 seconds, and they do it. That's going to be a huge score with 172 on the playing field and 9 links.
Yeah, it's a full grid on the Blue Alliance side. It's been so great to watch how high these scores can rack up. This is one of those events where the lowest score is probably the high record from something early in the season, and it's been so great to watch how these teams not only practice and iterate within themselves, but then just really turn up the heat for something like IRI.
Yeah, it goes to show what a little practice can do.
Yes.
As we see the score, Blue Alliance wins it, no question about that, 202 to 161.
It is wild that we're so early into the schedule and we're already seeing so many scores above 200. This is exactly what IRI is meant to be. Is the announcer out on the field was saying this earlier was, oh, you might be surprised by a score like that. Not here at IRI. That's normal. We've got world champions on both sides. It's just such a highly competitive event, and I think it's why it attracts so many teams from outside of Indiana to come out here and play.
Be the best, you got to play the best.
Absolutely.
Is
And then
what
you got
they
to play
say.
the best, and then maybe your robot breaks, and then the best comes over and is like, hey, we can help you with that. And then you learn how to fix it together, and it's even better.
So what is your background with robotics? Are you an alum, or what's the...
So I actually am. I'm an alum. I also have been in the FIRST community forever. My uncle is one of the co-founders of the program, and what that means for me as someone who grew up in it is that from the time I was, 2-3 years old, I was going to FIRST events. And the reason it makes my story as an alum so special is because I got to high school and I didn't realize, because I'd grown up from a young age going to FIRST events, I didn't realize that not every high school had a FIRST team. I didn't realize that you'd have to, it just didn't occur to me that you'd have to start one or find a teacher to run it. And so I got to high school and I went to our principal and I said, hi, I would like to join the robotics team. He goes, we don't have one. It just blew my mind. I had no idea. So my parents volunteered, like I said, from the time I was very, very little. My father was a judge at the championship for the Hall of Fame. I'm sure that's something that some of our folks have spoken about, one of the highest honors in FIRST. And I grew up volunteering and attending. So when I got to high school, I started my team, the Midnight Inventors, and I've been with them ever since. It's been incredible to build that alongside my parents. My mom is still a mentor on the team as well, and I know she's watching, so hi, Mom. And so my journey started in robots because I had to be there, and then I ended up loving it and trying to build it as much as I can. And I know that's a different journey for most of these kids out here, but it is a whole heap of fun, and I love events like this. Are a family reunion to me, not literally for my family, but for all the robot people, and it's delightful.
Something that was said earlier about that journey that students take is that everyone can go professional.
Yes.
At first.
Exactly.
And so what are some of the skills that you have imparted to the students that you mentor that you've seen them take and really run with?
Oh, I have so many alums that I'm just so proud of, because they'll come into the team and really know what it is to program or how to hold a drill correctly. And then I hear from them, they graduate, they go off to college. I have a student who's a couple years out from graduating who just finished a couple of internships at SpaceX, and he's working on rockets and stuff. And that's all great. I love teaching. I'm a mechanical and strategy mentor myself. I love the technical skills side of it. It's really great to watch a student learn that. But my gold star moment is when, they're a project manager at work and they realized how to help their team at work through their deadline because they'd done it as the captain of the mechanical team on robotics. And the skill building that is not just technical, but also just strength of character and how do you handle conflict and how do you handle these really high pressure situations is something I'm always proud of. So
she is Libby Caven. She joins us in the ISC broadcast booth as we enter qualification round 25 of 104, making up the Blue Alliance. And on your screen now is the Strike Zone Viper from the Lapeer High School Center for Innovation in Lapeer, Michigan, as well as the Kilobytes, one of the host schools for this competition, and the Cyber Knights from Soundington, Connecticut. Night Vision from Grosse Pointe Woods, Cybertooth from Northwestern High School in Kokomo, Indiana, and Precision Guesswork make up the Red Alliance. So two Indiana teams on the Red Alliance that have had multiple times to experiment with their strategy and playing against one another, now matched up here in this qualification round. We check in just briefly on the rankings in case you forgot from before we took a break for lunch. Jack and the Bot stands at number 1. OP Robotics and Krypton Cougars round out the second and bronze medal spots. That qualification average already into the 200s for the first place team at 202, followed by OP Robotics at 197 and the Krypton Cougars at 194. Also in the top 8, you'll find the Mukawango Bears, Mars Wars, Atombot, Sequence, and CIS. But the top of the leaderboard, all within about 20 points, make that 12 points of one another. So it is a very, very difficult competition to climb the rankings if you've had a tough qualification set.
Definitely. If you're going through these qualification matches, it's in early play when ranking points are really hard to come by. That match score could be huge for you. You could have all these incredible matches. To see that our ranking score is 5 points apart between these two alliances is just, I'm sorry, two teams at the top is just wild. The fact that they're averaging getting all the ranking points every time is, again, that's IRI excellence. That's something that teams that's really special about this event. But it makes those rankings really interesting because even just that one cube, that one cone, or, you know, tripping over the line in auto is going to be the difference between that first seed and that second seed, which makes all the difference in the playoff draft.
A heartbreaking moment there for Strike Zone, who looks unable to move at the moment.
Yeah, kilobytes were down earlier, so that may have evened out. I mean, our score's still close, 102 to 107, 109 tipping over for red. So we might, you know, we'll see how it comes down to those balances at the end here. But Strike Zone being out might affect them here.
So both teams with time to spare, docking and engaging. Blue Alliance with 2. Like Libby said, Red Alliance with 3.
Those downed robots look like they're taking them out of the link contention here for the Blue Alliance. So that's going to make a difference, like we said, in those ranking points.
Ranking points, very important. Determining seeds. You want to be in the top 8 to make your selections. If you're not in the top 8, you want to demonstrate a skill well so that you are picked for the playoffs. Red Alliance is going to win it 149-134, the final. And more grid points, more charge station points, and more auto points. The Red Alliance handily defeating Blue in this one. Moving on to the next one. It'll be Wild Stang, the Robo Jackets, and Hemlock's Gray Matter taking on Wings of Fire, 1732 Hilltopper, and 4039 Makeshift Robotics. Libby, as a mentor, watching it from up here, it's got to be nerve-wracking to see your students who have worked for so long and then traveled so far do it without you. They've got to, you know, you're up here and you've just got to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true in a lot of cases. On our team, and this is different for lots of teams in first, they have different balances between how the mentors and the students work. For us, we're mentor involved from the perspective of giving them the background that they need, and then when we get to the competition or to sort of a proving point in the season, it's really about what they've developed, and they're so good at it. I don't worry about my guys. I'm nervous for them because I want them to do well, but I know that they have everything to do well, you know, somewhere in their, you know, in their brains or in their hearts or wherever we say the excellence is. But it's very nerve-wracking. It's, you sit in the stands and you see them go out for the match, and once they're out on that field, there's nothing you can do. You can't go run back for one more part or change that battery out or relay one more message, right? It's just down to everybody in the moment, and that the grace and the diligence under pressure is something that, like we said, it's a robot skill. It's something that's, you know, fun, exciting, exhilarating, and very sports-like in the first robotics competition. But it's also just a human character skill. And I think it's really great for these students to develop, and these young people just do an incredible job at it in first programs. And it's one of the reasons I still continue to volunteer.
You see highlights of the previous match, and Red Alliance takes it after a tough performance and one down robot. And you know, Libby, something I've noticed in this competition, a lot more contact made between robots, and not necessarily maliciously, but it's certainly a faster-paced playing field than even the state championship.
Yes, there's a lot of contact here. I mean, that is one that the bumpers are nice to know who's red and who's blue, but that is what they are for, right? Those are to help cushion the blows between those robots. But when it comes down to, like we were saying, those individual points on that match score average, that speed of you getting the cube from one end of the field to the other could make the difference. And so I'm seeing a lot of faster paced action, a lot more contact in the center because, hey, I'm trying to get to my human player station. I need that game piece, and you're not going to get in my way for it. Definitely higher stakes play and higher energy as the robots run, literally, as they run into each other. We got some dancing going on as we try to get them all connected as well. I love that. There's a lot of good spirit.
A lot of good traditions here at the first competition. We enter the autonomous phase of this one. Everybody trying to, highest ranked robot in this is at 26. It's the Robo Jackets and their robot jukebox.
That's that teal one with the blue bumpers. Looks like a pretty solid auto from both alliances, a little bit stronger on blue, so it's going to come down to those cycles and that fast-paced contact that we can see out of our alliances here. Already getting some collisions between Makeshift and Wild Stang, 4039 and the 111 machine down in the center.
And it's already closing the gap. It was 10 points, dropped down to 7. Blue Alliance making some quick links to try to bump that score up. 80-73 would be a score that you would expect to see at the beginning of the season. There's still 100 seconds left.
Yeah, that looks like a final score from week 1 of competitions. It's always so nerve-wracking with the link mechanic in this game because you look at the scoreboard and it's, you know, you're 20 points behind or something, and then all the links close and and you're done. And it drives me wild because I never remember to look at the links. I go, oh no, we're behind. Never mind, we're good. Just close those links up, it'll work out.
4 links compared to 3. Cooperation light is lit, which means it takes the threshold for that rank point down to 5 instead of 7.
There's over a minute remaining, and our Blue Alliance has already finished all the links for that ranking point. Looks like they're going to fill the mid-row of the grid as well, very close to it here. And then they've just got to start working on those low nodes as well.
Maybe some thoughts from your end about some of the rule changes that first rolled out closer to the championship about that bottom row.
Oh, yeah.
Points.
So coming from the perspective of a team who focuses on the cubes, I love the rule. I think it was fantastic. It's definitely awesome that one of the things first recognized with play continuing throughout the season is that, wow, our teams are really good at this game. Let's make an opportunity to make it a little more interesting, and it's not just a race to see who can fill the grid first, but rather once you've finished filling the grid, can you do more with it? Can you add some points to the board? Because one of the things that was theorized, one of the great things about the first community is how deep our online community goes into like min-maxing the game scores, and the theory of how the rules work is, oh no, championship is going to be a race to fill the grid and a defense, knockout. And I think these rule changes really make it more dynamic to play something different. Our Red Alliance closing it out at the last possible second here in match number 26 as well, with that triple balance on the Red Alliance side.
And they tilted just as the buzzer went off.
That's what you need. That's all you need. Yes, so it's the way that it works is it is at the buzzer, there is a grace period for things to settle because gravity is a factor. But as long as that light is lit at the end, you are all set. And they did it at the last possible moment. Our Blue Alliance still takes the win, though, 185 to 170. And you can see 4 ranking points going to that Blue Alliance.
So 15 points of separation. We've seen almost every single time whoever has more grid points, usually the victor.
Yes, so typically, at this point, at this level of play, you will see pretty similar charge station points because the baseline is you need to get a balance in the autonomous period, and then you want that triple at the end. So you'll see things like charge station equalize across our different teams, and then it's really down to that grid, your speed, and your ability to fill it, or even supercharge it.
There is Spam getting ready for the next one as we see a replay of the last qualification match. And like you said, a very solid autonomous stage on both sides.
Yeah, you can see all of our Red Alliance here in that autonomous period with their game pieces on the grid and the balance. Blue Alliance doing the same thing as well. Wild Stang Machine super zippy with the cubes up on high as well. Just a really nice auton from both. Obviously a 10-point split between them by the end of autonomous, but that double cube autonomous from Wild Stang just looking really solid. And Teleop, same thing, lots of great cycles from our teams, super quick, really efficient. It's really down to in placement games, how well and how efficiently you can place that. You can see the 5712 machine here on the screen with a cone on their grid. Just really clean cycles. Even with contact having to be endured, they're really making clean work of the grid, and that's so important in alliance-based games like the first robotics competition because you're working with another team and you never know what's going to happen, and those moments are so key. That communication is so important between the teams to get it done clean and done right.
A lot of teams utilizing that grip that we saw in the last game, that intake to be able to get both cones and cubes. What kind of challenge does it pose to have to grab 2 very differently shaped objects?
Yeah, there was definitely a challenge that a lot of teams took on early in this season was when the game first releases, right, our challenge changes every year. This year we were playing Charged Up. you see the game pieces and you go, okay, what do I need to know about the field and about the game pieces that are going to help me do a good job at picking them up? Because obviously if you can pick up or place efficiently, that's better, right? Two very, very different shapes here. A lot of the times in first robotics competition games, you'll see a ball, a cube, something to stack, but this is the first time in a while, or at least 2019 was the last game we had variant game pieces. We had a ball and a flat hatch. This with the cube and the cone. It was the challenge was really on teams to prototype something to try and get both right. Some teams took an approach of I'll prototype something for the cube and something for the cone, and then I'll sort of average it and put it together. And other teams took the direct approach of how many different things can I try on both items and what is the most efficient at both. And those are some of the best introductions for these students to the engineering process, because trying to figure out what the objective is, not just place the cube or the cone on the goal, but what is the most efficient, best use of motors, quickest way to get these game pieces where I need them to go, is often their first sort of trial and error prototyping period. That's usually the first thing that teams focus on. And you can really tell when a team focuses well on that and is able to do something really efficient with their robot design.
We see the teams loading in, and looks like some problems on the field.
Yeah, it looks like our teams are trying to get loaded up. I think I even see, is that a DDR gamepad down there? Are they driving their robot with a DDR, like a Dance Dance Revolution flat? That's so cool.
So that's what we were talking about earlier with Micah, was that, yeah, that is Dance Dance Revolution. Is it actually going to be used? I don't know. They're not standing on it, which makes me feel like...
Well, so in autonomous, you're not allowed to touch your controls.
Right.
So this is an interesting rules loophole. Is standing on the controls but not touching the buttons still contacting your controls? I'd say so. I see, that young person standing quite far back. That's a really unique one. I love seeing different controls from teams. A lot of teams will use something like a traditional gaming controller, just because it's what students know and what is easily accessible, but I love to see some different stuff from teams, and this one coming from Team Appreciate 2468. They're from, I'm sorry, that's the wrong way to say it. It's 2468 Team Appreciate from Austin as we head into their match.
This is round 27. Team 2468 back there.
Yep, now that it's teleoperated period and our drivers can take controls, that young lady is standing on the mat, so we're doing it. DDR time. Our other alliances here, so our Red Alliance Team Appreciate, 469 Les Gorillas, and 4096 Control Z. That's your red side. Just eking out a couple of points above them on blue, 3184. Their partners 5484, the Wolfpack, 2539, the Krypton Cougars, 3184 being Blaze Robotics with those wild suits on their team members. So far, pretty evenly matched, only 2 points apart, and quite a lot of the match to go here in match number 27.
I think you're right, that Dance Dance Revolution pad in full use. It looks like they have a controller as well.
Oh, it's double duty.
But
okay, all right.
Yeah, doubling down on the DDR.
There's a lot for these robots to do. There's often, at least in the experience of some of my student programmers, there's more actions than there are buttons on the controller. So I respect it. I like it.
83-69 with just over 70 to go. Cooperation link is lit. 2 links compared to 1. So that's Blue Alliance. Tough defense in midfield.
Yeah, big tangle between Krypton and Appreciate. Now between the Blaze Robotics team as well with Appreciate. Our Blue Alliance really does not want to let Appreciate through. I think they understand, where the scoring potential is and how to shut that down on their way to their own game pieces. It's a really smart play from our Blue Alliance.
It looks like 2468 is just playing defense as well, so not contributing too much on that offensive glass.
Yeah, sometimes, interesting choice of that's who you're going to play Dion if they're just trying to close the lane. 54-84 almost going over there as well as we head into the end game. Pretty clear lead at this point from our Blue Alliance.
Definitely getting chippy. And so 2468 Team Appreciate, that's fun to say, is able to at least grab onto a cone and then try to dock and engage. Had it for a second, they're going for 3.
And that center role can be tough because you're sort of your quarterback and what's going to be that entire balance. So if you're off your game, your partners aren't going to be able to join up on the wings next to you. Our Blue Alliance completing a triple engage as well on that charge station. So we've got all 6 robots off the carpet as we end the match. We'll see. That should keep the Blue Alliance ahead for the win here in match 27.
Blue Alliance wins it. We'll see by how much. 157-129. Substantially more grid points, and that is the real clear advantage. So they'll get 4 ranking points for that.
Absolutely. 4 going home for blue. Still 1 for red as well. That's one of the things that's been great about sort of a recent era of First Robotics competition challenges is that the ranking points are earnable within gameplay. So even if you take the loss, you're still gaining something in your ranking point advantage.
This next one has a lot of high-ranking individuals all at once, and we will get to that in a second after the replay. But yeah, check out the autonomous section 2468 making a play, getting back that DDR pad in full use.
Absolutely.
Right after the autonomous, so she's just waiting.
We're very clear, no use in autonomous. Good tracking.
Good showing that. And so very, very cool to,
There we go. I'm so curious. We're going to have to go find Appreciate later today and ask what that's all about. I'll make sure I bring it back to you so we can report it. I'm so curious what those functions are for.
And I haven't played Dance Dance Revolution in a decade.
I don't know if I still can.
It certainly worked out for him. A triple dock there. So an interesting play style, but that leads us to our next match. That is qualification 28. Like I said, 2 top 10 teams in one alliance and then another top 10 team on the other side. So we'll meet them for blue. It's Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian in Indianapolis, followed by the Atom Bots from Rochester Hills. They're ranked 6th at the moment at 2-0. Makawago Bears, their robot Cubert in 4th place. Makawago, Wisconsin. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, so bear with me.
I've learned recently it's Mukwanago.
Mukwanago. Okay. It's got it phonetically spelled, too. I don't know. I doubted myself.
No, it's all right. You got it. I believe in you.
Red Alliance is Purple Precision from Brownsburg High School. They are 1-1 on the day. Sequence from Raleigh, North Carolina, who's ranked 7th. And then a very familiar team, Libby, in the Midnight Adventures.
I know these folks. I think I'm aware of them. They are, we don't have favorites, but they are my favorite because they are my team. They're the Midnight Inventors. They're from New Jersey. And I have a very fun, silly spirit thing about across the field. So Team 930 on the Blue Alliance, their cheer is what time is it, 9:30. Predictably enough, 1923's is what time is it, midnight. Gets real confusing when we're in the same match. No one knows what time it is. It's 2:28, but it's 9:30 and midnight simultaneously.
I didn't know when lunchtime was earlier, so I get it.
Well, don't ask either of those teams because they will not be able to tell you what time anything is at all.
Hey, no worries at all. So, let me, give me a kind of a preview of the strategy for your team.
Sure.
What are you guys going to be doing in an autonomous, and then you said you focus on cubes?
Yes. So we actually had a really interesting story. We're a team that we built our resources up over a long time, and this year was the first time we tried something really technically difficult and different. It was this multi-jointed arm, very fancy. Our very first event this season, it just fell off. Like in Toy Story when the toys all yell, "Andy's coming," and they fall apart? That's what the arm looked like. And we made a decision at the time to focus at that event, because we didn't have the time to fix it, on just our intake pickup, throwing the cubes where they needed to go. And by the time we finished that event, we had won the event, and we went, oh, this is kind of a viable metagame.
Yeah.
So we pivoted, that's why the robot is called Pivot, to this funny little guy who just throws the cubes. So there's 2 things that the 923 robot's going to do. The autonomous mode, obviously it's going to try to put cubes over there, but what it has is, if you see this large sort of looks like a traffic pole with some stripes on it. And that is a way to get around the rule about no launching outside of the community. So when the robot is midfield and it has a cube, it can pop that stick down and shoot the cube over into the grid, because that stick is within the community, even if the robot's body is not. So typically they focus on ferrying cubes over to the Alliance, and then they'll go place them on the grid once they're all safely in the Alliance's community zone so that the other Alliance can't steal them. It's been really fun. It's interesting and different. It does rely, though, on Alliance partners to be able to do the cones, and so you really have to be willing to collaborate with Alliances as we head into matches.
Makes you a good draftable option as
I
we
hope
get down
so.
the road as well. Very quick autonomous. Yeah, that is really cool as it lowers and tries to get to
Looks like those
Yeah.
cubes knocked out of place, though, in autonomous. It's a challenge with no driver controls, is you're at the mercy of what's in front of you on the field. Our Blue Alliance very strong as well. Lots of game pieces up. Looks like 5 up on the grid, plus the engaged charge station for Blue, leading them 49 points, going out of autonomous into the driver-operated mode.
those 4 rollers suck in the cube pretty quickly. What are those made out of?
So those are just a neoprene, like a rubber sort of wheel. They have the different colors or different consistencies, so they have different coefficients of friction on the cube. We had a set that was black, and then we changed it out for white by accident, just because it was what we had, and they worked way better. So now we got big old marshmallows on the front.
And I take it the LEDs displaying purple indicate that you're going for cubes.
Yeah, so originally when we had a different arm, it could do cones and cubes, so those lights obviously went yellow or purple. The other thing that you'll notice it's doing is it's strobing when the cube is contained within the robot, and it's telling the driver, you're okay, don't chase it anymore, come on back and score it. The feedback for the students to see from 50 feet away, the robot's state has changed. A lot of teams do that. Ours are just very bright, so folks tend to notice it. Our Blue Alliance really making good work on the grid here. 3 links so far, and 930 and 234 coming across as well. Cubes up on that middle node from the Blue Alliance side, so we're seeing a lot of matching. It looks like 3176 on the Red Alliance out of the game, already parked up on the charge station. Not sure why that might be. Perhaps robot function. Sometimes that's a smarter choice, just to get yourself someplace safe rather than harm your alliance.
So 3176 taking itself out of the equation. The low center of gravity in the form of the Midnight Inventors. Still going for it with 30 seconds to go. They'll try to do one more cycle. Really nice swerve drive there. 137, 115, 20 seconds to go. So time for one final cycle, and it looks like 7890 is stuck as well, unable to move.
Yeah, it looks like our partners might be down there, so trying to keep them in play. Our Blue Alliance 3 up, looks like they'll balance it, but Red just doesn't quite capture it with a robot coming down. Blue Alliance, though, does look like it's sliding off. We'll see how the refs end up scoring that, because that's at the buzzer. It's there's a whole bunch of rules governing that, and we'll make sure the head refs will report back on the final score what that ended up being.
So they'll take a second to deliberate. 1923 got up at the last moment, but wasn't able to establish connection. But yeah, like you said, on the other side of the playing field, those robots were docked but not engaged.
Looks like a lost connection on both alliances, just from making sure that last balance goes off.
Officials talking it over. We'll get it to you when we know. They'll deliberate while teams load in. No instant replay yet, that is, for this competition. The 22nd IRI took a break during COVID. That's it. Been going since 2000.
I'd have to count, but I think I've been at maybe 6 or 7 of those 22 from varying levels of being a high school student coming out to volunteer because my team was not quite ready for this level of play, to playing my senior year of high school and then joining in as a volunteer and a mentor, and it's always a fun time.
So do you guys drive in from New Jersey then?
Yeah, typically we'll drive in. It's one of those things where you could fly, but how's your stuff going to get there? Looks like we have a score. Our Blue Alliance does take it, but looks like I didn't see what their autonomous was, so I'm not sure if it was that they were awarded that full charge station or not. But our Blue Alliance ahead by 30 points, again, primarily on that grid, but the charge station lost connection, also making a difference for the Red Alliance there.
So the Team with 2 top 10 squads is going to be the one that takes it home by about 30 points. And yet disappointing as the team sequence and purple precision both faltered at the end of that one. So some highlights to show you.
A super strong play here from Blue, each taking kind of their own side of the field, the 930 and the 245 machines in autonomous, kind of running those individuals. Lots of cubes over the charge station, like we described, that sort of ferrying strategy from the 1923 machine. But Blue really, again, quick, clean placement here, which is really why they ended up with more of those grid points.
And there's your robot.
The little spinny guy.
Swerve drive, and what does that blinking light mean?
So the blinking orange light, or the blinking blinking orange
light, yeah.
is the robot status light. So that one, if you look, it's actually on all of the machines. It's universal within the way that the first robotics competition machines have to be inspected. That indicates both to the team and to the field crew the state of the robot, whether it is enabled and on, it's connected to the field. It's very helpful for the volunteers to help diagnose as well. If a team disconnects and their light goes out, it's likely their power. If the light status changes, it's their connection. So it's a really helpful visual tool. It's great at home for safety too, because if the blinking light is on, you want to make sure you're not anywhere near that robot. And then any of the other lights beyond that are up to the team to choose what they want to add for their own function. Seeing some quick repairs happen in there in the Wild Stang pit. Of course, some of our teams out here by the field. It's kind of nice to have a bird's eye view of the work that happens on robots. That's always fun.
Yeah, so some of the pits taking place in the wrestling gym just behind us, and all part of the Crawley Center Sports Campus. The Dennis Blind Gymnasium is where those are taking place, just behind us in the concourse. And so some teams have to make those repairs in front of everybody else as well, and that's got to be nerve-wracking to look up, see stands, and be in the pit at the same time.
Yeah, see if someone's watching over you, see what you're fixing. Ooh, I hadn't thought about it that way. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would like that. I like being able to watch it from here, but I'm not sure I'd want everybody staring at me while we're trying to fix some robot issues. We're also a funny team because we have to flip our robot totally over to change the battery, so I think everyone would just think we're fixing it all the time. No, just battery changes. For some reason, it seemed like it's mostly for center of gravity, but it's a little silly.
You could cradle it like a baby.
Yeah, a very, very, very big, heavy metal baby. I think that's how some of our students see it, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's mine. I helped build it. I'm responsible for it.
See some of the notes back and forth on pit lane as we get ready for qualification 29 of 104. Yeah, we're trying to get to match 68 today. We shall see if we get all the way there.
It'll be an action-packed afternoon all the way to 68. That'll be kind of incredible, yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got about 5.5 hours left here of allotted time, and we'll see if we go over it all. So this match, qualification number 29, Tractor Technicians Spam and Jack in the Bot make up the Blue Alliance. Jack in the Bot right now ranked number 1 at 2-0, averaging 202 points. Very good robot. On the other side in red, the Mars Mountaineer Area Robotics from Morgantown, West Virginia. Fresta Valley Robotics Club from Warrenton, Virginia, and Tiger Dynasty, the Indiana State champion from Fishers High School.
So we've got our current number 1 seed facing off against your Indiana State champion. We'll have to see how that turns out. 202 is an incredible qualification average score. That's one of the things that makes this event just so fun and so special.
A lot of fast swerve drive going on. Tiger Dynasty was the fastest robot at the Indiana State Championship, without a doubt. Really good communication between driver, robot, and human operator feeding the game pieces. Do you call that vending, or what do you call that position of the human operator?
Oh, so we do, I think every team calls it something different. We do driver operator, and driver focuses on just the base of the robot, and operators focusing on the other functions. I've heard teams refer to it sort of more in like pilot and co-pilot. It's really down to it's fun because it's a very creative exercise in what you call your different team roles. I think the biggest thing is as long as they're talking to each other and they're in good communication between your driver, your operator, and your coach, everybody back there, clear-headed, talking about exactly what needs to happen and communicating robot status, that's super important.
Some problems there for 26-14.
Yeah, it looks like they're stuck on that charge station. Their partner was trying to get them out earlier, but there they go. They've freed themselves as well. If you can see the lights, I'm not sure if it's picking quite up on camera, but here in person, you can see those lights are kind of turning on and off, flexing in intensity, which typically indicates power. They can get that turned around and fixed for their next match. Our Blue Alliance catching up, though. The Spam 180 robot, really highly competitive this year. I did a couple of events down in Florida, and that's where they're from, and they are, perennial excellent regional winners. They have a little buddy system with another team out there that they tend to win with, lining up super well with that tiny Jack in the Bot robot on blue for a triple engage as time expires on blue.
Triple engage, indeed. 147 to 130 before we factor in those charge station points. And a really big frame, Tractor Technicians, 3655.
It's almost dwarfed. I'm sorry, rather 2910 is dwarfed by that. 2910 is a very small robot. I think it's something like 26 or 28 inches square. That Tractor Technicians robot just looks massive next to it.
Big green tractor. 177 to 142. Libby, big reaction here in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, you could, even with that win, that's what we're saying, that match qualification average score is so important. Even though 2910, like you said, when they started this match, they were ranked #1. Even though they got an incredible match score of 177, and that's lower than their average, they're dropping into that second place, moving into our next couple of qualifications. Now, of course, we go all the way through match 104 before those rankings are final, but
sure.
that is a rough time. It's only at IRI are you disappointed to win with 177. So that loss brings them to second place with a qualification average of 193.66, repeating, of course. But in first place now, OP Robotics, they both have 4 ranking point averages, which means every single time they've gone and got all 4 ranking points. But the qualification score average is 197 for OP. So if OP keeps up some high scoring matches, they will hold on to that first place and take it from Jack in the Bot.
So the first level of ranking then is the ranking points average,
yes,
followed by the qualification average.
Correct. So at an event typically where things are more volatile and lots of teams, so 4 ranking points early in the season, for example, is a rarity because it means you're doing everything in the game. You're doing all of the things that are possible. Right now, you can see we have 14 teams with a 4 ranking point average. Not, oh, they got 4 ranking points once. Average. That's rare. But when that does happen, you need, second and third and so on order sorts to determine what those the rankings will end up being. And so the first one being average match score is what puts Jack in the Bot down that one spot right now. It's only 4 points though, so they could make it up over the course of the weekend.
Lot of robotics left to play, if you could say that.
Many matches.
Many matches left to play. That sounds better. We move on to qualification round 30. Blue Alliance's Mars Wars from Metamora, Illinois, with fan favorite West Side Boiler Invasion. The Hedgehogs round out Blue Alliance, then over to red, it's the Killer Bees, the Steel Armadillos, and the Flying Toasters. Now, if you didn't hear it earlier, West Lafayette had quite the appearance in Worlds. In the group stage, that is the Galileo division, went 5-1 in every match that they played to advance to the World Finals, the championship division called the Einstein Division Playoff. They went 1-2 in those matches as a representative of the Galileo division. Lost to the Hopper division finalists by 34 total points as an alliance. Hopper division finalists went on to win the whole thing. By the way, that third match that Westside Boiler Invasion played, they lost by a score of 211 to 208.
Yes, I was there for that. Our team was in attendance at the championship, and we were gathered together watching both the division playoffs as well as the Einstein tournament. And that was one of those matches that stuck out of like, yeah, we're at the championship. Because when your losing score is 208, that's incredible. There's such a a dynamic and different level of play. But then when you see each of these divisions from the World Championship face off against each other, you are seeing the best of the best. They won the way all the way to the end of their division, and now what's left? Other winners, other excellent teams. And that's one of the things that makes World so special, as well as here. You know, being invited to IRI is quite a fun mark to have on your team's record, and to be able to come out and play with the greats is just so much fun. And I cannot wait to see how the next 70-something matches go here, because this is going to be a good time in the charged up game.
Big advantage for Blue Alliance. But those links close, and you're right. I mean, it can flash in a second. Now it's within 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where those minute changes make a difference. But you'll see that score catch up. Now, of course, these are real-time score done by the volunteers out on the field, the folks you can see in the blue shirts that say crew. So, you know, we're all humans, but they're using a system that first provides to help them get that scoring up and accurate. You'll see our referees and those scorers marking in the grids for the different game pieces. So you can see 3 links completed on the Blue Alliance side, 2 on the blue. So 2 on the red. Blues completed what they need for the cooperation bonus, which brings that threshold down. We'll see if red completes it as well.
West Side Boiler Invasion, one of the best swerve drive operators for that Indiana State title, able to avoid traffic and stay healthy. Also, not afraid of airtime.
Yeah, the traffic avoidance is one of the things that's been so different in the various eras of first, of which I have seen many. The swerve drive era is really interesting because you can see these really agile robots. Before, robot building was a lot about how fast could it get there and how much of a hit could you take on your way. And now you have 2 options. Apparently in this match, we're all taking hits on the way. But there's a lot of, like you said, that avoidance, the ability to sort of juke around somebody and get to your goal without having to take the hit, that I think a lot of teams, Westside Boiler Invasion being one of them, are opting for here. Just to protect the robot. Like we said, we've got a lot of matches to play, so you want to make sure your robot stays together for the whole day and all the way into tomorrow afternoon to take home that trophy.
Yeah, we definitely saw competition get a little more physical as it went on last time.
Yeah, when it comes down to the title, it's time to get a little zippy there. Our Blue Alliance ahead. Oh, I said ahead, and the moment I said it, they were behind by 2. There were about really, really quick score changes here as Blue goes to finish their balance. Red looks to do the same. This arena's going wild. Everyone closing out their engagement there as the buzzer sounds on match number 30.
9 links, that's a full board.
Full board on red, just short on the blue. Looks like they're missing 2 from where I can see, 2 of those lower nodes, maybe just 1. That is a tough differential to make up because those links are so important. Red, of course, taking the win with not only the full grid, but that last second triple balance there, 4 ranking points and 198 total score on the board for those teams. That'll move each of those up pretty healthily in the rankings. I'm sure something they would like to have here as we get through our day.
So what would have happened had that one node been filled and it would have been dead even? What happens in the event of a tie?
That would have been dead even. So in the event of a tie, it kind of depends on where you are in the tournament bracket. So the ranking point system, your win is 2 points and a loss is 0 points. A tie would be 1 point. So instead of one team getting 4, one team getting 2, they likely would have just both had 3. There's some really interesting nuance when you get into the playoffs, where if you're at a certain point in the playoffs, those ties turn into, the score components turn into tiebreakers. So the winner of that playoff match is whoever had fewer penalty points and down a couple of sorts. And then when it comes to the finals, if it ties, you play it again.
Sure, it can get pretty loud in here.
Yes. I've seen a couple of really wild ties in my time, and all of them have brought the arena to their feet, just because it's something you're not expecting to see. Even amongst the best play, you're not expecting it to be exactly 205 to 205. You're looking for that 208 to 211, something little that changes the score, but sometimes you're just dead on matched with the other alliance, and you end up with a tie score.
They figured it out, and of course, late in the season, ties could become more common as both alliances are more than well equipped to fill the entire board. And that 40-28 is just so cool from the Beak squad.
It's
over
beautiful.
There. Cincinnati, Ohio is where they are out of. We're going to get to see OP Robotics and the Crusaders at the same time. OP Robotics reclaiming its one spot where it started at the beginning of the day. OP Robotics scored a 206 in just the second match of the day.
That was beautiful play. Their robot's so fast, really efficient. This is, one of these, you could say this about almost every team at IRI, but 2056 was one of those world famous teams. They went 23 regionals in a row without losing a few years back. Just an incredible all-around program, cool robots, and they're definitely showing it here at IRI with that, constant scrap for the #1 seed. Really hoping to pull out, obviously, keep that first seed through the whole weekend and be able to select who they'd like in their draft.
They have a lot of banners here.
Yes, they do.
At this event specifically, Andy Baker earlier said it might as well be the OP Robotics Invitational with how they performed here in Indiana. So that's the Red Alliance, OP Robotics, the Crusaders out of Honolulu, Hawaii, and the Comets from Grand Rapids. Then it's the Beak squad with the cool sign, 40-28, a robot Omar. Respawn Robotics in Bentley from Fairfield Township, Ohio, and the Highlanders, Iceman from Fort Collins, Colorado. It seems like a Top Gun reference.
Well, you have your drivers, you have, your Goose and your Maverick, and then you have Iceman. That makes sense.
I love it. It makes sense. Relevant, topical.
Always.
Have you had a name for your robot that stuck out in the last couple of years? I know you explained your current name, but
the last few years, so what we do on our team, and every team is different, is we allow our seniors to vote. Anyone can suggest a name for the robot, but the seniors will vote because it's their robot.
Right.
Or their last robot, rather. And last year, our team moved into a dual team program, so we had 2 robots, and we knew people were going to be a little bit, can I say salty on the air about it, so we called the robots Outrage and Uproar because we thought it would be funny. And it was delightful.
I like that.
Beautiful play here from both alliances. Autonomous super, super close, but our Red Alliance with fan favorite 2056 falling behind until the score catches up. 1 point differential. This stuff makes me so nervous early in the match. Super, super close between our 2 alliances with quite a few game pieces on the board. Already our Red Alliance grid getting full, that 4270 machine placing another cone up high. They're almost done with that high row already. We'll see if the Blue Alliance stays right on their tail with that 2 points apart.
2056 making some repairs since we last saw them. The cosmetic right side of their machine came off, and a mass stop as 3 robots grind to a halt.
Yeah, looks like both 40-28 on the Blue Alliance side and 2056 was down on red, but now they're back in action. We'll see if 40-28 springs back to life. That's that Beak squad machine.
325 took a pause in the corner as well. 3 robots at the same time went out. Strange.
That is strange, and that's not great for our alliances because you go into the match ahead of time, you prepare your strategy, and then all of a sudden your robot comes down and you've got to shift. And great drivers and great coaches will adjust for that, and it seems like that's what's happening. Lots of communication behind our driver station side. We talked to you about that signal light earlier. You can see 40-28's coming back on, and now they're back in motion. That light is the easy sort of cheat code to know what the robot is doing. 109-92 in favor of red. So with that 40-28 machine, the Beak squad robot down, it looks like our Red Alliance is jumping ahead a bit. They've finished the links for the ranking point. Our Blue Alliance still trying to catch up. Looks like the Comet 3357, the Red Alliance machine up and over the charge station with a cone. Back to some good coordination here from our Red Alliance. I think it was a scary moment with 2056 out. Blue Alliance experiencing the same thing as well. So we'll see who holds it out toward the end. But red is just pulling ahead here with a almost 40-point lead as we approach the end game.
And it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. So a difficult start with a some tumultuous waters for Blue Alliance. We'll see if they're able to engage. They are at the last second.
Blue Alliance and Red Alliance both making it up and over. We'll see what that does for our scores here. Again, just like it did for Jack in the Bot, this final score for the Red Alliance is going to matter a lot for OP holding that first seed. So estimated score is a little lower than I think they'd want it to be, because that charge station would be 30 points. Final score is coming up. Red Alliance is winning, and it's 190.
You got it dead on.
So it's doing exactly what happened to Jack in the Bot a couple of rounds ago, and I think this is going to happen back and forth as long as those qualification averages stay so on par with each other, is that Jack in the Bot and OP are just going to switch back and forth until someone gains a pretty constructive lead in that qualification average. We'll wait for the final updates on the average score, but 4 ranking points coming home for the Red Alliance, which would be a huge celebration most of the time, but if you're trying to hold that first seed, dropping down to 2 is a little disappointing. Looks like those will adjust pretty soon here. Jack in the Bot with looks like 193.6 and 194.6, so truly a single point on the average between them. We'll make sure that data's up to par, but we'll move into match number 32, and then we'll see. They seem like they're pretty close in the match cycles, so we'll likely see them again very soon to try and juke that out for the 2 teams. Very, very interesting match. And when you're a team of that caliber that's trying to hold that first or that second seed, it's really going to come down to each individual game piece here.
So we get ready, like you said, for qualification number 32. The Bedford Express and their robot Holy Moses from Temperance. Another Michigan, 3 Michigan teams on the Red Alliance. Fabricators from Freeland, Michigan. Digital Dislocators from Manchester, and Bedford Express from Temperance. So Team Michigan over on the left side of your screen. Over on the right, the Blue Alliance Sparkulator from Henrico, Virginia. Sabre Robotics from Sartrell, Minnesota. And Super Duper Robotics, that is a play on words with Purdue University, in Purdue Polytech High School, which is actually not in West Lafayette, it is in Indianapolis, near IUPUI's campus. So what's the competition level like state to state? Obviously in season, I'm sure it can just feel like a very narrow focus on those
Yes.
in your immediate area. What's it like once you get to a stage like this and see the skill level from other states?
Yeah, I think that's been so different. So I feel like half of my stories start with back in the old days. But back in the old days, you'd have a few regionals scattered across the country. So you'd see teams at one event from many, many different states, countries, regions. As FIRST has grown, which is an incredible thing, it means more teams are seeing this program and more kids are getting benefits from this technical education. We're seeing areas go to what's called the district format, so state-based competition, or state or region-based. And what happens there is you see the same teams a lot, and you see those same teams really grow and do awesome stuff because they're playing more often. One of the interesting things about district play is that you have 2 local events and then, say, your state championship and you move on. You see a lot of growth in the strength of the program for that group. And it's one of the things I've observed about districts is you see the same, it's very insulated. You see the same teams all the time. You see all of them grow. You help each other grow. And then you get to Worlds, and you're like, oh, I would have never thought of that, and I've never seen this robot or that idea. It's really, really unique to see the way different regions develop. Different, New England used to be sort of known for, that's the defensive place. The New England defense is a classic in the FIRST robotics competition. And so when you get an event like here at the Indiana Robotics Invitational, and you see teams from different states, different countries, you really get a mix of all of these different play styles. A lot of, unique ideas, unique strategies, and having to mush them all together and come up with something that you agree on as a team is really fun. I think mostly just getting the experience, whether it is at something like the IRI or it is at the World Championship or anything where you're mixing regions together. One of the things I tell my students all the time is to make the most of that experience and go make a friend on another team, go learn something from another team, and really kind of build that out and bring that knowledge across borders, so to speak, within the FIRST community, which many teams do on their own, sharing their own lessons and whatever learnings they put forward to their team they put online. But it's nothing compares to being in person with other people and looking in somebody else's robot and seeing how they did it and asking them why and really developing that.
Interpersonal relationships, I'm
Absolutely.
sure.
Some of my best friends are from teams in other countries that I would never have met if I wasn't, running down a hallway at the World Championship when I was in university. It truly, you happenstance upon people and opportunities that a lot of these students would never have had the chance to see because of FIRST programs, and that's one of my favorite parts of it. Robots are fun, but the friends you make along the way, as funny as that phrase might be, is the real prize here.
Maybe the robot was the friends.
The real FIRST Robotics was the friends we made along the way. Precisely.
Yeah.
You get me.
What does a meeting with 150 students look like?
We have a rule that is called no side conversations. It's very important.
Sure. Sounds difficult to understand, that one.
Yes. Yeah, it's worked out pretty well with large teams, and this is certainly not a novel idea from the team that I work with. We will do one giant meeting for everybody that is sort of from a workplace perspective, it's the stand-up, right? It's every department talking what they need to do, and then because we subdivide not only into mechanical, electrical, programming, business, but also down into different days that students work. The leadership is really responsible for keeping that together. So it's very rare that we're all in the same room. It's once a week. But chaotic is, I guess, the best way to describe it. Lots of voices, lots of opinions, but it's a whole lot of fun.
All hands on deck in New Jersey.
Yes.
For the Midnight Eventers. 98-81, 57 seconds to go. Qualification round 32 of 104. Again, you're watching the ISC Sports Network. We thank you for joining us on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, our website, or wherever you're watching from all around the nation. Our director, Jordan Shue, our replay operator, Dennis Glover, and then our cam ops, Rob Lynch, Alex Laverne, Eldon Wheeler, and Greg Sharton. I am JD Arlen joining you alongside Libby Kamen up here in the ISC broadcast booth. And we are about halfway through the day. Actually, we are halfway through the day with 32 completed. And so this is the qualification round. And Libby, if you could just give folks who maybe it's their first time watching, what happens after that qualification round 104 is reached?
Sure. So once we get through all of the qualification rounds, we'll use the ranking scores and those match averages that we keep discussing. You'll have a final ranking. There are 69 teams here at IRI, so rank 1 through 69, who has the most ranking points, who has the best qualification averages. Again, we're seeing about 14 teams right now with the highest average you could possibly have in the game, so lots of fun sorting to do from there. All of those teams will come out, they'll send a representative to what's called the Alliance Selection. So our FIRST Robotics competition games are played on alliances of 3. Those alliances will be formed because the 1st through 8th will be able to draft the teams that they would like. So what you'll see a lot of the students in the stands doing, of course they're cheering and they're having a good time, but they're also scouting. And they're taking very detailed, hopefully, notes on what all of these robots are doing. Because again, we have teams from different regions. So all these teams are scouting, they're deciding who is the best complementary partner to my robot. So if I'm the first seeded team, I'm going to say, what is the type of robot that best fits what I want to have in an alliance team? So we'll draft those alliances 1 through 8. They'll actually draft 4 total robots. You could almost have sort of someone to fill in for different competition roles. So the first seed through the 8th seed will pick. They'll do that again, and then 8th will pick back to 1, and we'll have 4 team alliances going into a playoff bracket. And then we have what should look super familiar to fans here on the ISC Sports Network, which is a playoff bracket.
Sure.
So teams will play a double elimination tournament in sort of a new bracket format for this year's challenge. Typically, it was a bit of a different format until this season. Teams are loving the new way of doing things, which is a double elim. And it's those 8 teams will all 8 alliances rather will all get matched up against each other after they've made that draft. So once the draft is complete, if you haven't been drafted, you may get called. I'm sorry, not here because there's 4 teams. typically when there's 3, you get called in as a backup.
Sure.
Here at the IRI, you pick your 4th team already, so the other teams will be out for the day, and then they'll play through that bracket to determine the Indiana Robotics Invitational champion.
She is Lemmy Kamen. She knows this very well. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been an awesome hour, and we're hoping to see you tomorrow, and best of luck to the Midnight Adventures.
Thank you very much. It's been awesome to be on here. Thanks for having me on, and we'll see you around. Thanks,
See you
JD.
around. Thanks. We're going to take a short break here on ISC Sports Network as we change our color analyst. When we come back, we'll have match number 33 for you. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the ISC Sports Network, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2023 Indiana Robotics Invitational on the ISC Sports Network. We are entering into qualification round 33 of 104. Just real quick to introduce the teams on the Red Alliance. It'll be Mort from Flanders, New Jersey, the Ratchet Rockers out of Wentzville, Missouri, the Robonauts out of League City, Texas, taking on the Blue Alliance, which is made up of Strike Force from Kalamazoo, the Hammerheads from Troy, and Nerdspark from Amiens, Michigan. I am JD Arlen, joined by my new color analyst, and that is Landon Hauk. Landon, thanks so much for joining us. So I see the jersey that you guys are from, 2468 Team Appreciate. Something that our YouTube comments have just been exploding about, and something that I want to ask you about. What's going on with the DDR pad?
So the DDR pad, the students have been wanting to do some sort of like robot dancing project. And one of our mentors actually suggested that, Greg McCaskill. And so they were like, what better controller to use than an actual dance pad, right?
Yeah.
So they haven't implemented all the robot dancing yet, but the DDR pad is controlling the LEDs on a robot this weekend.
The LEDs.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what we were wondering, if it was movement or what it is.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty hard to control a robot with that thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's fun. And, yeah, we've had a ton of people come up and
There
ask
it is.
about it. Yep, there it is. So.
Great kicks, too, on brand.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So that's George Tan with the Nikes. He's our coach. He's been doing FRC for a very long time. And then our driver, Catherine, with the vans. And then our other driver, Fletcher, is out there. So, yeah.
Exciting stuff. So 2460, where are you guys out of?
Austin, Texas.
So heck of a drive here in Indiana.
Yeah, we pulled the trailer. It was a 17-hour drive over 2 days. So, yeah, it was a longer one for sure. But it was a fun drive. We had some students in the truck and lots of conversations. But, yeah, excited to be here at IRI.
So what other off-season events do you guys participate in?
I'm not sure on this year. This is the only one that we've currently signed up for. But usually there's some in the Texas, southeastern Texas area, like Remix. They're doing TRI this weekend, so unfortunately we won't make it to that one. But, yeah, nothing else on the calendar for now.
60-59, a very close match number 33 as Blue Alliance pulls ahead, but just barely. And so how did the rest of your season go? I know Worlds wrapped up in your home state of Texas, and how did all that go?
So, funny thing is, we actually have 3 teams at our high school.
Oh.
So it's sort of like this progression. So the students start out on what's called Team Alpha. And so that's like first-year students. And then they go to, they sort of graduate to Team Apprentice. And then once they've been on Team Apprentice for 1 or 2 years, they'll go on to Team Appreciate. So 2 of our teams actually made it to Worlds this year. So this is like a whole program. Getting 2 teams to Worlds is awesome, but they happen to be in the same division. And so at the end of qualification rounds, we actually were able to pick our own team.
That's cool.
So we had Appreciate and Apprentice on an alliance together, along with Ranger Robotics, and one other. Unfortunately, I can't remember the name, but yeah. So we went to playoffs, and unfortunately, Appreciate flipped over in both matches that we had, and we lost both of them. So. Yeah, it was disappointing, but we had a ton of fun at Worlds. It was so
Good.
awesome.
Good. Yeah, exciting stuff. And
Yeah.
to be in Texas, I'm sure.
Oh yeah,
cool
it's
feeling.
close drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only like 2 hours, so.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Austin, not 17.
Yeah, much easier for sure.
13 seconds to go here in match 33, 146, 126. And it looks like we're getting all three on the tilt for red. No! And so blue was docked a long time ago, docked and engaged. Red was not. And so they tried to beat the buzzer to no avail. We'll see the final score. Go ahead.
I wonder if 11 and 1706 still got the engage though, even though 118 rolled off. Be interesting to see.
The lights were active until the very last moment. That might be when it counts. And the head official talking it over with the referees now. Well, we await the final score. We'll tell you who's up next. It's the Robo Blazers, the Indiana State champions from University High School. Maverick Robotics, also from Indiana in McCutcheon. And Prepatech Bot Busters from Nuevo Leon, that is in Monterrey in Mexico. They'll take on the Red Alliance made up of Otto from Forsyth Central High School in Georgia, Bison Robotics from Beechwood, Ohio, and Orbit, the team from Israel. So you don't call that a challenge, but a question for
Yes.
118.
Yes, so they go to the question box, and they're able to basically, speak to the referee, the head ref, about any questions they had regarding the rules or any actions that happened in the match. But they cannot show any sort of like match recording or any evidence or anything like that. It's just a conversation. And only the students can talk to the head ref. So they likely have a student down there right now. And actually what you'll see, well, I guess it's not on the screen, but their drive coach is sort of talking to the student, and then the student is talking to the head ref. But the drive coach cannot talk to the head ref. So there's sort of like this relay thing that goes on sometimes.
Sure.
It's kind of funny, but.
Making the students take accountability for
Exactly,
their team.
exactly.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. And now the officials will meet to discuss the challenge of the Robonauts. That is 118, who is having a conversation over there by the scorer's table. A replay of how it went. The Blue Alliance won this one by a very narrow margin. Here's the point of contention here. So they're on, engaged, and off, just like that.
So if you see the orange lights on the robots, it's called the RSL. And once those go solid, that means that the robot is disabled and essentially the match is over. And so what you saw there was 118 rolled off when their light was solid. So I don't think they'll get the engage because the ramp was tipped over after the match was over. So.
These might seem like small details. Here's a second look at it, thanks to our guys in the truck, Jordan, Dennis.
Solid and roll off, yeah. So, well, I couldn't tell if it went solid after they balanced. So, yeah, it's very close.
Here, we'll roll it back frame by frame for you, Landon.
And, okay. And off. And then come down. So the refs typically read like 3 seconds after the buzzer. So, yeah, it's very close. I guess we'll see what happens here. And head ref's talking to the Robonauts right now.
All that you're missing is introductions for the next one, so we'll update you if the score changes when we know more. Of course, this is a private conversation. And these points, even though that's 3-4 points, it matters for folks' averages, especially as we get later into the day. If you want to have a good position heading into day 2, and there's only going to be about 40 matches qualification tomorrow, and then the playoffs.
Yeah, every point counts here at IRI. A lot of teams at the top will likely have 4 ranking points, and so the next tiebreaker for rankings is your average match score. And so, yeah, every point counts. I mean, it could be a 1-point margin for first and second. And, you know, at IRI, the first team might not want to pick the second team. There's so many good teams here. I mean, it's the rankings always get shuffled up. So,
Yeah, earlier we heard that you'd almost be better off just throwing a dart at a dartboard.
Yeah.
Because it's such tough decision making.
Yeah, it's very tough decision making.
Who makes the final call? Is it the students themselves and the strategy committee, or
for picking teams?
Yes, for
so
drafting.
Every team is different. You know, some teams have this huge scouting team. Some teams might not have a scouting team at all. But at IRI, you typically have a pretty decent scouting team for most teams. But yeah, sometimes the students make the decisions. Sometimes the adults and the students make the decisions. Sometimes the adults make the decisions. I mean, it's different for every team, and there's no like correct way to do it. But yeah, there definitely is a lot of conversation that goes on. I mean, for our team, we stay up pretty late, you know, the night before our alliance selections to, you know, sort of determine who we want to pick. And we make this elaborate pick list, and we take in a ton of different data sources, and yeah, a lot goes into it.
So
Scouting is one of the most important things in first.
A late night in the Lafayette hotel scene.
Yeah, exactly.
Followed by an early morning.
Lots of robotics kids in hotel lobbies tonight, probably. Yeah.
This message brought to you by caffeine. 61-54, under 100 seconds to go. Red Alliance taking the narrow lead by just 1. So this is going to really come down to it. That big telescoping arm from 695, that's Bison Robotics from Beechwood, Ohio. Cooperation links lit up. Looks like Blue Alliance went for that first. So these scores can change quite a bit. If you're not familiar with the game, 3 pieces in a row is 1 link in one of those like color sections. So all blue or all gray.
Looks like we lost a cube in the center. We had 2 robots collide against each other with a cube in the center of them, and it just popped. Happens quite a bit here.
And I know at the Indiana State Championship, there were such an excess of cubes that were input.
Yeah.
Folks started to make clothes out of them. And hats and
chairs.
And chairs.
As we can see in the silent auction.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is that right?
That is a chair, yeah. It's taped together. I think there's, I think it was brought by Andy Mark, so.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Looks like Blue gets the tilt, assuming nobody breathes, they'll stay up there. 8 seconds to go. Red triple engage.
Looks like we have some supercharged nodes here on the red side. Something that I think is probably pretty common here.
Supercharged nodes meaning what?
So before championship this year, they made a rule change to where you can actually place more than 1 game object in each spot because towards the end of the regular season, you know, in the district championships, a lot of teams were actually getting very, very close to filling up the grid. And so I guess First HQ saw an opportunity to sort of extend the game a little bit. And so they introduced this thing called supercharging, which allows teams to score more points once they fill up the grid. And, you know, it was a big dilemma because, like, at Worlds, you know, we were thinking that filling up the grid would be pretty common. And a lot of strategy talk was arising because it's like you fill up the grid and then what do you do?
Yeah, play D, I guess.
Yeah, it's just
pretty
a race.
much all you got to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and there was some differing opinions on the rule change, but, you know, I think it was, you know, something that, yeah, I won't say my opinion on it, but, but
we've heard quite a few of the broadcasts today. So.
Yeah, I think it was all right, but
it is what it is. Yeah, makes sense.
You always want the robots playing the game rather than playing against the other alliance, right?
Right.
Defense is obviously a huge thing in FRC. and it's fun to watch. But you know, once you have an entire alliance that can no longer play the game and all they can do is play defense, then it gets to a point where it's like, okay, we need to do something about this, right?
Battle bots, or is it?
Yeah,
something
exactly,
else. So,
exactly.
yeah, that makes sense. That telescoping arm is huge. There's La Cucaracha, one of the faster robots in Indiana. Maverick Robotics from McCutcheon, about 15 minutes up the road. Take a drive down 421 here in Lafayette. You'll find them. Really solid play from Bison Robotics, a smooth drive team. And the triple engage on both sides, so all 6 robots off the carpet. It's extremely impressive. We've got 2 top 10 teams in this next one. CIS Becker Robotics out of Becker, Minnesota is ranked 4th. They're on the Blue Alliance. Strike Zone and Robotiers join them out of Lapeer, Michigan and Tremont, Illinois, respectively. On the other side, in the Red Alliance, it's Team Appreciate from Westlake High School in Austin, Texas. I think Landon's a little familiar with them.
A little bit.
Tremont, Illinois, on Robotiers. Cyber Cavs joins Team 2468 Appreciate. And Garrett Forward, their robot Zephyr from Oswego, Illinois. And so, Landon, you're obviously briefed on the strategy for Team Appreciate's play that they've got coming up. So what can we expect from you guys for this?
Well, for us, since we're on the right side, we've got that open lane. And so typically we'll try to fill up just the 9 scoring places in front of us. And then we'll work our way down. We try to avoid scoring on the far side because we don't have any sort of camera feedback. So it takes a long time to score over there, and cycle times are everything in this game, right? And so every extra second that you spend trying to score is time lost. So yeah, you'll probably see us try to score on the right first and then move towards the center if that's not filled up. Hopefully we'll see if their robot is working right now. So last match we actually had some issues. Replaced a Robo Rio because the SD card was not staying in, and then they also had to take apart the gearbox for the Cascade elevator because one of the motors was kind of loose in there. So we'll see if they got it fixed up. It was a pretty short turnaround.
That was during lunchtime, or when?
No, that was just it was after lunch.
Oh,
so,
just
a
few minutes ago.
Yeah, we had one of the first matches after lunch, and then ate some corn, and then got to fixing the robot. So
keeping it cash.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah,
it's good. One of the things that was talked about earlier, that everybody goes pro from first. It's really those soft skills that you might learn on the job or on display here at first. And so these kids learning how to problem solve and troubleshoot and quickly overcome major problems is something that they'll probably carry with them forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, coming back to the pit and, being organized and understanding what the problem is, how to fix it, and how to do it efficiently is huge on our team. And so we try to sort of preach, working together, communicating, going through the process of understanding the problem and then coming up with a solution. And yeah, it was on display there. So we'll see if they've got it fixed up. But yeah, it looks like, George is waving to me.
Team Appreciate saying hello.
Yeah. So it looks like we're good to go.
Autonomous underway. I love the headlight you guys have on there. Man, that thing's powerful.
Well, that's not us. That's 4678.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So you guys are docking.
Yep.
And it looks like you got the engage.
Yep. And they scored what looks like 2 game pieces, so I think they've done their job well.
How did this robot start out? compared to where it is now? What changed about your robot since you first designed it?
So one of the interesting things that happened early in the season is we didn't actually go for scoring high. And it's kind of a miracle that we're actually able to score high because the geometry worked out just right. So we went to our first event and only scored mid and low. And we found out after our first competition that, like, hey, if we sort of like put the arm out in a specific way and spit the cone out in a specific way and flip the arm up at the right time, that we can actually score high. And so the programmers did a great job of coming up with this sequence and code that would allow us to score high. And you'll see it when they come to score here if they're going high. Oh, no, they're just spitting out in the bottom. But, yeah, so just went for something low and then ended up turning into something high, which was nice throughout the course of the season.
112 to 94 with a minute to go. 3 links on the red side compared to 2 on blue. Cooperation link established. It's the Robotics in the center playing defense.
A lot of teams here with pincher intakes. I haven't seen a lot of those this season. So I wonder if it's sort of like a regional thing. Teams in certain areas tend to do that. 4678 looks to be super effective with it. A lot of teams like to sort of always go with an active intake, but I think this year was a great year for the sort of the pincher or grabber intakes.
We were told that this is one of the few pick and place games in the last couple of years.
Yeah. Well, we had COVID and we had 2 shooting games before this one, so it's been a long time. I think 2019 was the last pick and place, but it's going to be close here. I think blue has the edge, though.
167 to 160 before we count that triple dock.
2 full grids, that's insane.
Very high scoring. Keep in mind, folks at home, if this is your first time watching this game, when we were in Anderson, we were talking about how miraculous it was for teams to enter into the triple digits. The high score was 177. That's been broken almost every single match today, the Indiana high score. We'll get a look at the scoreboard in a second as we reset the playing field. Referees meeting for a second to try to determine what's going on.
Oh, red got it.
Wow, Red Alliance.
Penalty points. Penalty points. Got to stay clean.
So penalty points not necessarily deducted from the other team, but just added to their alliance.
Yeah.
The other opposing alliance.
Yeah. I'm not sure why it's that way. I think it would make sense in the first way that you said, but if a team scores 0 points and they get penalties, then they have negatives. So yeah, probably you add penalty points to the opposing team's score.
Gotcha. The Red Alliance, including Team Appreciate, take the win. Some highlights. What did you really like in that last match?
Just coming down to the wire and both teams filling up the grids. We probably had some supercharged nodes there. Blue and red, both amazing alliances. Red here, really cool 2 depth of field arm, or degree of freedom arm. Another 2 degree of freedom arm there.
The pincher intake you're talking about, is that 5460 on screen?
No, it was 4678, I believe.
Okay, so like the U shape.
Yes.
Then.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Maverick Robotics there. A lot of support just down the road. McCutcheon, no stranger to the Crawley Center here at Lafayette Jeff High School. All part of the North Central Conference here in the state of Indiana. As we get set to go for match 36. Moving right along. So this will be the Kilobytes, who's one of the host schools for today's festivities. Purple Precision and Hemlock's Gray Matter. Purple Precision out of Brownsburg. Hemlock's Gray Matter out of Hemlock, Michigan. It's the Fresta Valley Robotics Club from Warrenton, Virginia. The Krypton Cougars, from Hershey, PA. And the CC Shambots from Novi, Michigan.
So 3176 Purple Precision has a robot called an Everybot. So if you're not familiar, one of the teams here, 118, the Robonauts, comes out with I guess a low resource build for teams that don't have a lot of experience or funds or something of the sort. Something for those teams to build and be competitive with. And so, the Everybot is an awesome platform. The team that I coach at Westlake High School, Team Alpha, builds an Everybot every year. It's a group of first-year students. But this one is special because it actually has what looks like a ground intake as well as a swerve drive. So these guys did some upgrades and took an existing design from 118 and made it a bit better. And now they're here at IRI. So yeah, great job to them. That's awesome. And it just goes to show that not everything that you design in FRC has to be something that you came up with yourself. You can look at other teams for inspiration and even build upon what other teams have done. And that's one of the coolest things about FIRST. There's no patents here.
Yeah, a lot of cooperation.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the Cybertooth folks were talking about their experience with 118 and getting to meet them and being starstruck at first and then realizing, hey, they're just high schoolers too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Sirius playing the Alan Parsons Project, playing over the speakers. That's the Chicago Bulls starting lineup song, by the way. Very cool way to introduce the robots from here on out. Has that been going on the whole day? I'm just now noticing.
Not sure.
If you could design walkout music for your team, what do you think you would pick?
Oh, man. See, I'm not a huge music person, so I don't know how to answer that question. This song's pretty good, but.
And they're underway. Autonomous section, just 20 seconds. Kilobytes, their robot, the Willowbyte 3000 from Lawrence Township Schools, the McKenzie Center for Innovation and Technology docking. 2 successful docks in autonomous, so expect the extra rank points from that. 39-33 in favor of the Blue Alliance. A lot of contact at midfield as these cycles kind of overlapping one another. And that cone that's just in the middle, relatively untouched.
Yeah, so sometimes you'll see those game pieces out in the center of the field, and teams will pass by that can actually pick them up, and you can see 1024 is picking it up there, but sometimes they'll just pass by them because they want to be consistent with their cycles, and so they want to get across the field and just do their thing, grab their game piece from where they want to go every time, and then come back and score it. And maybe taking a detour and picking up that piece might cost them extra time because they got to fiddle with it or something. So
is it almost like muscle memory?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. I mean, some of the top teams in the world will just ignore a piece in the center of the field because it messes up the groove, I guess you could say, right? So not uncommon to see that.
90-87, Red establishing that link to pull them over, and this is going to come down to it. Less than a minute to go, only 2 points of separation. 3 links compared to 2, red to blue. Red 17-31, 25-39, and 59-07, taking on the 2 teams from Indiana as well as Hemlock's Gray Matter. It's 3:30 p.m., which means we got about 3.5 hours of action left here on the ISC Sports Network for today. They're trying to get to match number 68. At least that was the schedule at the beginning of the day.
stay in balance for a while here at the end of the match.
Two tilt compared to 3, blue to red. So blue probably has it with 7 links compared to the 5.
Yeah. I think red was just going for the RP there. Just wanted to make sure they secured that RP. They knew they were probably too far behind, so and that's common as well. Don't risk the RPs for trying to win when you know it might be too close for that.
RPs, of course, ranking points matter a lot. The top, at one point, 14 teams had all 4s. Right now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so the crew and I, Jordan, our director, is convinced that someone is hiding in there. And they're playing the long con, and eventually they're going to pop up and scare everybody, which I think would be hilarious, but it's with the McKenzie Career Center there.
Awesome.
The Kilobytes.
Yeah. They have to be very still, man.
They would have had to been still yesterday, too. They were here when we were setting all this up.
Oh, wow.
And they put the monkey in the stands to watch. I'll tell you what, I haven't walked by that thing all day, and I don't plan on it. So it's not going to be me.
It's going to jump out and get you.
No way. Oh, it's behind us. Oh, my goodness. It's right behind us.
Right there.
Right next to Alex, our camera guy.
Don't get too close to it, Alex.
So some replays as teams stretch to fill that bottom section. Get some extra points. Fill up those 5 links. That's going to get them a ranking point. What are the 4 things? 4 ranking points. What are the 4 things that can get you an RP?
So if you win, you get 2. And then if you score, what is it? I think it's like, I can't remember off the top of my head the amount of points. I think it's like 26 or something. But if you score 26, charge station points, you get an RP. And then if you get 6 links, you'll get an RP for that as well. But there's a little star there.
It
did jump out at you, huh?
It was me, yeah.
Oh, man. That's hilarious.
I used 100% of the filter.
Did you feel it breathing on you a little bit?
I did.
Yeah.
Put that in instant replay.
Oh, man. That's great.
Terrifying.
But, yeah, going back to the RPs, so what they call sustainability. If you get 6 links, then you get an RP. But if you score a link in the center portion of the grid, which is in gray, then you get to reduce, well, if both alliances do that, then both alliances reduce the amount of links they need to get the RP by 1, so then it would just be 5. I'm not sure if they did this for Worlds. I think they did do it for Worlds. They increased the amount of links that you need to get the RP by 1, so it used to be 5 and 4, now it's 6 and 5. So another thing where you have a higher level of play, and you need to sort of increase the difficulty for RPs in order to sort of balance out the game. Otherwise, you get what we see here. The top 8 teams have 4 RP, which is almost unheard of in the regular season. So,
yeah, that's it's a tough act to follow. That's perfection every time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And
qual average of 193 for Jack in the Bot. That's 194 for OP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Any reason why OP would be in second, Jack in the Bot would be in first?
Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. I think OP should be in first, according to this. Yeah, I'm not sure. But got a match going.
It's pretty close. Yeah, it's pretty close regardless. So the Robo Jackets, Jack in the Box, who is ranked #1 at the moment from Milk Creek, Washington. And the Steel Armadillos make up the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, it's the Wolfpack from South Bend, the Killer Bees from Auburn Hills, and Sequence from Raleigh, North Carolina. Killer Bees are 33, Sequence 78, 90. So dead even to begin with 115 seconds to go.
So one of the funny things about Jack in the Bot is that their robot is so small that in order to transport their robot, they do it as a check bag on a plane.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so they wrap it up in saran wrap, and then they just do it as a check bag. Whereas most other teams have to like take it in a trailer or put it in a crate and ship it or something. These guys, they just bring it on the plane.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Maybe you could put it in like a big dog kennel.
Yeah.
But yeah, that thing is small.
Yeah.
Probably pretty low center of gravity, harder to tip, or what's
I'd
the
be
thinking?
willing to bet it's one of the lowest center of gravity robots in first. That's sort of their specialty. They make very small, like well-packaged robots. You see this thing just comes out and goes and grabs the game piece. It's super quick, lightweight, and yeah, always impressive every year.
It's got those purple lights specializing in the cubes. Getting some airtime too.
Yeah.
Just not afraid to really ram into that charging station and use it like a skateboard ramp. Trapped over and then bumped into was Killer Bees, who had a difficult time grabbing on to that game piece. 30 seconds to go, 149, 132. Victory within reach for both squads. 78-90, gonna try a quick maneuver, but they decide to abandon it. And instead they're gonna try to dock. They're gonna try to tilt 3. Neither one engaged quite yet. 5 seconds to go. Blue tilts
Red.
3 and red. Yes.
Wow.
Question mark.
No, they got it.
They got it. Okay.
818's hanging off the edge, but it still counts as long as they're not touching the ground. And it's still tilted a little bit, but it's just enough to where the lights are still on. So
hard to do.
Yeah.
Especially with the low center of gravity that Back in the Box has. I mean, it's probably not the heaviest robot out there.
Absolutely not.
Blue Alliance does it. They tilt 3. Oh, just get it by 2 points.
Penalty points again. You got to stay clean.
That is difficult. Any idea what the penalty was assessed?
You know, the most common penalty is just touching somebody in their zone. So like a Red Alliance robot being in the blue zone and touching an opposing robot there. So it's likely something like that.
Some replays. Going on from the last matchup. As we see both teams very efficient at getting those cubes. Cube play very common in that last one, especially with the rule changes as they try to fill the lower nodes.
So many different designs here. There's another pincher bot. What was it? It's 4538, I believe. There's that. Just barely balanced. Nerve-wracking for the drivers there, coming down to the wire.
And with a loss, Jack in the Box probably going to drop down in the rankings.
Yeah.
Again, rankings not finalized until midday tomorrow. Well before Alliance selections.
Yep.
I'm sure some last-minute changes will need to be made. Move on to qualification 38. Representing blue, 1561, the Robo Ducks from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian High School and Las Gorillas maybe. 496 from Pontiac, Michigan. From the Red Alliance, it's the Hedgehogs, 587. Their machine, Hyperion, from Hillsborough, North Carolina. Night Vision from Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. And SPAM out of Florida. SPAM, an acronym that stands for Speed, Power, and Maneuverability.
It is Las Gorillas.
Las Gorillas.
Yes.
That's good. I
Believe-
thought at first that was the team from Mexico.
Yeah, no. They're from Michigan, Pontiac, Michigan. World champions in 2014, I believe. Can't remember if it was 2013 and 2014, but yeah, they had some very successful years back in the early 2010s. (1561) the Roboducks. They only do cubes, but still a very effective robot because this game is all about moving game pieces, and even though they can't score them high, they can still move game pieces for their teammates to pick up in the community. And the more game pieces you have in there, the easier it is to score. So it's all about getting game pieces from the feeder station to the community as fast as you can and scoring them as fast as you can.
These teams so experienced, they make the autonomous section look easy. Can't be easy to program.
Absolutely not.
Especially when things move.
Oh, 1561 can score high, but only cubes high. So they're sort of shooting them, and it is legal to shoot the cubes as long as you are touching the barrier of the community. So,
including the charge station.
yes, including the charge station.
What do you call that trap almost that they have on the front of theirs?
On 1561?
Yeah, what's the grabbing mechanism?
Just call it the intake.
Sure.
The rolly bit.
Right, right. But you said earlier the pinchers were becoming more common. And
Yeah. So, yeah, the pinchers are a bit more common this year. I'm not sure if it'll stick, though. But yeah, we just call that an active intake. So anything that has wheels that spin, that sort of grab a game object and bring it into the robot, it's called an active intake. Whereas the pinchers, I think you would typically call it like a passive intake, but it still has some activeness to it.
how long does it take to build and test these from conceptualization to the first competition?
So we start out in January, first Saturday in January, unless it's on like New Year's Day or something, but that's besides the point. So we start in January, we get a game manual, we get a game animation, and we spend basically the first day like outlining, what's important to do in the game, what's not important, what's hard, what's not hard to do. We also try to read the rule book and understand the rules because that's the most important part when it comes to building a robot. If you bring a robot to the competition that doesn't follow the rules, you might have to completely redesign your robot. So that's one of the most important things. And then we start, prototyping. So we sort of CAD out some prototypes of mechanisms, and then we go and cut those designs out on like birch wood or something with the laser. And we test those out, and we have a number of these prototypes. And once those prototypes are sort of finished and they're working, we try to sort of go down a path of like, what do we want to go with and stick to, right? We try to get that done pretty early so that we can actually finish early. Because one of the most important things is getting dry practice and ironing out all the bugs and doing iteration on your robot. I would rather take a robot that can't do everything in the game that we finish early and we're able to dry practice with than something that we finish last minute and don't drive at all. And so, yeah, the kids work incredibly hard throughout the season. It's that first sort of 6 to 7 weeks. And then once we go to our first competition, we'll do that, and then we'll have sort of like a post-mortem and understand what went right, what went wrong, what can we change in a reasonable amount of time before our next competition. And then we sort of just do that for each competition and iterate upon our robot and try to make things better. And just tiny little minute details can be a huge difference because they all add up. So that's sort of the build season, competition season for us.
That makes sense.
Yep.
What was the biggest obstacle that this specific robot had to overcome?
Probably scoring high. The thing about our robot this year is just so simple. It's only 2 mechanisms, and both mechanisms were pretty simple. So we didn't have a lot of like things to overcome, but the kids just made like small little changes, like, oh, we need to make this sprocket like this just a little bit bigger so that we have more engagement on the sprocket, because we were seeing some slipping when we were trying to go fast with our elevator. We added like a tensioner to the chain on our wrist so that it wouldn't have slop, and we could more reliably track where our intake was. Made like small little minute changes to the intake. I mean, I think they went through like 10 intake designs, but if you looked at it from like 20 feet away, you'd be like, that's the same thing, right? So just small little changes here and there that improve reliability, improve effectiveness, you know, so that's how it is sometimes, but sometimes you come up with an idea and it just doesn't work, and you got to go back to the drawing board. Unfortunately, we didn't have to do that this year, but you know, it happens. So sometimes teams will just completely redesign their entire robot. Like they'll go to their first event and they'll have one robot, and then the next event they show up and it's a completely different robot, and you're like, I haven't seen that before. But you know, it's all about iteration and changing things. And you know, if you fail at first, it's all right. Just try to figure out what went wrong and try to fix it.
Is that what you tell, because you said you coach specifically the Alpha team, which is the youngest entry-level kids?
Yeah, so yeah, we try to teach that, like, failure is a good thing as long as you harness that and do something with it. And so, like, the kids on Alpha, you know, they'll build the Everybot, and the Everybot, you know, they have, like, drawings and stuff that they read, and part lists and all that. And they'll put it together, but this is the first time they've ever put a robot together, right? And so there'll be things that are just like, oh, this is like a couple millimeters off here, or this chain has one too many links, and you know, we didn't put this on correctly, and now it's a little bit crooked. And so when we come out, when our arm comes out, you know, it hits against something else in the robot, you know. So they learn how to like identify those problems, and then come up with a solution and fix them. And when they do that, maybe some new problems arise, and then they go through the process again. And so, yeah, it's an engineering process in general, right?
Hard to teach, easy to talk about, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been doing this for, started in 2012, and it took me a long time to realize that.
Are you a first alum?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did your team do?
So,
When you were a student, I should say.
Yeah, so I was a student, started in 2012 for Team 364 out of Gulfport, Mississippi. And yeah, they did okay this year. Their robot was like really good, but they finished late, right? And so they didn't have a lot of time to like program and iterate and all that kind of stuff. But still a very impressive, very cool robot. Yeah, it took me a while to learn that whole process, and you know, first, you know, I wouldn't have learned that without first, right? So,
it is a really cool program. It's been around for longer than you think. Round 39, Hilltopper Robotics, 1732. 3641, the Flying Toasters, and 2614, Mars Mountaineer Area Robotics. Their robot, Marvin. Taking on blue, which is 1923, the Midnight Inventors. 5010, Indiana State Champion Tiger Dynasty. And host school, 1646 Precision Guesswork. That is Lafayette Jeff. I am JD Arlen up in the broadcast booth with Landon Hauk, who's an advisor with Team 2468 Appreciate. I have to ask, 2468 Appreciate, that's based on the famous high school cheer.
So
right?
I actually learned this story. So I've been with 2468 for about 2 years now, and I didn't learn this until just this past year. So Coach Morgan, the head coach of the team, was telling us they actually did not come up with that name originally, and it just so happened that like one of the students was in class one day, and this was like right after they got their number from registration, and the coach didn't know anything about what the name should be or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the story was, but the kid was like 2468. Who do you appreciate? And it was like a light bulb went off in his head. He's like, "That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that." So
Team Appreciate.
Yeah.
I'm sure high school football is a big deal in Texas. First, what's the first landscape look like in the Lone Star State?
Well, I was just talking to Coach today about how many teams we have in Austin. And I think we have like within an hour of our shop, like 20-something teams. So Texas moved to districts not too long ago. Lots of very, very great teams in Texas. Some of the powerhouse teams like 118, 148, 3310, 3005, 1477. I mean, you can name off a ton of teams that have either won the world championship or have gotten very close to it many times, right? So lots of rookie teams coming in too. So yeah, first in Texas, looking very healthy. Lots of great competition, and lots of kids learning a lot about engineering and robotics. So
143-123 the final score, and that one Red Alliance is going to take it despite not docking anybody. No penalty points though, and they take it by just 5 with a very full grid, a 31-point advantage on the grid, but then losing those points back on the charge station right at the end. So 3 ranking points instead of 4. Respawn Robotics, Control Z, and Sparky taking on Ratchet Rockers, Highlanders, and Hammerheads.
no, I'm good.
He is Landon Hauk. He's sticking with us past his shifts. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Provide a little commentary.
Enjoying this. This is fun.
Good, good. It's our third event for robotics here on the ISC Sports Network. We did the Indiana State Championship for the last 2 years, and now this is our first IRI. Hopefully a lot more robotics in the future on the ISC Sports Network. If you're new to the network or you're joining us on social media, check us out at iscsportsnetwork.com. $4.99 a month is our subscription. You get access to tens of thousands of high school and local events to the state of Indiana, as well as college tournaments over the years that we've done for our NAIA Division II and Division III partners. We're really excited for you to join us if this is your first time. We're here at the Crawley Center at Lafayette Jeff High School in Lafayette, Indiana for day 1 of 2 of this tournament in the qualification matches now. So no elimination going on at the moment. Teams fighting for RPs or rank points to separate themselves. And then the top 8 will draft partners in almost a snake style, but instead it'll be 1 through 8, and then number 1 will go again through 8. 8 will snake around back to 1. So they each draw 3 partners based on their skills and what they like to do. And then those teams will be set until the end of the competition, playoff style. Right now we're just trying to establish those rank points and give everybody the chance to play multiple times. The more you play in a qualification match, does that help or hurt your chances, because your robot is at risk of injury? the more you play?
So every team plays the same amount of matches. Yeah, you're going out there to play every time. I mean, if your robot's got a problem, still try to patch it up and get out there and play, because if you don't, then, I mean, your team's at sort of a disadvantage. You could always, like, play defense or something, right? So, yeah.
What kind of tools do you bring to make those repairs?
So I think it differs for every team. Some teams assemble their robots with rivets and gussets. Some teams assemble it with bolts and nuts, and some do it with a combination of the two. Some teams do welding. So there's a number of different ways to assemble your robot, but you know, the common tools are like your rivet gun and rivets, Allen keys and wrenches. Might need an angle grinder here. You might need a bandsaw there. So some teams will bring like a tabletop bandsaw. Some teams will even bring a 3D printer to their pit, because a 3D printed part might break and they need to print it at the venue, because you're not allowed to manufacture parts outside the venue and bring them in after the competition has started. And so you can actually do it at the venue. Yeah, and some competitions actually have a NASA machine shop. So I know down in Texas, I'm not sure if they do this up north, but Johnson Space Center will bring their like 18-wheeler machine shops to competition, and you can go up and they've got a sheet of paper and you can draw out what you want the guys in the machine shop to do, and they'll do it for you. So yeah, some pretty cool stuff.
Team Appreciate here to take some photos of our broadcast booth. It is pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I can only imagine what the NASA guys bring.
Yeah.
Must be pretty.
Yeah, they got lathes and hand mills and stuff in there. It's like a very, very cool 18-wheeler. Lots of cool tools in there. And you also get to hang out with some NASA technicians and engineers. So one of the cool things we had down there in Texas.
A lot of teams visiting here in Indiana. Again, if you are late to the party, we've got several teams from Ontario, Canada, as well as a team from Israel and a team from Mexico. 39-30, Blue Alliance in front. That's Respawn Robotics from Butler Tech High School, Control Z, a former state champion from Champaign, Illinois, and Sparky 384 from Virginia. Other side of the playing field, it's the Hammerheads from Troy, Highlanders from Fort Collins, Colorado, and the Ratchet Rockers from Missouri.
Ratchet Rockers built an incredible machine last year, and yet another incredible machine this year, competing at IRI. 4499, also a really cool robot with their little googly eyes on their intake. Robot's called Iceman.
Been told it's a Top Gun reference.
That's cool. 4096 coming over to score a cone. Relatively tame match here, not a lot of collisions or anything. Oh, we got one there. A little pushing match.
We've been told by the head official it's only a penalty if tipping occurs, and then the defending robot continues to push in, which we saw happen pretty much right after he said it.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's one of the things about this game is because you have to reach out so far, there's a lot of robots that have a very high center of gravity. And so this sort of like a controversy within, like, you know, the reffing this year. You know, there's been a lot of like red cards given out for robots tipping over from just like, you know, common impacts in the center of the field. Like the nature of this game, both alliances are going across the field back and forth. They're going to run into each other. It's not purposeful most of the time. In fact, pretty much all the time. And so some of these robots will tip over, and it's like, you know, it's just the nature of the game, right? And so unless a robot goes and like actually like pushes them over when they're already tipping, you know, shouldn't really be much of a foul there. if you've got a high CG robot, you got to look out for those things, right?
Yeah. For those who are less familiar with robotics, I think the best conclusion you can draw is like a flagrant 2 foul in basketball where it's clear that there's a malicious intent.
Yeah.
And 154 to 145 is going to be our final score for qualification match 40 out of 104. So about 28 matches left on the day. I'm not sure. They have it scheduled to end at 7 o'clock. I think we're about, unfortunately, I think we're about 38 minutes behind schedule. So we'll see if they opt to call it a day at 7 o'clock or if we are going to keep going until we get to that 68 number. Earlier, I was unclear with the schedule of lunch, so I'm not even going to take a guess, and we'll just see what happens and ride her out.
So you got Strike Force coming up. Very impressive machine.
Out of Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Beautiful
And
robot.
2 world championship wins as well. So some of these teams I'm sure you guys have come across at other events than just the IRI. Is that right?
Yeah, we come across these teams at Worlds. That's really our only chance outside of the off-season to see pretty much all the teams here except for, I think Robonauts is the only other Texas team here. So when you're in a district, you can go outside the district and play it like a regional or something, but you don't really gain district points that way. And so, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Got a little distracted.
You're good.
Got Jim Zondag here. How's it going?
Good.
So
just give me the rundown on what we're doing here.
Oh, we're going to take just a quick break as we change our color announcers just in between this match. When we come back, we will have qualification round 41 here on day 1 at IRI. Don't go anywhere. You're watching ISC Sports Network. We'll be right back from Lafayette. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks. Appreciate it. You want to take this headset? We are back here at Lafayette Jeff High School in the Crawley Center. J.D. Arlen now joined by Jim Zondag, who is a mentor here at First. Tell us a little bit about your involvement with Team 33. The bee, I love you've got the bee safety glasses on, you've got the hat with the bumblebee. What's the story behind that?
Yeah, so my name is Jim Zondag. I am lead mentor for the Killer Bees. We're a First Robotics team out of Auburn Hills, Michigan, which is up on the north side of Detroit. I've been the lead mentor on that team for the past 26 years. So long-standing team here in FRC. And yeah, glad to be here. So lots of great competition going on the field. The Killer Bees, yeah, again, we're one of the oldest teams in the state of Michigan and one of the winningest teams in the history of First.
So what's the Killer Bees? How did you guys come about this branding design?
Believe it or not, early in the days of the team, like the first couple years, they would sort of change the team brand every couple of years. But I work for Chrysler, and originally we wanted to be the Super Bees, but our Dodge brand marketing people told us that was trademarked and that we shouldn't do that. But we liked the bee theme, and we went with the Killer Bees as the closest derivative that we could do.
Very cool. Yeah, Fiat Chrysler, big in Auburn Hills. My father works there.
Oh, great.
As well. I know many SVRs of the past and present are mentors and volunteers as well. So always good to see another member of the Chrysler fam. The Killer Bees, tell us a little bit about how you did this season and how Worlds went for you guys.
We had a really good season again. We played 2 districts in Michigan. We did not win at either of those 2, but we did well enough to qualify for states. We were basically 3rd at both of them. You know, that's out of 40, so that's pretty good. in both cases. And then we were division semifinalist at the state championship, and then we were division finalist at the world championship in the Archimedes division. We just narrowly missed going to Einstein, going to 3 rounds in the finals. So really had a really good season for our team. It's been rebuilding years post-COVID to bring the team back up, but it's great. Here we go.
And so we are underway with qualification match 41, again of 104. Red Alliance made up of Wild Stang from Arlington Heights, Bison Robotics from Beechwood, Ohio, and the Digital Dislocators from Manchester, Michigan. On the other side, the Blue Alliance, Mukwanago Bears from Mukwanago, Wisconsin, Strike Force from Kalamazoo, and Burnsville Senior High School is the last match, is the last team, rather, from that Blue Alliance. And so already quickly off to the races is the Red Alliance. Pretty solid performance in the autonomous portion. Bison Robotics, one of the teams we've seen have great success today, ranked 15, so just outside of that top 8, but qualifying an average of 180. That's really good when you look at the scores from the beginning of the season.
Yeah, it's amazing they have an average of 180, seeing sometimes losing matches up approaching 200 in this game with this level of elite play. And this is a great match. Like, we have 2, multi-time world champions competing against each other in opposite colors here in match 70.
And that is Strike Force, and then who else?
Wild Stang has a 4-time world champion, Wild Stang. 111.
Wild Stang 111. Robot Maurice. People call it Maurice. And a lot of defense being played. So Killer Bees, you guys have a bigger robot with a bigger frame. What was the thinking on designing that rather than some of the ones we've seen that are lower to the ground?
It's tall. Believe it or not, the main reason it's tall is really just the positioning of the camera. It seems kind of ridiculous, but we wanted the camera up as high and a downward-looking angle for the automated scoring as possible, and the only way to do that was to build a frame that was tall. The robot is actually fairly small and compact, but yeah, it has a presence because it has large side panels. Yeah, this is a pretty close match. There's still only 7 points separating going into endgame here, so it's really going to come down to sticking to balance. Looks like we're going for a double and a triple here on red, triple on blue. It'll be about pulling this off for the win with an 8-point gap. Blue's got it, red's got it, so looks like it's a win for red.
Red able to tilt 3 at the last second. Blue able to get 3 up as well, but already behind red, so we'll see what the final scores is. It all comes down to those penalty points.
Yeah, I did not see any flags close to the end game, so typically they'll go on the board in near real time when they're called. So if we haven't seen them, they're probably not there, but always wait for final.
As we see the next section head on into the pits, those really cool fire uniforms.
I love the fire suits. I don't know where you buy those, but they're cool.
That is, yeah, that is really, really something.
I love the hat too, the foam hat. Here we go with the replay on autonomous.
And so what are you looking for here that really separates the good from the great in the autonomous section?
Here come our score, the Red Alliance with the win. But on your question, really, one of the key hallmarks to a great autonomous is the floor clear afterwards. All 3 robots are going to start with a preload piece, and then there's up to 4 pieces on the floor near the middle of the field on the opposite side of the charge station. So can all 4 of those playing pieces from the floor be collected and scored during the autonomous mode, and a robot is balanced on the charge station at the end. If you do that, you pretty much are yielding as many points as you can take out of those bonuses from the autonomous mode, which puts you in a really good position to win the match. if you watch the game flow on this game, right, it tends to be tit for tat, piece for piece, back and forth, back and forth. If you start with a large lead coming out of autonomous, it's basically yours to lose from that point on. You just have to keep up with the pace of the other team. And the replay there, solid balances by both alliances, double, triple. Very common here at the IRI.
Definitely a high-scoring affair throughout the entirety of this competition. It only took 2 qualification matches for someone to break the 200 mark. Just goes to show you the skill level. And then, of course, the diversity in teams. We've got teams like you guys from Michigan, all around Indiana, and then, of course, other countries in Mexico, Israel, several from Canada and the Ontario region. So it almost feels like a world championship environment here in Lafayette.
Yeah, the great thing about the IRI way back in the beginning, I think it really started from timing and then geography. They wanted to have an off-season in Kokomo way back in 2000, and they just happened to be conveniently located between East Michigan, West Michigan, Chicago, some of the Indiana powerhouse teams, Arkansas, and everything was within driving distance that you could get a lot of great teams here for this event, and it really turned into an all-star game within a few years of it being founded.
So you guys have been coming to this for quite some time.
Yeah, we've come to every single one except the very first one. But yeah, after the first year, we actually wanted to go the first year, but it conflicted with some personal holidays, and then we made a point of going from every year thereafter.
So the 21st time you've been up around here would be 22, but of course a gap for the pandemic slowed things down. Other than that, it's been every year in several different sites. What's it like having a pit so close to the playing field?
It's really nice, right? You never have to worry about missing a match. It's really nice, and I want to thank Chris Foltz, who's one of the event coordinators, right? Offered those up to teams with long-standing tenure of attendance at the event, and as the team with the longest standing, we got the front row pit there. It's great. It's nice. We can watch every match.
So the Killer Bees located just below our broadcast booth, off to the bottom right-hand corner of your screen right now. It's where there's 2 gentlemen in the teal are standing. If you went about back right from them, that's where the Killer Bees located. Same view as us. They're going to stop the presses for a second.
Open the gates. Got a preload. There we go. We forgot the preload. Who's that on 1746? It's Team Otto. Yep.
Team Otto matched up with Maverick Robotics from McCutcheon High School and CIS Becker Robotics from Becker, Minnesota. They'll face off against Nerd Spark from, is this Albion?
Albion.
Albion, yep. Okay. I've been saying it wrong all day. The Crusaders from Hawaii and the Bronco Bots from Lee Summit, Missouri. All right, this time for real. Okay, we'll get underway with the autonomous. So right away you notice a relatively clear midsection of the field as the attempted dock for 4607 will not work. 93-12 able to get some of those points there. 45-39 Blue Alliance with the early lead, but oh no, 4270 stalled at the start.
4270 stalled, so we'll see if they come back. It looks like I still see light on in the robot, indicates they still have electrical power. If their radio or their Robo-Rio, which is the main computer, resets, it can take 30 to 60 seconds for the robot to recover from that. Generally, it indicates a loose wire somewhere when this happens.
So it doesn't sound like a career-ending injury for their robot.
Probably not, but if they can recover, they can. The 2 alliances are pretty well matched with only an 11-point gap at the moment, despite being a man down on blue. And it looks like they're moving again. Yep, there they come back. So
the power play ends for the Red Alliance. 96-83. Blue Alliance holding their own down a man.
Yep, 4270 looks like they're actively playing defense, but they're in the red loading zone, so that's a really dangerous place to be. They're going to take penalties being there. Yeah, you just see the ref waved a flag and gave a penalty on blue. He's disabled in a penalty zone, which is a really bad thing, and there's another one.
So he's just going to keep getting penalties.
He's going to hit him every time in and out, and we're going to just keep giving penalties unless the robot is like formally disabled.
That is really tough.
Yeah, it's terrible to have a breakdown in this location.
151 to 97. Not much hope for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, because I've seen 6 or 7 penalties already just on 42-70. So that's a big loss for the Blue Alliance, taking all those penalty points for the other side.
158, 122, 20 seconds to go. Nobody docked
Still,
yet.
nearly
42-70 recovers, and they're just going to dock. Get out of the way, they said.
Yeah, and now 7 links to 6, so but clear advantage for the red going into the end game. Let's see if the Red Alliance can get on. Oh, they're abandoning. We got 2 seconds. Can they do it? And at the last second, they get 1, but just a dock with no engage on the Red Alliance, but it doesn't matter. They had a 40-point lead nearly going into the end game.
And the match is under review just because of how many penalties, I'm sure. Head official wants to talk it over with some of the referees. No instant replay at this event, so they're just going to have to go off of what they saw, much like umpires in a baseball game of old.
Yeah, it'll be up to the head ref to determine how many of those penalties they think were on the team. If you break down and are totally disabled, some of those penalties may not actually apply and may be retracted later. So we'll see. We'll see what the head ref decides.
Getting set for qualification, 43 of 104. 43 of 68 today. This one will be Hollywood from Holly, Michigan, Sabre Robotics from Sartell, Minnesota, and OP Robotics from Stony Creek, Ontario, who is in first place and the defending champion at the moment.
Yeah, OP, as you probably talked about before, has a long history of being the winningest team ever at this event, having won many times over the years at the IRI. And again, one of the best teams in the history of the FRC as well.
An IRI perennial powerhouse, a form of OP Robotics.
On the other side, though, we have, Orbit all the way from Israel, probably the top team from the country of Israel, coming all the way over here to Lafayette to play robots here in the United States.
Exciting stuff, leaving their robot at Andy Mark and then practicing only for a couple of days before this competition, performing all the required maintenance they need. So operating their season on their practice bot in Israel and then coming over here for this. Orbit, their robot, it's called Dexter from Israel. So for the last match, red will win. Penalty points are 25, but 17 assessed to red as well. So blue will get those 17 back. 190 to 165 the final score, and we can kind of see where things start to go wrong for the Blue Alliance.
But again, solid autonomous here with all the pieces off the floor. For the Red Alliance, and here a nice.
Looks like one cycle was able to be completed for 42-70, and then it just dies.
Just dies right after the autonomous mode. So the NerdSpark team here, again, excellent new young team in the state of Michigan. It's a community team from Albion. They did middle school robotics for years and have moved up into FIRST Robotics now that some of their older students are in high school. So they're a great new entry there on the Blue Alliance.
A true rookie squad as well.
That's right.
And they'll have to install a pretty big trophy cabinet as well, looking at some of their accolades
for sure
from this past season.
For sure. Yeah, kind of a messy balance attempt here by the Red Alliance, but they were so far ahead, they really didn't need the third robot on the ramp.
So we met the Red Alliance, talked a little bit about Orbit. With Orbit will be the Comets from Grand Rapids and Wings of Fire from Pontiac. And that is such a cool story with their robot Phoenix 2.0, of course, named from the two schools combining, creating their own thing from an antiquated number. So 51, a little bit misleading. They're not that old in the state of Michigan, but they're using an old number to promote a new team.
But they are. So long ago, Team 47 is one of the foundations of Team 51, and they were founded in 1996, I believe, same year that my team, the Killer Bees, was founded, and they came from Pontiac Central High School, which eventually was amalgamated. Pontiac Northern High School, Pontiac Central High School was Team 65 and Team 47. They brought them together. They picked a number between the two of those long-standing legacy teams.
So Pontiac became one high school?
Yeah, it became one high school. So again, another great team, long-standing, real long history of greatness of many, many great robots over their 28-year history.
8 seconds left on the autonomous mode, neck and neck.
Yep, Orbit with the last piece coming in here, and looks like it's good. Nice job.
50 to 31 as the bell sounds for the human-operated part of this.
A little bit of proactive defense on Orbit. Orbit still struggling to pick up a piece from the floor, and they got it.
And that can be the case with those passive intake pincher arms. I love the googly eyes on Hollywood from Holly, Michigan.
Yeah, it's really great. They have a really good brand and a really good team. Again, they played last week at a tournament up in Michigan, so they're fresh from competing just a few days ago.
OP Robotics made that repair earlier when their outside white casing came off.
Yep, I talked to Tyler, their team leader, this morning before we started playing. He said, yeah, somehow it had been run over and cracked. That was before it fell off, so I'm sure they've put more duct tape on it to keep it on their vehicle.
Held together with duct tape and a whole lot of science.
But here with about a minute to go, we're pretty much still a tied game. OP is in the #1 position right now, but is working to keep up here against this strong alliance of 51 Comets and Orbit. Comets being #1 seed in one of the divisions at the Michigan State Championship, perennially strong team from the West Michigan area.
40 seconds to go, 143, 129, Blue Alliance in front, and quickly approaching a full board with 8 links. They may be able to get the full board and then start creating those supercharged nodes.
And here we go, we got 9 links on the Blue Alliance now. Still a tight score, just a 4-point lead with 12 seconds.
Check out double tilt 3. 60-45 is just hanging on by a thread. But you can have wheels off and just can't touch the ground.
1 second. Looks like it's a 1-point advantage for the Blue Alliance at this high score. I think the final will be 196 to 195. We'll wait for the final score from the refs. But that was a really tight match and shows again, OP Robotics, always strong to the finish, keeping up despite, some disadvantage mid-match, but they're super powerhouse team against a great trio like what's on the Blue Alliance. And some debate on the refs. So if there's maybe yes, no, thumbs up, thumbs down. We'll see what they decide.
We need bad lip reading here.
Yeah, exactly.
And so the penalty points are probably what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, this is a game of really, really thin margins. Even the World Championship this year was won by 1 point in the very last match of the finals at the World Championship, a 1-point game. So here we go. And it's blue. So the Orbit Alliance pulls it out.
You were right.
Yeah, 196, 195, but just phenomenal. That does drop OP down into 6th and bumps up all 3 members of the Blue Alliance.
So staying away from those penalty points means the
Yep.
difference between
It does.
winning and losing. And was it so close because of the similar play styles?
Yeah, I mean, they both had very high scoring. You know, we had 9 links on the Blue Alliance, right? Again, filling the grid. If you watch this, here's Orbit with the 3-piece autonomous. Red had 5 penalty points. Yeah.
So, yeah, those 5 penalty points, like our graphic showed, just made the difference.
Yep.
And those common penalties can be as simple as, you know, brushing into the wrong zone or.
Yeah, I did not see the flag on this one to be able to cite what the infraction was, but it was nothing really overt. But yeah, if you have extension out and cross the corner of your opponent's loading zone, you can take a 5-point penalty. If you touch somebody with the extended intake, it's very easy to get those as well.
It's almost like a holding penalty in football. It's extremely common, or a common foul in basketball. So we move on. Round 44, Mars Wars and their Robot Atlas from Metamora, Illinois. Super Duper Robotics from Purdue Polytech, who's in 6th place at the moment, with a qual average of 183. Prepatech Busters, their Robot Slimer from Monterrey, Mexico. That makes up the Red Alliance. Blue is Mort from Flanders, New Jersey. The Tractor Technicians from Mason, Michigan. And Garrett Forward, who's in 3rd place from Oswego, Illinois. Tractor Technicians, another one with a very large frame and a very heavy build. We saw them help out a teammate earlier today and push them back over so that they could keep going in the running.
Yeah, that's great when you can see that. Sometimes teams can do a recovery action and upright a robot that's tipped over. A lot of the robots are very bottom heavy, so even if they tip over, almost all of the weight is down in the drivetrain. So sometimes if they have a good push point, they can be flipped back up.
How hard is it to recover your own robot from falling over and trying to use that arm, but obviously not break it?
It really depends on robot by robot, whether you have a device which can lever it back up. My own team has done it once at the first tournament we went to. We were at Kettering University. We face planted the robot. He put the brakes on going downhill over the charge station, and the robot fell on its face. And then we flipped the intake out and it went back on its wheels, and we proceeded to win. So that was great.
No penalty for tripping.
No penalty for tripping. That's right. That's right.
And we are underway. Match 44, 15 seconds on the clock for that autonomous period.
Quick score by the Red Alliance, a miss by the
Mort.
Red Alliance. Garrett Forward also missing the second grab.
Both teams docked and engaged. Mort almost able to make a play at that game piece during autonomous, but then making the business decision to switch it up and move back over. And it looks like Mort's grab arm is not functional.
That's kind of the way it's looking to me too, right now. So
it's kind of dragging against the floor, and they're playing defense, trying to.
Yeah, it looks definitely like Mort's arm is broken. They are picking up a cube. Let's see if they go to score it low. That's what they're going to do. They're going to try to cycle cubes low. Their arm looks like it's hanging by belts or wires dragging behind it. So we'll see how they fare in this match. But Red with the advantage now, 25-point lead by the Red Alliance, even more now as the scores continue to climb.
So Mort going to sit this one out, decide to dock, which will be difficult with that arm hanging off.
Yeah, if it touches the floor outside the charging station envelope, it can be on the inclined portion of the ramp, but it cannot touch the carpet. So we'll see if they can balance with their partners with that hanging off to one side.
So a very dangerous dock ahead.
That's right.
For Blue Alliance.
Yeah, Red Alliance continue to move into the lead, but here's a 3-on-2 match effectively with Mort sitting it out.
121.94. 40 seconds to go. And Mort's going to change direction, looks like.
Yep.
Red Alliance moving right along. Cooperation light, active, 4 links apiece, 131 to 107.
Yeah, I got 5 links now in the bonus with the Red Alliance.
9 links is a full board, by the way. I doubt we'll see that with only 15 to go. 148, 118. And here comes the difficult task of docking for the Blue Alliance. They're just going to try to get 2 on, maybe.
And they sink 2. Looks like they got the bonus for 2, so 20-point bonus for the Blue Alliance, but the Red with a 152 to 127 advantage going into end game. Looks like that'll be at parity for a final score we expect of 172 to 147. We'll see if there's any penalties still pending.
And here's a look at that arm.
Yep.
Holding on by wires. You're right. Red Alliance is going to win it. 174, 149.
Yep.
Mort still in, Mort number 11 in 62nd place. Check out the 2 top 5 teams in Red Alliance there as well. So Mort gonna have to head straight back to the Dennis Blind Gymnasium and check that out. They have a really cool pit section. Have you seen the light?
It really is pretty neat in their pit. But yeah, they've got some repairs to do. That arm looks like it's held only on by the wires.
And so how do you even go about repairing something like that on the fly? Just got to screw it in and hope for the best? Or?
Yeah, it really depends. Again, that's a telescoping device. You can see it slides in and out of the other. Oh, no, it's a pivot. I'm sorry. If you can see the axle there now in the view, it came out of the pivot axle. So they can probably repair that. Most of the better teams will have emergency repair parts for a lot of critical components that are likely to break. And if you walk around the pitch, you'll see that. You'll see complete end effectors, drivetrain modules, and other things. Let's see if we can see where that break occurred in any of this replay. It's on the Blue Alliance that we're looking.
We might not see it break per se, but
it's wagging
it's
pretty
definitely
good
here. Not all the way in. Yeah, and then
there
from that point out, it's just he's going to have to wait over there and change direction and try to balance. Impressive that Blue Alliance was still able to dock even too.
Yeah. Yeah, again, Mort did a good job of getting out of the way, leaving space for their partner, but they couldn't make up for the scoring deficit being a man down the whole match. But nice double balance. The Red Alliance didn't need a triple balance there. There's the Beak Squad with their big illuminated 40-28 sign up in the stands, showing some love for their team. Again, division finalists at the World Championship, Beak Squad 40-28.
Beak Squad from Cincinnati, 1-2 on the day, 1-2 with an average of 163.
Average of 163, but only 1 win so far.
Really good teams. Average rank points of 2.3 is going to take them out of the contention for the top 8 spots, at least for now. We check on that. Jack in the Bot is ranked number 1. Then it's Garrett Forward with 183. Krypton Cougars, 179.5. Adam Bots at 182.3. 5, 6, 7, 8 is Super Duper. OP, the Hedgehogs, and CIS. OP Robotics falling 5 spots since the last time we saw them, just purely based on their rank points, which were at first all 4s, and now sitting at a 3.5.
Yeah, they took a 2 with that narrow loss on the last one, just on a single penalty. So our number 4 seeded team, 245 Adam Bots, on the field now for the Blue Alliance. We'll see if they can win this to maintain that top rank here in the top 8.
Adam Bots average a 182.33, and they have a perfect rank points average of 4.
Yep, 3-0 right now, going into their 4th round of qualifying here at the IRI.
And how many rounds of qualifying do each team get?
We're doing 9 here at this event. So approaching the midpoint. This is the 4th time through for most of the teams.
See 195 getting ready. That's Cyber Knights from Southington, Connecticut.
Yeah, again, phenomenal team, very long history, former champion, and just a great all-around team. They have a great robot center pivot, double-ended scoring robot this year. Very elegant design.
When's the next time we'll see the Killer Bees out there?
Killer Bees are playing here. They're probably on deck. Looks like they're not quite on deck. I think they were in...
Guys are 33.
Yeah, 33.
See the next time. Looking it up right now.
Yeah, 49. Match 49. We're playing 45, so 4 more matches.
You'll still be here to break it down with us.
I'll still be here to break it down with you.
That's exciting.
My co-lead, Daniel Mervar, will be coaching for match 49. And look at that hit, but 118 stays on their wheels after a check from Beak Squad.
The Robonauts, very heavy robot. Cyber Knights almost tipped over from the sheer acceleration.
Yep, very fast robot, but the whole upper section tilts, which moves the center of gravity around pretty aggressively as they drive. A small footprint robot. Can make it easier to balance with your partners and fit through traffic, but also makes it easier to tip over with a small footprint.
Especially in a match as physical as IRI.
Yeah, a lot of the high speeds in this game. So there's a lot of, hard contact. Robots, they'll do 16 feet per second, possibly even higher, so you can get closing speeds in excess of 30 feet per second with robots going opposite directions.
Of course, that sounds nice, but to the untrained ear, what is 30 feet per second?
20 miles an hour.
It's pretty fast.
Yeah. So it's pretty fast. And I would say it's like if you had washing machines. Robots are about the same size and weight as a washing machine in footprint. So if these were washing machines careening around on the field at 15 miles an hour, that's basically what this is. So yeah, lots of hard contact. That's why the bumpers are so important to be in the design specifications from first. In the years before bumpers, robots took a lot more damage during matches. Going into the end game now with 30-second bell. Still very tight match, only 6-point gap here on the board with a slight advantage for blue, but red picking it back up.
Red already with 9 links, both now with 9 links, so a full board that might try to supercharge some of those nodes. Instead, they're trying to tilt 3s. 5 seconds to go, neither one fully ready. Looks like blue's gotten there.
And looks like
and
blue,
red won't get there.
And that's going to be a win for Atom Bots, Cyber Knights, and the Robonauts, again from the Blue Alliance, it looks like. We'll wait for the final score, but that should keep 245 up in 4th place or possibly move them even higher, because that'll be another they're a ranking average. Some debris on the field, body panels. Looks like it's a Velcro attached body panel, so that is the type of part that is likely to be jettisoned in a hard collision with only Velcro attaching it.
Doesn't seem too important to the internals of a robot.
And the Blue Alliance pulls it off.
2:03, a big score for a big performance. And moving into 2nd place is the Atom Bots up from 4th. So that'll get them 4 ranking points, and they'll stay perfect.
Yep, all the members of the Blue Alliance moving up. Atom Bots, again, securing, further entrenchment of their top ranking. So that's great. Again,
so tonight, they're going to have the opportunity to talk about what they might want to draft tomorrow.
Yeah, that's really great. Atom Bots, too. Killer Bees, we're from Auburn Hills, Michigan. They're right up the street in Rochester, Michigan, probably only about 5 miles away from where we are in Greater Detroit. Again, it's a big robot, Atom Bots, but they're using it very effectively.
Something that 2468 brought up when he was up here was talking about regional differences with robots and the active and passive intakes that are common in Midwest robots. The pinchers way more common up north. Do you see that?
Some of that. You tend to get a lot of read across through social networks, I find, right? Teams that work with each other will develop a relationship with each other, will share ideas early in the build and design cycle, and then you'll tend to have, I guess, regional themes to robot design and construction.
That makes sense. All around the state, a lot of cooperation. And those pits are back to back to back. There's also, as big as Lafayette, Indiana is, there's only so many hotels. So
it's kind of cool. All the hotels right around this venue are just filled with robot trailers in the parking lots and colored shirts at the breakfast tables in the hotels.
The pool at our hotel was very lively, which is good to see, good to hear.
And there's Team Comets in their pit. Again, they have a field side pit in the arena. They're one of the champions from last year in 2022, Team Comets from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
We meet qualification 46. It's Team Dave, Cybertooth, and Makeshift Robots from Ontario on one side. On the other side, West Side Boiler Invasion, Bedford Express, and the Robo Blazers. West Side Boiler Invasion, Robo Blazers faced off for an Indiana state title. Team high score today of 193. West Side Boiler Invasion, a sneaky good program with a very fast robot.
Yeah, and again, kind of a home team here from right here, West Lafayette. So great long-standing team from the Midwest, West Side Boilers. And Cybertooth, also from Kokomo, again, spun out of Team 45, also a Kokomo team, one of the older teams in the Midwest.
West Side Boiler Invasion wears those like an alien invasion. Love their logo.
Love the logo.
Yeah, it's a little 8-bit cat with the lightsaber, I think. So very interesting originality. We saw from 2468 they were using a Dance Dance Revolution pad to control the LEDs.
Yes.
So that's pretty exciting stuff.
A lot of creative stuff when it comes to just about every aspect of the creation of the robot, including driver controls, like you said. Seen teams driving with Guitar Hero guitar.
Here's the autonomous section. It looks like 3683 thought about going for those game pieces, instead chose to dock. Successful dock and engage on both sides. There's still a lot of game pieces left over right in the middle.
Yeah, 1023 grabbed one at the end of autonomous. They're going to try to score it in tele-op. Again, nice what we call a telescoping pink arm on that 1023 robot. And long-standing top team from Michigan, from Bedford, Michigan. Yeah, it looks like Makeshift is flipped over on their side.
They're trying to get up, trying to engage that arm to knock them over, asking for help from their alliance.
Yeah, it looks like that's unlikely. Their arm rotates in the opposite direction from the side they've fallen on.
And the more they touch that charge station, the more they are penalized.
Yeah, so they furled their arm in to try to avoid further penalties.
So staying out of the way is Makeshift Robotics. A tough break for Cybertooth and Team Dave, who had Cybertooth had some bad luck in the state title. Of course, then good luck in getting a bid to the world competition where they eventually were division finalists.
And at the midway point now, Blue pulling into the lead, being 3 robots to 2. Red held on to the lead for the first 60 seconds, but it's a Blue game now.
And it looks like West Side Boiler Invasion is stuck as well.
Yeah, they look just inactive on the side of the field. They're, you can see their RSL, their robot signal light at the top of the vehicle is still flashing, so they still have main power, but looks like they've lost connection to the radio.
So that reset, I've heard, can take up to 60 to 90 seconds.
Yeah, depending on the nature of the reset. Looks like they're moving again, though, so here come Boilers again. So that was probably a radio reset, which is about a 30-second pause in the action if the radio resets, so probably a loose wire somewhere on the vehicle. And they're going to go for the triple balance. And with 7 seconds to go, we got 3 for blue, 2 for red. So Blue Alliance looks like they're going to take this one with a 10-point advantage going into the end game and a 10-point advantage in the bonus from the end game. So probably about a 20, 22-point win for blue here.
It was 122 to 110. As Makeshift Robotics is going to have to figure out what happened. Take it back to pit lane and take it apart.
Yeah, I think there's dynamics coming over the ramp. Honestly, and there it is, 152 to 130. The Blue Alliance, all 3 members moving up. Relatively lower ranks on all 6 teams here on the field. Boilers in the top 24 now, moving up in the 23rd.
West Lafayette, of course, home of the Boilermakers. You're pretty close to Ann Arbor. Does that make you a Michigan fan?
Michigan fan. My son goes to state,
okay.
So.
Big collision.
Big collision, look at that.
And that's what ended up doing it.
Yeah, it didn't look like anything intentional was there. Makeshift was moving at high speed and collided with another robot. So I don't think there'll be a red card or any severe penalty action on that.
No, and you saw West Lafayette back up for a moment as well.
Yeah. So
as soon as they saw him start to tip, they were like out of there.
Yeah, sometimes tipping over is your own fault. So there's no penalty for the other team, even if you bounced off of them.
Cybertooth able to dock there, 36.83.
Yep, Team Dave from Canada, from Waterloo, Ontario, and here's the nice triple balance coming in. Triple balance coming in for the Blue Alliance. And now we're setting up for match 46?
47.
47. 47.
Team Appreciate, Night Vision, Hammerheads on one side, Precision Guessworks, the Hedgehogs and Hilltopper Robotics on the other.
And Night Vision, one of our 2022 world champions from 2022.
Night Vision out of Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. They say their high-scoring, award-winning climber bot features a double flywheel in their cargo delivery system to reduce cycle times. Can you translate that to maybe the casual robotics watcher?
I am not sure, because a double flywheel on the cargo, that sounds like a description of last year's robot, to be quite honest.
Gotcha.
So last year we had to throw balls called cargo. This year we're delivering cones and cubes into the grid. So some of the vernacular from that readout, I think, is carryover from their 2022 robot, which was a world champion robot from the University Liggett School in Michigan.
So we'll see that match in just a few moments. Again, day 1 of 2 here at the Indiana Robotics Invitational, an off-season event, not technically part of the first season, even though you see a lot of familiar faces in both participants and staff.
Yeah, a lot of first, long-standing first alumni and participants here. Again, most of the robots the same as we saw in the regular season, but you're right, this is technically postseason exhibition play. World Championship concluded in late April down in Houston, Texas.
We will get underway shortly and then be joined by our next color analyst. That is George Tan. Right now, sitting up here with Jim Zondag, who is the lead mentor for Team 33. That's the Killer Bees.
That's right. George Tan is going to wait until his team wins this with the Blue Alliance. You can see Team 2468 there standing in the driver's box, getting ready here for match 47. And here goes autonomous mode. Nice cone score by Appreciate. They pick up the second cube, toss it, a little short of scoring, but they miss on the third one, up over the ramp, but they stay on their wheels.
Wow.
Great center of gravity on that Appreciate robot.
Tipping over, able to make the recovery.
And it's still a 12-point lead coming out of autonomous for the Blue Alliance. Red's got some ground to make up. 16:46, trying to take a cube from the loading station. Looks like they've got it for Red.
2 minutes to go here. A very bright 1732 machine in Hilltopper. Has a very long telescoping arm.
Yep, dual elevator, horizontal and vertical telescoping devices. And they're working to get another piece, kind of, oh, there they go. They've got it off the floor. They've got kind of a spear to pick up the cone, transfer it to their elevator lift, and then up, out, down, and it's on.
How good are these kids at the claw machine at the arcade?
They would be great with a claw machine after driving that for a full season. But here we're at 68 seconds left. We've got about a 15-point advantage on the Blue Alliance. Again, the lead they held coming out of the autonomous mode, persisting here through the midpoint of the match.
5 to go, 117-88. Competition link established. 5 links compared to 3. That is blue to red. A slower match than we've seen.
Yeah, a little
in the
bit.
past couple.
Lower ground speed on some of these robots, a little less scoring action going on this one, but still good scores. You know, it'll be up over 100 on both sides. Which, as we said, in the early season, that was getting 100 was a big deal in the early weeks of competition in March. But all that's changed by the time we get to July here at the IRI. A nice triple balance with plenty of time to spare by the Red Alliance. Blue's going to try to match that in the final seconds. Looks like they've got it.
All 6 robots.
Double, triple, but a 148-108. So we should see a final score of 178 to 138. For this match, 47, barring any penalties that are added.
So we'll get the final score, take a break, trade out our color announcers. Jim, before you head out, what is your message to people that aren't involved in FIRST that maybe want to get involved in FIRST?
I've done a lot of maker actions and machine sports my whole life, from racing cars, racing motorcycles, racing bicycles, drones, everything. FIRST Robotics is the best program of that kind of anything that I have ever done. It's very multidisciplinary. You do programming, electronics, fabrication, welding, all of the things that take complete end-to-end product design. But FIRST has done a great job to make all of these activities very reachable for students, and then package the whole thing in a great competition culture. So I encourage anybody who is not a FIRST Robotics participant, if you're of the age to do so in high school, or if you've got children at this age, really check out this program. There really is nothing else better in anything that I've ever done. So encourage everybody to check it out. It's changed the lives of hundreds of people just in this arena alone, and thousands of people around the world.
He is Jim Zondag, and he knows what he's talking about. Thank you so much for joining us. We're a step away on ISC Sports Network. When we come back, we will hear from George Dan from 2468. Keep it right here on the ISC Sports Network. We'll see you in about 35 seconds.
Yep.
We are back at Lafayette Jeff High School, day one of the IRI robotics competition. I am joined by George Stan from 2468. Thanks so much for joining us on the ISC Sports Network. Tell us a little bit about your role with 2468 and what it was like getting down here.
Yeah, so Team 2468 is based out of Austin, Texas. I think one of my fellow mentors, Landon, spoke earlier. I'm the design mentor, mainly focus on design and strategy. You know, lots of these games, you have this sports element to it, to where you can, you know, really strategize, you know, how the gameplay and tie that into your design process. So you can see, you know, what is the optimized way to design a robot for the game. Also, you can look at on a bigger scale to where how do you allocate your team resources to design the best robot that you can be, right? Because not, you know, some teams are sponsored by bigger companies, other team like my, you know, I'm alumni for the program, so my old team was sponsored by a local university, so we don't have nearly as much resources, so we had to, you know, try to figure out like what can we do that would be complementary to an alliance and still be successful.
Were you part of 2468 from Westlake High School at one point, or were you part of a different team?
I was on a different team in Texas. I was on a small town team, 1817, and you know, at the time, you know, I didn't really know much about robotics or any of this, you know, these stuff, right? And then, you know, I liked robots. I thought it was cool. Just like, all right, sign me up. Little did I know, you know, nearly 20 years later, I'm still in the program.
Very cool. Very cool kicks, by the way. We were complimenting those earlier with the Dance Dance Revolution pad controlling the LEDs. It's all anybody can talk about in the comments of our video today.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was one of our off-season projects to inspire our software team to kind of do something different, to integrate a new controller, to challenge them. It's like, hey, you know, here's here's an idea, right? Make it work, right? You know, we're very fortunate to have a very great, a great group of students who are very eager to learn, and they're always down for a challenge. And obviously, you know, you can see the dance pad here.
So do you coach? I know with 2468, earlier Land was talking about how you have Team Alpha, Team Apprentice, and then Team Appreciate. Which are you involved with? Or is it all three?
I'm involved in all three, mostly on the design aspect, design strategy aspect, where main focus on 2468. The way the team is structured is that our students teach students. We have our seniors and juniors teaching the underclassmen. So I would help, all of our students in the design process and help guide them in the kind of the game analysis into prototypes to the final design of the robot.
So all three?
Yep, all three teams.
Very important guy sitting next to me here in our ISC broadcast booth as we move into this competition. And so representing the Red Alliance, the Roboteers from Tremont, Illinois. Mukwanago Bears from Mukwanago, Wisconsin. And Bison Robotics from Beechwood High School in Beechwood, Ohio. They're matched up against the Blue Alliance, which is made up of Robo Jackets, who rank 10th at the moment from Auburn Hills. Sparky, 384 from Virginia, and the Flying Toasters from South Lyon, Michigan. So we are and it's something that our director pointed out, a fan favorite around the city of Lafayette is Drew Brees, played football for Purdue, Westlake High School alum. Probably a pretty extensive shrine to him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I believe
I
believe Westlake's is the only high school that produced 2 Super Bowl quarterbacks.
Who's the other?
Oh my God, you're putting me on the spot. Yeah, let's
I can look it up.
Yeah, let's.
Westlake High Super Bowl quarterbacks. We'll get that answer in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, Drew Brees, very popular figure. Nick Foles is the
Yeah,
other one
yes,
from the Philadelphia Eagles, briefly with the Indianapolis Colts. And Jordan says Sam Elliger too. Hey, maybe the Colts will win another one with him. Westlake High School. And I know high school football is big, but what Landon was saying earlier is that First is also becoming large in Texas. Everything's bigger down there anyway.
Yeah.
But you guys have started the district model in that state as well.
Yes, yeah, we're definitely following the footsteps with, like Michigan, right? We're wanting to make First Robotics big. I was part of the First in Texas organization for a few years as well, helped them transition from the regional to district model. Obviously, it's very can be very resource intensive, getting the volunteers to put on these events, finding the venues. But at the end of the day, it's great for the students, right? They get to be involved, they get to, work with, these world-class engineers, professionals as mentor, right? If you look at, we're talking about football here, when is the last time a high school student was directly mentored by a professional football player?
Yeah.
I mean,
it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
very
you never.
often.
I mean, when is the last time Michael Jordan stepped down and and went to a high school and say, "Hey, this is how you do a free throw," right? This never happens. But in First Robotics, you have folks who, I met guys who design military vehicles, right? That went through combat tested. I know guys who are designing biomedical surgery robot. I know guys who are world-class programmers. Who are, doing self-driving cars, work at these, like Google, Tesla, and they're mentoring high school students. And these students get to see firsthand of what these mentors are, working on. They get to see firsthand and actually get the firsthand experience, work on, world-class manufacturing tools. They get to use world-class controllers, and this is the future, right? We're investing in the future, so I think this is very cool. And being an alumni myself, I come from a low-income family. Without First, I would never become an engineer. I would never be be here now.
Yeah, really cool. The way that it inspired you, I'm sure it's inspired hundreds of thousands of folks all around the country, which is
absolutely, yeah,
which is really cool.
Yeah.
As we see some highlights of last match, you saw the incredibly close score, 199-193. Red Alliance taking the dub. Muckawanago Bears and Bison Robotics both move into the top 10. Bison Robotics, to be clear, was already there. They were 8th, now they're in 5th. Muckawanago up 5 spots from 11th to 5th now.
Yeah.
And so, a very strong showing for the Red Alliance in that one. Both teams combining for nearly 400 points. When you first started coaching this game specifically, as somebody that's directly involved in strategy, do you ever see the scores getting this high?
Yes, I think the question, when you see enough of the games, you have a good idea of how the game's going to play out. Usually, I think this game, the game design committee actually for championship have to change the rules a little bit to raise the ceiling for the max possible score. We're personally I was hoping the rule change would came earlier in the season, knowing that there is a finite number of game elements you can score, and the kids these days are so good. I mean, the design process so much faster than when I was in high school.
Yeah.
I thought we would max out pretty early in the season, which it happened a few times. But yeah, I mean, we can definitely see this new generation of engineers, right? They're cool and hip.
Well, these cool and hip 6 teams are getting ready for action. From the Red Alliance, it's the Crusaders out of Honolulu, Hawaii. Strike Force, a world champion, wearing 27-67. And then CIS Becker Robotics, who rank 9th. Again, the top 8 teams by the end of these qualification matches will get to draft their teammates for the playoffs. Of course, everybody guaranteed 9 qualification matches. This will be the 5th for many folks out here. CIS standing at 3-1. On the other side, the Blue Alliance, Krypton Cougars, they're 3rd right now. The Killer Bees, and we just heard from their mentor just moments ago. That was Jim Zondag, who, if you've been with us for the last 15 minutes, you heard Jim. He's now down there coaching again. And the Robo Ducks, 1561 from Putnam City North High School and the Francis Tuttle Technology Center from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And, George, as I call these names, it's amazing how far and wide the spread of teams is. I mean, just you said you were part of a small town team. What does it mean to you to be able to see teams from Israel, Canada, Mexico, Indiana, all over, all converge in a venue like this?
Oh, it's just amazing, absolutely amazing. You get to see, students and mentors with the same passion join, in one roof, under one roof, is just absolutely amazing. IRI is always an amazing event to attend, right? At least for me, the most important thing is the corn. And then the friendship, right? So you're sharing a meal with your closest robot friends. One thing we don't really see much on the field is that, in the community, everyone is very cooperative and trying to help each other. For instance, CIS, I worked with the team at World Championship this year, and majority of the time at World Championship in the pits, their students and mentors are not in their own pit, instead helping other teams to get their robots inspected, help them troubleshoot issues. These are the things that you don't see in any in sports, right? You don't see a basketball players helping each other off the field and your opposing team, right? And this is just really cool to teach kids that always treat people with respect, because one match you can be alliance partners, next match you can be opponents, right? So always treat people with respect, and always have that courtesy to have the people first, right? Then the competition and robot.
That is well said. He is George Chan. He knows what he's talking about as an alumnus of the program and a coach now of 2468, that is Team Appreciate, out of Austin, Texas, in Westlake High School. We start this this round is 49, and it's pretty close. The red team, or Red Alliance rather, 122 compared to 98, make it 100. 3 links compared to 4. That is blue to red. Cooperation link is active. And George, something we've seen in the past couple of quals matches, are robots stalling at the start. Does it have anything to do with fatigue and running these robots for hundreds of hours over a very long season and then on an off season?
Usually it's not a robot fatigue. I think it's usually student fatigue, because we, before our matches, we have a checklist, and because this is off season, this summer, students, even mentors, are maybe lack a little bit of attention to details. They might forget to check something, or occasionally select the wrong program. But overall, the robots are pretty tough. There are, some damages to the robot at this point of the season. You go through your districts, you go through your championship. These are some tough matches, right? At IRI, like earlier today, 2468, our elevator broke, and it was as easy as we could have tightened the bolt early on. It would have been fine, and our students missed it. And then create a little chaos and cost us a match.
How would you say this year's competition is going compared to years past?
From a team's perspective, I think it's great. Oh, wow.
And yeah, take a look at that, 198, 188.
Wow.
4 ranking points, and number 3 retained for the Krypton Cougars Black Pearl machine.
That's amazing. Killer Bees pulled it out. I think the Red Alliance was leading the whole time. I mean, you got the 2-time world champion, Strike Force was one of the top teams in Minnesota, 4607 CIS. Wow, this is impressive. This is why you come to IRI. It's just you just see these upsets, right?
Yeah. No, it is cool to see. And how about those outfits too?
Oh yeah, I love the outfits.
Yeah, you'll see them right after the replay here. But yeah, very, very solid performance on both sides, and full nodes, it looked like. So both teams beginning to supercharge by the end after establishing all 9 links and then docking 3. That's really hard to do.
Yep. Yeah. No. Supercharge was the rule change we mentioned this year. It wasn't implemented until championship, but teams adapted very quickly, which I love about this game. Teams can adapt, and students are willing to push the boundaries.
So you can see some of the blocks there. Multiple at once is fine as long as it's in the Alliance's safe zone or their taped off zone. And not many nodes left over as they try that triple tilt.
Yeah, no,
double, triple.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? And I think at this level of play, I mean, IRI, it's typically you make one mistake, you're done. You're out of the match. This is that cutthroat. Initially, we early on in our season, we played a district match where both our alliance partners broke down. It was 1v3, and we were able to win that match. And people are like, "Oh my God, you can do 1v3." Here at IRI, if you do 2v3 or 2.5v3, you're gonna lose the match.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just how tough these teams are. I don't know how many world champs are here.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the best of Michigan. You got some of the best from Canada. You have a couple from Texas, and is 1690 Orbits. They're one of the best teams in Israel. I'm just so happy to see them here. Of course, we have the Prepatech from Mexico, one of the oldest team from Mexico. And yeah, it's just amazing match play.
Stunning to see. A lot of miles on a lot of trailers in the past few weeks. There's the flame suits we were talking about. This is match 50. That's Blaze Robotics. They're the Heartland regional winners, Central Missouri regional winners, Einstein champs in the 5th place category. The Newton Division winners, Heartland Excellence in Engineering Award, Central Missouri Excellence in Engineering Award, MSHSL, 4th time at state, and they had a 3-banner season this past year. So a very, very impressive performance.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think any banners. Oh, we have a special friend
the
here.
Special friend that they scared me with earlier today.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Kilobytes this year. They're one of the local Indiana teams. They're one of the best Indiana teams. Really. There's.
Yeah, there's the scare. With Landon.
Yeah. Now you're prepared.
Kilobytes. Yeah. No. Next time I feel something on my neck, I'm just not even gonna turn around. I see this grin on Alex Laverne's face. That means he's gonna try it again, but that's okay with me. Thanks to the Kilobytes for being good sports with that one. So the autonomous portion ends 51-42. Blue Alliance in front. That's made out of Sabre Robotics, the Highlanders, their robot Iceman. Yes, it is a Top Gun reference. And the Kilobytes, their robot, the Wolfbite 3000. Red Alliance is Nerd Spark, a true rookie team from Michigan. Finalist knocked out by 44-53 and a rookie all-star at Jackson. And Blaze Robotics from Burnville, Minnesota. We talked about them a moment ago. And the Midnight Inventors and their robot Pivot. And what Lindy came and revealed to us earlier is it's called Pivot because they had to completely change their strategy after the first competition and just go for the cubes. And it's seeming to work. The white wheels are also new on the intake. The thing that makes their robot special is the extending arm that they can use to still keep their robot within bounds to shoot, but still have a longer range shot that they don't have to set up as much for.
Yeah, I absolutely love that robot. That was one of the ideas I had, is if you are able to build a a cube robot like that can run really fast, right? I think that robot can do up to 17 cycles in a match, which, on average, a good team can do 10 to 12 cycles. 17 cycles, it's just absolutely amazing. And
it's hard to knock over a robot that close to the
ground.
Oh,
absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's so many advantages. Yeah, and of course you have the Highlander on the Blue Alliance. They're one of the best teams out of Colorado. Just one of my favorite teams to watch from year to year. They used to, when Texas was in the regional model, they used to come down to play in some of the Texas tournaments. We see them a lot more back then. Nowadays, you only get to see them at IRI and in Champs.
That World Championship had to be cool, being in Texas.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's definitely in our backyard. Makes the travel a lot easier, right? Coming out here took us 2 days to pull the trailer.
I'm sure.
Logistically, it's a little painful, but the corn is worth it.
Yeah, the grilled corn.
Yeah.
Double, triple, which means all 6 robots elevated, docked, and engaged. Yeah. 143 to 132, so most likely Red Alliance did it. That's Midnight, Blaze Robotics, and Nerd Spark. And they will.
Very nice, yeah. Yeah, I'm very impressed with 93-12 as a rookie team. We played with them earlier today. Oh, 5 points penalty. Wow.
And yeah, the penalty points decide it, because just 173 to 170 had a small penalty, nothing egregious. I didn't even see a flag go up. Yeah. So it must have just been a zone infraction or something like that, something preventable.
Yeah.
Kind of those self-inflicted wounds can really hurt you at IRI.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like I said, one tiny mistake could cost you the match.
Yeah, these definitely death by 1,000 cuts, it can feel like.
Yeah, you can see the scouters are busy collecting data. Scouting is a big aspect of these games, right? You want to make sure you have the most accurate data. You want to know, what these robots can do. And at the end of the qualification matches, we have a scout meeting, and you decide, who you're going to pick for the playoffs.
And how do you quantify that data? Because all day I've been sitting here saying, oh, I like that telescoping arm, or oh, I like that swerve drive. How do you turn that into numbers and figures that you can actually use to make an informed decision?
Yeah, so different teams does it slightly differently. The general criteria you're looking at is, how fast can they run a cycle, right, from one end to the other, right? How many cycles do they do? How many cones do they do? How many cubes do they do? And how successful are their autos, and what type of auto programs they run. So these are kind of the more basic criteria. Some teams have ways to validate driver efficiency, to kind of give the driver rating. Kind of depends on the overall alliance strategy you want to play. You can, look at, which criteria you're focusing on, right? Let's say if you are a Midnight Inventor, you can only do cubes. So you probably want to look at the scouting data and look for someone who's really good at cones, right? Who's complementary to your style of play. You can also look at in-game, how quick they can get on the platform and balance. In the auto, so there are 3 main auto paths right now. So you can take the smooth path to score 2 to 3 pieces in auto. You can take the center that can score and balance, so you can get the actual points and helps you with the ranking points during qualification. And then you have the left side, or I guess left from the Red Alliance, we call it the bump auto, right? Just because there's a bump on the field. So that one's a little more difficult for accuracy because your robot had to go through an obstacle. So those are like the general 3 types of auto programs. So most of the team here have all 3 autos. So it doesn't matter who you will play with at playoffs, you can dynamically change your auto path.
How is that position determined? You probably don't get to pick which bay you control from or drive from.
No, not for the qualification matches. So depending on where your station, driver's station is, that changes your perspective for the game. So you kind of have to have a few set of game plays. I prefer this driver station. I can do X, Y, and Z tasks, right? That's kind of where your strategy really kicks in. And also depending on how you design the robot, some robots can only score to level 2 or level 3 at these locations. So there are some robot limitations you have to be aware of as well. And some teams are really focused on penalties, right? So if a team incurs a lot of penalty, like we mentioned earlier, if you get a 5-point penalty, that can cost you a match. So if teams start to, the scouts can say, oh, this team gets 2, 3, maybe 4 penalties every few matches, that there goes all the matches, right? So you don't want to play with them as you're in the playoffs.
A lot to consider.
Absolutely,
to make those decisions, and not a lot of time to do it because of how rankings can change in the final qualification matches just before lunchtime. That's why our lunch break tomorrow is a little larger.
Oh, good.
I think,
yeah.
so that people can can determine exactly what it is that their strategy will be. But I'm sure a lot of late nights ahead in the Lafayette hotels.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's probably one of my least favorite part. I mean, it's very fun, but also very stressful.
Penalty point assessed on Red Alliance, 45-60 for carrying 2 at the same time. Unfortunate. So it looks like their autonomous just got confused, thought it had a cone, picked up a cube on the way back, and then was assessed those penalty points, so that number will change. So for the moment, Red Alliance, oh no, Blue Alliance in front, 58-52. This is strike zone. Ratchet Rocks Spam matched up against Hollywood Super Duper and the Steel Armadillo Super Duper, the only Indiana team out of Purdue Polytech in Indianapolis. And that 7211 Hollywood robot, really cool LEDs on there, really cool design, aesthetically pleasing.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
I mean, you got to have LEDs. I mean, we put a dance pad to control our LEDs. That's how important LEDs are.
And those help the human counterparts and tell them what is needed. If it's purple, it means a cube. If it's yellow, that means a cone.
Yeah, we learned during the season, when you start doing hand signals, it's really hard if the drive coach is trying to do a triangle. It's almost like
Circle,
yeah.
triangle,
Well, I mean, you do these arms, almost like you're doing YMCA.
Yeah.
While you're in the box, you're trying to signal, but lots of time your human players watching the field, watching the robots coming, right? So those hand signal doesn't convey. So when you start use this color changing scheme, seems to work a lot better. Our human player knows, then can dynamically change. Like, okay, we can feed a cone, a cube, or however it's needed, right? Yeah, it's all about communication, right? Lots of teamwork and communication, like any other sports.
161 to 100, 9 links, 21 seconds still to go for the Red Alliance, just tearing it up. That is strike zone. Ratchet Rockers and Spam, who might put up one of the highest scores that we've seen today if they can get this triple balance.
Oh,
and they do. With 4 seconds to spare, 173 on the field.
Wow.
And Blue gets it with 2. So no question, Red Alliance wins. Again, some penalty points being assessed to Blue Alliance, but that won't change the Red Alliance point total, just the differential.
Yeah, we see Spam coming off the field. So George on the field is actually the coach for Spam. Yeah, I can see the big smile on his face.
Spam out of Florida.
Yep, Red Alliance.
No surprises. 203, one of our top scores of the day to 135. Spam going to move into the 6th position before they were 14th. A huge, huge jump for Spam.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're a great team. They're an older team. and they're one of the early pioneer in the scouting system. So they, back in the days before laptops are very common, you use paper scouting. Can you imagine, crunching all that data by
No.
hand? Oh man.
No, I cannot. I cannot imagine.
Yeah, so they're the first ones. They open source, share with the community how they do, scouting. They have a reasonable way to do it, and with computers become more common. People using Excel nowadays. You have a lot more analytic softwares out there to help you do the virtual scouts, right, based on the outcomes of these matches.
Right. Right, you are.
All right, what do you got?
Coming up next is a top 10 match on both sides. Adam Bots, who are in second place, and OP Robotics on the same alliance. So maybe a preview of what's to come tomorrow during the playoff. They're matched up with the Fabricators. They're Robot Dennis from Freeland, Michigan. On the other side, the Red Alliance, CC Shambox, who are ranked 10th. Their qual average 179, standing at 3-1 on the day. With Maverick Robotics, La Cucaracha, and Garrett Forward, the robotic Zephyr from Oswego. And there's that penalty that we talked about with 2 cubes at the same time. Can't do that one. But again, no minus points in Charged Up, which is the name of this game. Only adding to your opponent's points, so affecting the differential rather than your total.
This will be an interesting match.
And there's that double dock for blue. Not enough.
There.
Yeah. Thrilled about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one thing you'll see a lot on the field side is when you win a match or supercharge a match, the drive coach tends to come to the side and start counting because the live score doesn't update how many supercharged pieces are there, and they usually tends to take a picture. It's like, look what we did, and start sending to their team members back at home, right?
Right. Something you do?
Not just me. I like to do that from time to time. It kind of depends on the match. But yeah, there are definitely little things teams do, right, to kind of share the joy with their teammates back at home.
Do you guys have any superstitions?
I'd rather not say.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I'll keep that to myself.
It's only weird if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, and I don't say it out loud.
What about like a pregame meal or pregame?
Yeah, no, not gonna.
Close to the chest.
No comments. All right. Yeah.
Cards are close to the chest.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you gotta keep those things. Very close to heart.
Makes sense to me. We've got about 16 left, by the way, for those playing at home. Unless they decide to end right at 7, which I don't see them doing. They'll probably play all 68 that were scheduled for today, because tomorrow I know they need to be out of the Crawley Center by a certain time, and it's no easy task to disassemble the field of play.
Yeah, I think OP, I don't remember how many times OP has won this event. They're one of the most consistent FRC teams in the world. Historically, I believe they were undefeated at the regional level for almost 10 years since their rookie year. They actually have a special shirt made. It's quite impressive. Just you know, there's so much changes happen from year to year. The game can change, you know, personnel moves, you know, you might get a, you know, stronger batch of students, you know, teacher can retire, you know, there's so many things can go wrong, but yet OP, you know, comes back year after year. I feel like they're coming back stronger year after year as well. Just very impressed at their program.
They have the record with 7 banners from IRI.
Wow, 7. Oh, that's quite a lot. It's yeah. I mean, like what I said before, you make one mistake, you lose a match. I mean, you can say if you get 7 banners here, you make very few mistakes.
A lot of travel from the U.S. back to Ontario.
Oh, for sure.
Is located. And that is the white skirt on the robot, bottom left-hand corner of your screen, in the red alliance, in the blue alliance, excuse me. You can see it's so quick, so reactive to whatever is in front of it. Adaptability, increasingly important. How have you seen opponent strategies change since the game was unveiled and you had your first competition?
You know, so the games, usually the strategy changes from weeks to weeks, right? So there's, you know, 6 weeks of qualification competitions. So usually week 1, 2, and 3, the strategies are very similar. 4, 5, 6, the playability and the strategy changes a lot more. People tend to figure out the game, you know, a little better. This year the game is more about flow, right? The least amount of time you get congested and not doing stuff, the more you score. You can see here, right? The blue alliance. Well, you just see that congested cluster in the middle, right? You want to avoid all the cluster possible, right? It's very difficult to play defense, to really do a shutdown defense for this game, but you can slow down cycle, but at what cost, right? So can you slow down your opponents? Oh no.
Oh no. And speaking of slowing down,
yeah,
23-38 hits the deck. That's Garrett forward out of Oswego. Let's see if they can get some help from a teammate. Tried to get bumped by an opponent in the Fabricators, but
yeah, it looks like 42-72 is also in trouble. They're not moving well.
That's La Cucaracha, and 5907 is having some problems with its LED lights.
Yeah, I know 42-72 had some issues early on in the day. I know I talked to their coach earlier, and they thought if they had everything figured out. But I think, wow, well, hope they get this RP at least. Uh-oh, 2 seconds. Oh, no.
And it looks like the back end of 5907 broke off as well.
Oh, no, that's really rough for the Red Alliance.
So just 3 hit after hit for the Red Alliance.
Just really unfortunate, you know, it's first, right? I mean, the goal is to this is not battle bots, right? So the goal is to win fair and square within the confines of the rules, right? This is very unfortunate. We have a robot tip over, and we had, you know, a robot breaking down. Let's see what the ref have to say.
Pit lane, gasoline alley.
Oh no!
In the Dennis Blind Gymnasium is going to be very, very busy.
Yeah.
As those teams search for answers. At least the one that tipped just seemed to have tipped. Seems that nothing broke off.
Yeah. I mean,
Cucaracha is going to have to take a look at their receiver. And then the elevator arm for the CC Shambots.
Oh, so they're actually a local team from Lafayette.
Yeah, McCutcheon's just about 15 minutes down the road.
Okay, very nice.
And actually they play each other in more than just this. They're in the same athletic conference as well.
Oh, wow. Small
so
world.
Yeah, McCutcheon over there.
Okay.
On the wall. West Side Boiler Invasion also from around here.
Yeah. pretty soon, you know, you're gonna have more. I mean, there's a lot of. Oh, let's look at the score first.
So yeah, just a pretty big blowout, but
Oh no!
24 penalty points.
Wow!
That's a lot.
Wow! This is really gonna hurt OP with a red card, because when you get a red card, none of your ranking points. You get 0 ranking points for that match.
Oh, somebody got a red card?
Yeah. So
oh, there
OP,
it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what that little red
Yeah.
dot is.
Yep. Yep.
Oh no. So yeah, they get 0 points for this. Wow,
Correct.
that's-
Yeah.
Let's see where that red card was assessed. So we take a look at the replay. Everything starts off fairly normal.
Yeah.
The 907 still has its elevator arm working.
That's a good score. Very clean.
And we'll see our first collision here.
Oh.
So they're tipping, and looks like 2056 just keeps going. And
Yeah.
There's the red card.
Yeah. You know,
And then the arm breaking down and the La Cucaracha. So a whole lot of adjustments need to be made.
Series of unfortunate events on both sides.
The nature of the beast is to just keep going.
Yep.
Still 15 to go here. We're gonna see the #1 robot next in Jack and the Bot from Mill Creek, Washington, who I've been told is able to take their whole robot on a plane as a checked bag because of how compact it is.
Oh yeah, the Jack in the Box it's been amazing the last few years. Just absolutely one of the, I think they're the best robot out of the Pacific Northwest. Obviously, you know, they're ranked #1 here. It's just so impressive what they can do and how small their robots are. You know, the last few years they've been able to pack, you know, a lot of sophisticated, you know, mechanisms into a very small space. I'm very impressed. You know, I always, you know, if I see them at a competition, I would take my time to visit their pits and take some pictures and trying to talk to their students.
For sure. Jack in the Bot with Mort, who had that arm that came off completely and was hanging by a thread. It seems to be better now, but of course hasn't used it as much. That is #11 on the blue side. And then the Cyber Cavs. On the other side, Perry Meridian Cyber Blue. University High School's Robo Blazers, and the Wings of Fire out of Pontiac, Michigan. And so the Mort not using the arm, taking the arm off altogether.
Wow.
And instead just going with the active intake on the bottom.
Yeah, it's a good strategy move, right? I think they took a playbook. Whoa. Jack in the
Box got some airtime.
Oh, Duke of Hazzard style. Yeah, I think, yeah, definitely Mort is taking the, you know, that play from Libby Kamen's Midnight Inventors. Oh, no. Wow. That is amazing.
Quite the save.
Yeah.
Competition heating up.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
A lot of contact as we get into the later stages, and the rankings seem more set than when we first began. Jack in the Box, tough contact.
Such a quick machine.
One of the fastest out there.
Yeah.
In the whole field of play today.
Yeah, so don't forget that we have the Cyber Cavs. I actually talked to their team earlier today. They have a standard clapper to pick up their game objects. From a design perspective, it's not a very strong design. However, they have a software mechanism to where all their driver needs to do is just push a button, and it would detect the game object and pick it up by itself, which is quite impressive from the software aspect to complement their mechanical design.
51 almost fell over. Cyber Blue has been stationary for about the last 30 seconds.
Oh.
Blue team trying to tilt 3. They've got it with 149 base score. 134 on the other side, and Cyber Blue is just in no man's land out there. So thankfully they stalled out in their own loading zone and didn't have to take multiple penalties.
Yeah. Yeah, and also this match.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is I think Jack in the Box took a very safe approach, right? Knowing there is a point gap, went with a triple climb, didn't push for extra cycles, right? Basically played it safe, get their 4 RPs and stay at the #1 seed. I think that's a really smart play on their side.
Tilting 3 almost becoming standard today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You have to do it here. Every point matters, and people want to showcase. There are scouts watching. The world is watching. You gotta put on your best game face.
We hope the world's watching. We move on to qualification 54 of 104. The Comets from Grand Rapids are in 9th place, 3-1 on the day. Team Dave with them, and Wolfpack on the other side of the field. Prepatech Bot Busters, Mountain Area Robotics, and Wild Stay. So a team from Mexico, Morgantown, West Virginia, and Illinois taking on the team from Michigan, Ontario, and South Bend. A couple of Midwest in there. Of course, Bot Busters from Mexico. Long drive for them. Almost even longer than you guys, which is hard to do.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're south of, Monterey is a little ways from here. Yeah, I'm really glad to see them here. I think, having this experience, right, having the team, having this oh, there.
Yeah, there's the flip.
Yeah.
And Jack in the Box just pokes himself right back up.
It's like One Punch Man.
Yeah, hard to do.
Yeah.
I'm sure, and there's probably a lot of stress on that arm, which is so large.
Yeah, I mean, how fast? I mean, you can see how fast that arm extends and how compressed. It's a very well designed robot.
It's Jack in the Box competition to lose at this point.
Yeah,
they are way ahead. You check the rankings, and I say that, but really they're only 5 points ahead of the Krypton Cougars.
Okay.
Who still have a 4-point rating point average. And the Atom Bots right behind them as well. We're probably going to see some semblance of Jack in the Box, Krypton Cougars, and Atom Bots drafting tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's always the, breath-holding event. Yeah, this matchup here will be very interesting as well. Team Comets won this event last year. They've been very consistent the last few years. Team Dave is the threat from the north. The Wolfpacks I don't know them as well as the other two teams, but being able to come to IRI is just very impressive. Yeah, I'm very happy to see Mars out here. They're out of West Virginia, and not do they have a high-performing robot every year. They're also a Hall of Fame team. Really change the landscape in West Virginia. Kind of bring STEM and robotics in their local communities.
One of only 3 teams in West Virginia.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just it's very impressive what they've done out there. I came from a small town in Texas. I can completely relate to that, right? When back in the day when I was a lead mentor on the team, I would go try to recruit students from different schools, and many times the teachers like, well, my kids are struggling in school. Why would they do robotics? Isn't that more advanced? It's like, no, it's the opposite, right? Once the kids see the value and the fun in it, they will want to study more.
Definitely a cool way to get engaged.
Yeah.
As we saw a tough autonomous, I don't know if you were watching the Blue Alliance there slamming into the wall in its own load zone.
Yeah, that happens from time to time. It's not the optimal way to start a match.
Didn't seem to affect him too much though. Nobody injured.
I think this is a very interesting matchup. There's a lot of firepowers on both sides. I think Red pulled away quite quickly.
78-58, 97 seconds to go. No links established on the Blue Alliance quite yet.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a strategy you're playing, just kind of waiting to link them all at the end.
96-80, 3 links to 1. That's Red to Blue. Almost tipping over was Team Dave out of Waterloo, Ontario. Wild Stang, the robot Maurice.
Yeah.
Arlington Heights.
Yeah, I think this match is very evenly matched. Wild Sting is very strong this year. They also have a second team. It's Wild Sting +1. The team number's 11-12.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Do they compete in their district championship as well in Arlington Heights?
I believe so, yeah. It's a very high-performing team. Wild Sting also, we're talking about this community sense, right? They are part of this open alliance where they share their designs to the community, which is, when is the last time you see athletic events show their playbook before the season starts? Yeah, and they showcase they document everything they do. Wow.
All 6 robots engaged.
Looks like we're missing a few links on the Red Alliance side.
Looks like the...
Oh, field damage. Uh-oh.
There's a little damage on the charging station, it seems.
I wonder if they're going to replay this match.
181 to 176.
Wow, such small margins. 5 points, just a penalty is 5 points.
We're going to step away, let them fix it. And when we come back, we'll let you know what we know about what's going on with that charging station. You're watching the ISC Sports Network. We're live in Lafayette, and we'll be right back.
Wow.
So usually we see repairs being done on pit lane. Right now, it's at center field. The charging station breaking off with about 30 seconds left in the last game. And we have another look at it here on the ISC Sports Network. So check it out.
Wow.
26-14 just plows right into it. To no fault of the robot. It's going to be an unusable spot. So they're going to have to maneuver around it. George, you said you wouldn't be surprised if they had to replay this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think if I'm the losing alliance, I would definitely go challenge and say I'll request a replay because of field fault. You know, because technically, it's the scores are pretty clear. There's a reasonable margin, but when there is potential for to even out the playing field, I think I would take that chance.
So teams meeting in the middle now to try to figure out what to do. Some match highlights to fill the time of a match that may not be counted at all, but these opponents nonetheless getting some good scouting data.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you get to see. I mean, I would replay this match. I mean, personally.
George, I know your time runs short and you got to get back to coaching, but if you could give a message to someone who was in your shoes from a small town, no history in robotics, that wanted to do something like FIRST, what would you say to them?
Do it. It will change your life. You'll be on the greatest roller coaster of your life. Yeah, I mean, this opportunity led me to become engineer. I got a chance to inspire others. I did, breaking the social economical cycle. There's, so many things that's changed because I did this program. So, yeah, strongly recommended.
He is George Tan. He knows what he's talking about. He is a mentor and coach for 2, 4, 6, 8. Appreciate. Thank you, George. Best of luck to you guys.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. Nick Mathis joins us for our final hour of coverage here at Lafayette Jeff. And we will get an update on what's going on with that charging dock, as well as see the final matches here from day one at Lafayette Jeff. Bravo, trying to fix some stuff. We'll be right back on the ISC Sports Network. Welcome back to Lafayette Jeff, a repaired charging station. Very quick work by the officials. And we are about to be underway with match number 55. And so that includes Cybertooth in the Blue Alliance, as well as the Digital Dislocators and the Beak Squad from Cincinnati, Ohio. On the other side in red, Las Gorillas, Hemlocks, Gray Matter, and Tiger Dynasty, the Indiana State champion from Fishers High School. My name is JD Arnold. I'm joined now by Nick Mathis for our final hour of coverage from Lafayette Jeff for day one. Nick, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Nick Mathis. I am a current design mentor for Team 33, the Killer Bees out of Auburn Hills. My first year in FIRST was back in 2014. I was on 4130, the Blue Devils from Richmond in Michigan, and been through the program. I'm currently a senior mechanical engineering student at Wayne State University, as well as interning at BAE Systems, so a government contractor in Michigan that we have.
Very nice. I lived in Auburn Hills for some time, too.
Oh, okay, nice.
It's a beautiful area.
Yeah.
So as a design mentor, what specifically do you control on the Killer Bees robot, or,
Yeah, so-
or help the students control?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I'm actually relatively new to the team. I was the head coach 4130 in 2019 and 2020, and then had taken off the years of 21 and 22, and then joined 33 this year, coming back into the program. But yeah, so I with mainly design, mainly looking at design reviews with the students, and obviously correlation with the mentors on respective design decisions that we're going to make throughout the build season. And then as well, I'm a pretty important shop mentor as well, so I help run the CNC as well with the students, and getting more students involved in that machine aspect that at least a lot of times in high school that they're not getting that exposure to now.
So do you design the robot first on CAD and then try to make that happen in reality, or how does it get from blueprint to reality?
Yeah, so one thing that you'll notice, especially in 33 robots, is that we're constantly iterating. So a lot of what we do is we'll get a general consensus, after the game's released the first couple days, but we'll do a very important job on prototyping everything that we want to do on the robot. So whether that's the intake or the end effector that you're seeing on a lot of teams here, we constantly prototype. And one thing that was unique as well, so the 33 robot that's being fielded this weekend is actually a completely different robot that we fielded at the championship a couple months ago. So a lot of improvements have been made to the robot because we want to keep iterating and keep inspiring the students on a true engineering process where you want to keep working on it until it's the best it can possibly be. So
what did those design iterations include? What did you change from the championship to now?
Yeah, so I think we're actually up in a couple matches here, but there's an entire new end effector. So we went from a pneumatic static claw that had no active surface spinning and moved to a roller claw that doesn't actually clamp. It's very similar to some claws that we'll see in the field this weekend. As well as an intake that only focuses on cubes. Throughout the year, we were working on picking up cones off the floor in any orientation, which is definitely a daunting task in itself, but wanted to steer clear of that going into the off season and make a lighter, more effective intake that would make our robot perform better.
Checking in on the match, a very close one, 153-152 the final, with a double-triple, I'm told it's called, tilt. It looks like 153 will take it unless there's penalty points assessed. But yeah, that's that all sounds extremely complex. So how do you take those complex engineering tactics of constantly innovating and doing the things that you said, and explain that to somebody that has no engineering background whatsoever?
Yeah, so obviously, one of the biggest things in the engineering process or the engineering flow chart and what you want to look at is, identifying the problem, what really has to be solved in that scenario, and then, looking at it from different aspects on how you can solve that problem. So obviously one thing that's unique about First Robotics, and especially this game in general, is even here this weekend, a lot of, some of the top teams, our team likes to call this like the all-star game of FRC every year. But even here, we're seeing a ton of different robot architectures. From 4028 Beak Squad, who was just in the last match, to 3940 Cybertooth, who's on the alliance with them. Two totally different robot architectures that can, complete the task at hand. And I think that's one thing that's super unique about FRC in general, is there's so many different ways to solve the problem, and it gives students opportunities to see how other teams did things. That was one of the things that we had done this year. We obviously had a different robot architecture during the year, but after the season, after seeing a lot of teams like 6036 Peninsula Robotics, as well as 2075 Enigma from Michigan, at the championship and how their robot architecture, we found something that could improve our robot significantly moving into the off season, and would be a good opportunity for our students to be able to learn and inspire past that point.
Sounds like a complex process, and is that one that you're interested in pursuing beyond your time as in college, and then beyond that? Are you going to stick with the program?
Yeah, that's the plan. First I always like to say a funny story. When I was I first attended the first event in 2012. It was Rebound Rumble, and my brother had started the high school team at the high school that I attended, and the first event I went to was the championship at 2012, and at that point, I wanted to be a zookeeper for whatever reason. I don't know,
okay.
But I wanted to be a zookeeper.
Cool.
And ever since I joined the program, I knew immediately this is what I wanted to do, and this program has given so much to me. And I always like to say that I was relatively a lost puppy in high school. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was on the shyer crowd. wasn't a big popular kid, and this program is like given absolutely everything to me, and it's important for me to realize and understand, like moving forward, I want to be able to give back to kids on, not only my team, but also reaching out to other teams and assisting them as well, and being able to give back that same inspiration that I received when I was in their shoes, because I know exactly what they're going through.
So from a zookeeper to a beekeeper.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, but so I'll be. I have 1 year left. I'll be graduating with my mechanical engineering degree from Wayne State in downtown Detroit, and then hopefully pursuing a full-time job at BAE Systems, where I'm currently at.
It's exciting stuff. You're graduating this year or next?
It'll be May of 24.
May of 24.
Yep. So about a year from now.
Live on campus?
I actually live at home. So
you live at home.
I commute about an hour to school every day, which
man.
Kind of sucks,
it's
but
like last chance you.
Right? Yeah. So it's a bit of a hike, but
cool.
it's still cheaper than living in Detroit. So
yeah, I hear that. We move on to qualification round 56, and we'll see our look at West Side Boiler Invasion, the Bronco Bots in purple precision. On the other side in blue, the Robonauts Tractor Technicians and Respawn Robotics. In case you didn't hear me say it twice earlier, or you're just joining us, fan favorite around the West Lafayette area is West Side Boiler Invasion, just due to the distance between there and here, which it's only about 10 minutes down the road. They went 5-1 in the playoffs to advance to the World Finals. They get to the Einstein Division, which is the championship division. So the last one was group stage, think championship division. Went 1-2 as a representative of the Galileo. Lost to Hopper by 34 points. By the way, the third match in that set, 211 to 208, the final score. So they went on to be eliminated, but still a heck of a run in the World Championship from qualifying on ISC at the first Indiana State Championship to take that success and continue it in Houston is pretty remarkable for a team from a relatively small school.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the cool things as well is I was actually in the same shoes as similar to them. In 2018, I was a senior in high school on a very small team. Where I'm from in Richmond, there's only about 5,000 people that actually live in the city, about 500 at the high school. So, very similar to that situation. But we actually had won my division at States in 2018 and then had made the World Finals, lost in the finals to 3 fellow Michigan teams, unfortunately, when the championship was in Detroit back then. But the championship is like easily one of the coolest experiences I've been to. You've got 15,000 people that are equally as into the program as you are. It's a very unique experience getting to talk to a lot of the companies that support the program too, right? This program's great, but ultimately it costs a lot of money. So we really can't do it without the various sponsors that not only sponsor the first in general, but obviously the Indiana Robotics Invitational, the championship, the individual teams. None of this can happen without those companies dedicating and investing in the future of this world.
And how do teams like the Killer Bees garner investors and sponsors?
Yeah, so it's quite a unique scenario. We're based out of Notre Dame Preparatory, which is a private school in Pontiac, Michigan. So a lot of the times it's trying to establish partnerships with corporate partners. So we actually build out of Stellantis headquarters, which is formerly Chrysler. I'm not sure if Jim talked about that at all, but Jim worked as an engineer at Stellantis. So we're fortunate enough that Stellantis donates us, a build space every year that where our shop's located. So what's also a unique experience with that is, our students are getting to see, a building that's arguably one of the largest in the United States just by square footage, and getting those students to experience, not like seeing, like the noise, vibration, harshness lab and stuff like that, and real engineering aspects directly next to our shop right in Stellantis headquarters.
125 to 122, the final. A couple of robots stalling right at the end there, and a bad dock for Blue Alliance is probably going to lose it for them. But yeah, we did talk about that with Jim. My dad works for Stellantis as well.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, so I've seen that beautiful facility that's over
it's
there.
huge.
And there's certainly a lot of toys that are in there that are fair game to use for these kids, which is really, really something remarkable. 142, 135, the final. So moving up were the other two teams. Moving down, unfortunately, it was West Side Boiler Invasion. And a viewer question.
Okay.
I think it's one of your friends, Connor McBride.
Oh, Connor, of course.
He says, for Nick, what is a Mathis moment?
Oh man, okay, yeah. So I guess if you were at the championship and taking a look at the current flag that is hanging, we have some great students who love the memes.
Sure.
And there's a flag with a OMIO, which is the common CNC router in FRC, and it's on fire. So there was one time at the shop where I had made a simple mistake in using the wrong size bit. So I used a 4mm bit instead of a 5mm on the CNC. So obviously the parts that were cut in that run were basically waste. And then ever since then, they just like made a joke and called it a Mathis moment. And now every time I make like a very subtle mistake at the shop, it's like, oh, Mathis moment.
Mathis moment.
Yeah.
Hands off. There it is.
Yeah, so that's the story behind that. You know, we have a couple kids who are super invested in the memes and actually made a flag with my face on it. So that was pretty funny. It was definitely cool at the championship to like walk in the pits and see the students have that. I thought that was a very unique experience. That was super encouraging. But yeah, that's the you know, the thought behind the Mathis moment. So
sure.
Connor, there's your answer.
Trial by fire.
Right.
Yeah, and we're so thankful, by the way, for all of our friends that are joining us on YouTube. All 317 of you guys that are still
good amount.
Yeah, great amount on our YouTube channel, joining us on Twitter, on Twitch, on our ISC Sports Network website. If you're not familiar with what ISC Sports is, let me do the infomercial here. You can have access to hundreds of thousands of hours of local, high school, college, and some professional events as well. Subscription's only $4.99 a month, and you can access this video anytime you want with that subscription, and that's available 24/7. We're really lucky that this event is not pay-per-view as well, and so that'll live on forever, and it's a good way to scout other teams if you're in preparation for next year's competition. Nick, the Killer Bees, I heard, was a play on a Dodge Ram model, and then you guys couldn't use it, so now it's the Killer Bees. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm not super tapped into what exactly was going on with the previous. I know we used to be out of Avondale High School, who's actually where the Robo Jackets are from now, and that's where we had started. So I'm not super tapped in with the whole creation of the Killer Bee. Jim is definitely the person that would be able to provide the in-depth on that, because he's been around the team since he's only actually, so this is the 28th robot that the Killer Bees have built, and Jim was started on the team the second year, so he's been around for 27 Killer Bee years being involved with the team. So yeah, we definitely appreciate Jim and all the time that he sinks into the program, and with everything that we do with the students would not be possible on our team without Jim.
I got to get the antenna hat.
Yeah, there you go.
He was wearing. Check in on the alliances for what's in front of you. Match number, qualification round 57. Again, I'm 68. We're probably just going to stretch and try to get all 68 in tonight so that tomorrow they'll be out of here on time. But Red Alliance has two top 10 teams at the moment, Mars Wars and Orbit. Orbit, of course, the team out of Israel, ranked 10th. Mars Wars ranked 9th. They're out of Illinois. They're matched up with Fresta Valley Robotics Club. Now, the other side, the blue that you see, is the Cyber Knights. Their robot Nighttime from Southington, Connecticut. They made some repairs on today. Bedford Express from Bedford Senior High School in Temperance, Michigan. And Control Z from Champaign, Illinois. Control Z, a defending world champion at the moment.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, we actually had a pretty unique opportunity to play with 1023 at one of our district events this year. Had a great alliance put together. Unfortunately, 1023 as well as us had some mechanical issues that came up and lost in the upper bracket finals. So, you know, we're ended up taking third at the tournament. But no, love Shelby from 1023, their drive coach, and the entire team that they got over there. Gavin as well. Great crew over there, and, you know, really appreciate the time that they put into the program as well.
86-73, Red Alliance in front. A lot of contact on that upper left-hand corner of your screen. Looks like we've got some injury, 195. The grabber
like
not working.
Shifting to defense here.
Oh, yes. And so, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the Cyber Knights were having a little trouble with that earlier today and had to play defense, then eventually docked real early. I don't know if you remember that. It was this morning. It was only in the first couple of rounds, and so it looks like it's happening again. Maybe if it's the same fix, they can try to save something.
Yep, looks like we got a 2v2 here as well. 41-43. Mars Wars looks to be disabled or dead in the middle of the field here, not moving. So
no light on either.
Yep, doesn't look like we have a light on. So we got 195, injured, 4096 going against 1731, as well as the other red robot moving down here with Orbit.
Yeah, and so one of our lower scoring matches, which is crazy to say.
Yes,
that
both over
130
100.
to, yeah, I mean, geez. So it'll be a combined score of over 250 at this point, but a lower scoring match for what we've seen today. They'll try the triple dock. Maybe yes.
Ooh, good pull off by red late.
So it looks like blue's going to take this one down one, but got the triple dock engage, and still no signs of life for Mars Wars.
Yeah, as you can see there, middle of your screen, 195. One of the sides of their gripper there looks to be pretty mangled. Unfortunately, a lot of these teams build for serviceability, so I'm sure 195 will be able to get that robot off the field here and get it fixed pretty quickly. Also discussion here with the referees in the middle of the field. The two refs and the head referee talking there. But yeah, right in the middle of your screen, got a good view right there of looks like some broken polycard panels. Fortunately, 195 is one of those very competitive teams that ensures that their serviceability is right there. So I'm sure they'll be able to get that fixed and back ready for the next match.
And it sounds like just the plates, the plastic plates,
yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
so not anything wiring, internal, battery?
No, from the seams of it, it just looks to be mechanical, which is definitely one of the easier things to fix, I guess, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, it looks like they'll be able to get that fixed.
158, 153. 4 ranking points go to Blue Alliance. They're the winners. Nick, I have to say it's kind of fun to speculate what's going on. We can't do that in sports. We can't speculate about injuries. So every time I'm like, oh, we don't really, but it's not a HIPAA violation. That's a robot.
Right,
you can see what's going on with it. And you can diagnose the problem because you are a professional. So how about that? As we see some highlights from a pretty chaotic matchup, something that George was saying just moments ago when he was up here was that one small mistake at IRI could cost you.
Oh, absolutely. I like to think, and again, I said this earlier, but IRI, at least at 33, is like the all-star event of FRC. We take this, event at a very high level. We take it at the same severity as we do all of our districts during, the official season, even though obviously it doesn't really mean anything in terms of rank or actual, anything to do in relation to advancement or whatnot. But the motto of IRI is where the egos want to come to play. It's what it is. It's where a lot of the high-level teams want to come and compete. It's why it's, we get over 100 applicants and only end up with 70 teams because they want the best of the best competing here.
What's it like having a pit in view of the
field?
Oh
man, the field side pit is something. We didn't even realize it. We checked the pit map, and I guess because 33 has been, I think we've attended like the past 21 IRIs. So
all but the first one is what Jim said.
Yeah, so we've got the opportunity to be field side. The field side pit is awesome. Highly recommend it.
No risk of missing your match.
No, for sure.
That's got to be like nightmare fuel that you miss your match.
Yeah, no, and especially one thing that, is, I guess, a downfall at the championship is, the pits are so far from the field. It's at least, a half-mile walk there and back to the field. So, one thing that's actually relatively unique on 33, we actually stole it from one of our good friends, 3538, the Robo Jackets from Auburn Hills, who are also here. But we, at the championship, we have essentially a channel in our Slack that is labeled What Match. So every time a different match is starting at the field, we have one of our team members in the stands send a message to let our drive team know exactly on where we're at. Because obviously at the championship and in the pits, cell service is pretty sparse to come by, so you can't really pull up the stream to see where exactly or relatively where the field's at. So that was a big unique thing that we were able to gather from our students in the stands on what exactly matches occurring at all those times.
Yeah, and some of our stream is on a 20-second delay for some of it.
Yep.
So yeah, that could definitely get confusing. That's a good idea. The Slack never goes away, man.
Yeah, for sure.
One of those instant downloads after graduation that never goes away. So we meet the teams for the 58th, 10 to go. We're down to our final 10 of the day here at 6:20 p.m. in Lafayette, Indiana, on the far end of the Eastern time zone. Red Alliance made up of Sabre Robotics from Sartell, Minnesota, Otto from Forsyth Central High School in Georgia, and Night Vision. Get it? Like Knight Vision from Grosse Pointe Woods.
Love me some Night Vision. Big fan of big friends with Anthony Galea, one of their alumni, big strategy mentor there. Definitely pretty close with him and glad to see him on the field here.
For the Blue Alliance, it's the Robotiers out of Tremont, Illinois, Sequence from Raleigh, North Carolina, and Makeshift Robotics out of Hamilton, Ontario. And Makeshift had a pretty big break that they needed to fix last time out, so we'll see what comes of them as they were one of the ones that was stalling uncontrollably just moments ago. We've been on air for 8 hours and 25 minutes. So thank you for sticking with us on the ISC Sports Network. 42-34 to start off the autonomous section. Autonomous can't be easy to program.
No, it's autonomous it's very interesting. It's definitely one of the more difficult items in FRC and can be the most frustrating, just because of even small variabilities from field to field. It can be very difficult to tune that autonomous mode in. One thing I do want to highlight, and I noticed this throughout the year, in the top right corner of your screen, you'll see the makeshift human player can really throw the cone almost to all the way to the end of the zone. That's one thing on 33 when we were deciding to try to go cone from any orientation off the floor, is to strictly shorten these cycle times. I don't know if it's the makeshift human player, whoever's throwing the cones in the top right corner is doing a great job getting it all the way to the end of the zone to try and shorten those cycle times so the Blue Alliance can get ahead in pieces. Like, look, it's a midfield right there.
Yeah, well, I guess there's no specific rule.
No, as long as your hand doesn't leave that plane for more than 3 seconds, you can put your hand in the shield. I mean, they're getting it all the way to the end of the zone, shorten that cycle down by 8-9 feet, which is huge in a strictly cycle time game. One of the unique things about this game is it's truly about optimization. How fast can you acquire the piece? How fast can you get down the field? How fast you can score it?
Yeah, that is smart. Didn't even think about that.
Yeah, and another team you'll see do it too. That is phenomenal at it as well. 118, the Robonauts. They have strictly cone floor pickup, and they'll do the same thing and get it right to the end of the zone there.
Robonauts, tough morning. Narrowly lost the appeal.
Yep.
146 to 112 with 20 seconds to go. Already thinking about docking is the Blue Alliance. And look at this, 13 seconds to go, we already have a triple dock.
Yep, Blue Alliance with the good lead here. Red's gonna do their way to secure the 2, 3 seconds. Ooh, looks like
dice.
Yeah, looks like Red will run away with 1 here, securing that link RP.
So they got the link RP, but they didn't get as many as they could.
Yep, solid performance by Blue here. 3 solid robots, 2481 Robotiers, Makeshift from Canada, and 7890.
That would be Sequence out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Just unable to dock, trying to play a little too hard and establish those game pieces. Blue Alliance, 190, 138, one of the bigger differentials we've seen. 4 ranking points compared to 1. 10 penalty points as well. And so remaining at 9th is the Robotiers. Later on, I guess, Nick, when do you start to worry about rankings? Because there's a lot of matches left to play.
Yeah, so one thing that's unique about IRI, and really at the championship as well, is that due to the sheer number of teams here that we see, it's very difficult to really get a read on what will happen with the final rankings. A lot of it, because of the way that the ranking system is worked into the game, it's very difficult to really get a true accurate ranking out of just only 9 matches. So what you'll see here and what you see a lot at the championship is, the rankings don't really, I guess in my opinion at least, at the championship, and you might see it here as well, as the rankings don't necessarily are a true representation of the skill of robots. So, tomorrow morning we might see, the 1st or 2nd rank pick teams from like the 35th to 40th rank, because they very well might be the 2nd or 3rd best robot, but might have just had a bad match schedule that may have not been in their favor for the tournament. But to answer your question in relation on when it truly matters, obviously a lot of teams will gather the data that they've been sitting in the stands collecting tonight, as well as looking at the current rankings, offensive power ranking, OPR through the Blue Alliance as well as a big one, StatBotics with EPA, and combining those to their own team's formulation to not only predict on what happened tomorrow, but then also try and find those partners on who they want to play with. Obviously every team has different scenarios. A team that for like example, like 118, the Robonauts, they have that center two-piece auto down every time, so they're going to want to pick somebody that is very consistent on the 3 flat side or the 3 bump side, but also want pick somebody that complements their lane and what lane they need somebody to run on the field as well. So tonight is definitely the night on where you start to look at it, but probably with 10 to 15 matches left tomorrow is when the stake, you can see, okay, who's got this match left, who's got this match left, are they going to lose that match, how does that shake up the rankings? So I would say about 10 to 15 matches left tomorrow is when they'll really start to become cemented.
9 left tonight. And one thing I wanted to ask also, I know a lot of, I know I did in high school, the way to get any project right is to stay up all night the night before working on it. Can't do that here. Can't make modifications to your robot overnight.
No, yeah, so a lot of, respectively speaking, a lot of teams will probably be up to 1 or 2 a.m. tonight looking at all the data that they gathered. We'll have over 60 qualification matches that would have happened today with 6 robots apiece. So do the math, that's a lot of data that teams would have been gathering throughout the day and trying to sort through on what exactly is happening. What are teams good at? Where teams perform well? What other robots, complement teams in a better scenario and make them improve better? Those are important tasks. A team, one match may have to do something that they're not crazy comfortable with, or running a lane on the field, could be the bump side or over the charge station, and their piece count might be going down that match due to the fact that they're really having a difficult time with that versus, running the flat side, or maybe they're comfortable overrunning the charge station and their piece numbers are higher in that scenario. So figuring out, and that's where it can be difficult, is really trying to look at the data, but then also be aware of what team's strong suits are and how they can help your alliance tomorrow. Yep. Arguably one of the best robots in the world, top right corner, 2056 here.
But a tough 33 rank after a red card.
Yeah, that hurts.
They were out.
That hurts. But definitely, OP Robotics, probably one of the most consistently elite teams in FRC, always fielding great robots. On 33, Jim always likes to use 2056 as an example for our team to strive for. They're always competitive, always build mechanically sound machines, great autonomous. So we definitely, use them as a role model and try and really feed up to what 2056 is and how we can build robots up to that standard.
A lot of travel between the U.S. and Canada. Can't be easy to get that thing down from Ontario. $100 seconds to go. Neck and neck. Back and forth battle with a lot of contact in the middle. It's good to see 5907 with that long extending arm. Hasn't been friendly to robots. Oh, a red. Was that a red or just a flag?
Yep, just a flag. Looks like we got 7457 Super Duper right in the middle of your screen switching to defense. Might have a mechanical failure or some sort of software bug that's not allowing them to score this match, but trying to play good defense there on 9312. Nerd Spark also from Michigan, and just doing what they can contribute to the Lions with being down with their end effector this match.
Nerd Spark, an all-rookie team. True rookie.
Yeah, they're a team that surprised a lot of people in Michigan. Obviously being a rookie team, it's very hard to be a rookie team in a program like this. So for them to field a robot that's that competitive, we were in the same division as them at the Michigan State Championship, and they were really impressed us just with the capability that their students had. Maturity is not the right word to use, but their team was very well-rounded. Knew what they were talking about. I was very impressed with the knowledge that they had for being so new to the program. Just a great team overall, and expecting big things out of them in the next couple of years because they're only going to get better.
And you mentioned the Michigan State title. How did that go for you guys?
Yeah, so we were in the Aptive division. So at the Michigan State Championship, there's 4 separate divisions that the 160 teams get separated into. So we were in the Aptive division. I believe we ended up ranking 4th in the division. We're the first pick of the second alliance. Had lost our first match, won the second, had lost our third due to some mechanical failures. So unfortunately not as well as we wanted. 33 is in the past has won several banners, in the outside of the year, or in the a year. This year was a little bit of an uphill battle for us, but we made the best of it, as well as, ultimately winning's great, don't get me wrong, but the ultimate goal is to inspire our students. And even with the engineering challenges that we went through this year, we were able to really inspire our students, and that's where, at the core, that's what obviously the purpose of this program is.
173, 154, 144. Red Alliance is winning that, and Super Duper moves into the 10 spot. But yeah, definitely important to inspire students, and we've heard so many touching stories today of how First has turned lives around. Never too late to get involved, even as a mentor or volunteer.
Yeah,
setting up these venues.
For sure. Yeah, just look at this auto by 2056 here in the highlights. Like dead on every single time. They're definitely using some sort of vision tracking with the April tags, but spot on every time.
Tough to do.
Yeah,
I'm
very
assuming.
difficult. Very difficult to do.
April tags require a camera to be installed. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. So the April tag is something that's new to FRC. There's also retroreflective tape on the actual scoring pole, so you can see in the middle of your screen here. There's that white tape. So the green cameras, or the green limelight cameras, which is pretty common in FRC. Teams will build their own, but the limelight is definitely the most common aspect. But the April tag is unique because you can actually have the camera grab your pose estimation of where your robot is relative to the field. So obviously with vision tracking or the vision tape, you're just getting a crosshair and trying to align that with the vision tape, whereas the April tag will allow you to actually estimate your pose relative to the field on where your robot is and do autonomous movements based on that point as well.
Cannot be easy, especially not easy for a high schooler to have to learn what that is and then how to use it. So those April tags, that's what you see. They kind of look like QR codes.
Yep.
Been told that they have less data than a QR. That's the
Correct.
main difference.
Yeah, yep.
And Nick, just really wanted to ask you, this 245 with the yellow dot, is that a foul before they even start, or what?
Yeah, so the yellow dot there is actually a yellow card. So in the qualifications, when teams receive a yellow or a red card, they will carry with you throughout the qualification matches and will reset at the start of the elimination round. So 245, I believe, earlier got a yellow card for a safety violation in one of their matches. So they will carry that with them throughout the rest of the tournament until the elimination round. So if they were to get another yellow, they would be receiving a red card in that match and thus receiving no rank points.
See, that seems like soccer. We can understand that. And there's Jim going crazy.
Yep, love Jim.
So give us the lowdown of strategy and what you guys are going to be doing in this match specifically.
Yeah, for sure. So, one thing that 33 prioritizes is really, appealing to our partners. We like to, figure out what is the best thing that our partners can do and have our robot fit to them. So because of the versatility of our robot can do, whether it can do cones at all levels, cubes at all levels, we want to try and figure out what the other teams, our alliance partners, are best at, and then we fill in the holes to be, try and really round out the alliance. So we'll be running our three-piece on the flat side here in autonomous, and then more than likely, I wasn't part of the match strategy for this one, but more than likely cycling cones on the high rung, and then be filling in the cubes where necessary to make sure we get those links for the link RP and hopefully pull out the win.
You guys worked with Adam Bots or Sparky before?
So Adam Bots were actually at our first event together. I believe we had a qual match with them at Kettering University week 1. So obviously, being from Michigan in the district system, we're all pretty close with each other. We know, everybody knows everybody in Michigan, definitely. We might be, competing on the field against teams or whatever, but ultimately, as a Michigan as a whole, we really want to try and strive together to get everybody together.
Boy, the Gordon Lightfoot. They're coming for you. Love to see it. Autonomous looks pretty good for you guys.
Yeah, it was interesting. They had hit a cube from across the field, and it actually fell into our intake. We hit the three-piece there. That's a good sight to see.
3 cycles in autonomous is the target, correct?
Yeah, that's about as many as you can do. just for the sheer number of pieces. It's the easiest thing to appeal to your alliance. But yeah, 3 pieces is definitely the key for most teams.
Traffic jam in the middle, 72-11. Playing some defense on its way over.
Yeah, I've always said 72-11 is arguably like one of the more consistent teams in Michigan. They're great at what they do. They do their same pieces every single match, and they're just, they're good at what they do. Super mechanically well-built robot, and love the folks from Hollywood. And Tyler, their drive coach, know him fairly well. Talked to him a couple of times, and just super competitive team.
Killer Bees moving real quick. This is their 6th cycle, I think, 6th or 7th cycle.
I believe so.
Already. But yeah, very efficient match here. Expecting a high score, 92-91.
Yeah, a lot of slamming in the middle. That's one thing that I think is unique about this game, just due to the fact that, the cross field with the field being near, there's a lot of figure 8, crashes in the intersection, I like to call it. I did some racing back then on the dirt track in some spare time, so watched a lot of figure 8 tournaments, and it reminded me a lot right when I saw the game, a lot of interaction right in the middle.
That figure 8 can be tough to get over the bump.
Yes.
So everybody trying to avoid that side, which is why many collisions happen.
For sure.
What are you guys planning on doing tonight, other than, so you said going back home, looking at the statistics, and then?
Yep, so we'll be taking a look at the data available that we've been collecting today, trying to again find partners that best suit our needs. I think we're right around the 20s right now, so might not be picking in that top 8, but hopefully we've shown enough today that we'll be able to be selected by another team, and hopefully we can take a run at the championship tomorrow. We were the 1 seed at the at IRI last year, and I had lost in the finals against 2056, who's like the prodigy of IRI. I think they have like 7 IRI championships or something like
7,
that. But
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so they're awesome. there's no Tyler Holtzman runs a great team over there, and it's no knock on them. They're really good at what they do, but so we lost to them. So hopefully we've shown enough, and we'll be able to make a great alliance partner tomorrow.
Well, you won that one.
Yeah, good to see. Yeah.
157, 145. You guys move up to 16th. Hey, so right within striking distance or stinging distance.
For sure. Yep.
Looks like moving up to 31st was Sparky, and then staying 3rd were the Atom Bots, who have been consistently great pretty much all day long.
Yeah, and I echoed what I said about Hollywood during the match. Atom Bots are the same way. They're just one of those teams that might not be that 11, 12, 13 elite team piece, but are going to go out there, get you 7 or 8 every single match. And again, one of the biggest things that I think, I underestimate is probably not the right word to use, but one of the biggest things in FRC is strictly just understanding how much consistency is of importance. And that's one thing that I think what really sets 2056 apart is they do the same thing every single match. 33 showing the autonomous here. In unique experience, got a foul for picking up 2 cubes because the Alliance member had shoved it out across the field, but looks like we picked it up. Yeah, you see Blaze right here. They'll hit this cube, and unfortunately fell right into our intake, so we ended up getting a penalty for that, but we're able to overcome that. And so another team I want to highlight, 3184 Blaze, Alliance captain, made Einstein this year at the championship. Have a friend that used to be on Blaze that's now on 118 that I'm pretty close with, so that was super cool for seeing Einstein, getting her to see her old team on Einstein. That was a really cool experience. But their hats that they'll wear tomorrow, I don't know if they have them. I think they have them on today as well, but the suits, God bless you guys, because I can imagine you are sweating right now for how hot it is in this gym. But one of the cooler aesthetics of the teams that I've
for
seen.
Sure. Yeah, definitely turned some heads.
Yeah, for sure.
Just wait until you see the guys with the fire suits. It's one of the first things I texted when I walked in this morning.
Big highlights here, 1732 Hilltoppers, another great team out of I believe they're from Illinois, if I'm correct. Or they're Wisconsin, actually, I believe.
The Hilltopper Robotics is out of Milwaukee.
Yeah, yes. Milwaukee. Yeah, so they're another great team. Unfortunately, I have to compete in the regional system. I'm a big fan of the district system. For those of you listening that know me, big proponent of the district system. But, 1732, another great team as well.
There is the Killer Bees. Do you guys bring your own bumpers there? Or are they supplied by the venue?
No, so all the bumpers, all the teams that have these individual bumpers will actually have their They have to make them and make sure they comply with the rules. One thing I do want to highlight, if you'll notice on the middle of your screen here, that where the spindexer used to be on the robot, there's actually a panel that says "We tried." Just for the just for the sheer fact of how difficult it was to pick up a cone in every orientation. Arguably the most difficult task in this game. We gave it a hell of a try, and that's where we're at. We tried, man, we tried. But yeah, so it's one of the big things on 33 is we love to be funny about decisions we make. So although it probably wasn't the correct decision for our team, we wanted to make light of the situation. A lot of people have gotten a kick out of it this weekend.
I like that.
Yeah. Also note the Robonauts 118 sticker on there. Shout out to 118. Got some good friends from 118 that got added this morning. So
very nice. Yeah, that's a really, you got Mopar on there too. So that's how you really know you're from.
Yeah.
Auburn Hills.
Mopar, Stellantis.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, so I believe Jimmy's actually an engineer from Mopar, but works out of the Chrysler headquarters in Stellantis. Because obviously Mopar, the sister company to Stellantis, or Umbrella, however you want to notice it. But
very confusing.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I met earlier. We had Micah Caddick on. She used to work for Stellantis at KTP.
Oh, okay, nice.
And she was just starting out when I was an intern over at Tipton Transmission.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yes, they had a broadcasting internship at a factory.
Yeah, so. That's awesome.
Could be anything. Match 61 is next. That's the Hammerheads. This guy had a flag earlier. Surprised we haven't heard Baby Shark out of them. Autonomous underway. Again, you're watching ISC Sports Network. Yep. Jordan Shue pushing the buttons in the truck.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan. Again, appreciate ISC crew for coming out. First Robotics is great. We've gotten to the point where there's nearly a webcast at every event, but having color commentary and play-by-play like this is really, I think, the next step to really advancing the program to be recognized as, at least the sport that it is, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The students put in arguably more time than a good amount of athletic teams do actually in high school. At least when I was joining the team, we were meeting over like 50 hours a week working on the robot.
That's a lot.
In that 6 weeks, which is, coming from a student who played varsity football in high school, definitely more time than I spent on football as a team. We were spending on robotics. So
yeah,
I think this is really the next step in, getting this program the recognition that it deserves. So thank you guys again for coming out. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, we're happy to be here, and we'd like to pick up more robotics events as we can get our hands on them.
Yeah.
Really, really cool event, and our awesome crew who's driving up and back every day as well. So that's Dennis Glover and Rob Lynch, Alex Laverne, Eldon Wheeler, Greg Sharton. Greg, a alumni of Perry Meridian, who we saw earlier today. Greg's right over here. So 120-76, a blowout brewing for the Blue Alliance, the Crusaders out of Hawaii, who may have covered the most miles to be here other than
Hawaii?
Israel.
I didn't even know there was a Hawaii team here.
Yeah, so Honolulu from St. Louis
That's
School.
awesome. Good for them. Yeah, two teams I want to highlight this one. 111 Wildstang, arguably, again, just like 2056, one of them probably the highest elite teams in FRC. Harrison does a great job over there with 111 and 112 +1. So great job by them as well. Very competitive robot this year. They were the true inspiration of that double orange belt intake that you'll see. So like, for example, 3641 Toasters. Good friends with their drive coach, Eric Maza. But yeah, they were able to take inspiration from the Open Alliance blog that 111 had put, or not directly Open Alliance, but the open blog that 111 had put out there, and is an inspiration to a ton of teams that had arrived at that gripper. One thing that is unique about FRC is, there obviously is the Open Alliance. So although a lot of teams do keep their designs relatively secret and how they want to attack the game, there is a number of teams on the social media platforms that will share their progress throughout the season. Last minute miss there by Red, but so that's one of, they share their information as they go throughout the build season to help those underdeserved teams or teams that may not have that engineering mentor support to assist those students and, help them field something other than just a drivetrain for that season.
Right.
So that's one of the unique things, and getting the program to grow is, getting those underdeveloped teams the assistance that they need to be able to inspire those students even further than just their 2 district events that they're going to get.
Yeah, and that
or
is
regional, depending on where you're at in the country.
Well, that's the general trend with you know, the way that technology advances, open AI and that sort of thing,
for sure.
and just the community-based coding systems that are online. Big time. Well, this is the biggest
Big
deficit of the
203,
day.
Toasters 111 and 47-20 there.
So 4 ranking points compared to 0, 203 to 106, and that is the highest differential of the day, and it came here at 6:45 p.m. We've got, it's qualification round 62. We're going to 68 tonight. Steel
A couple more today.
Yeah, Steel Armadillo, CIS Robotics, the Midnight Inventors out of New Jersey. Then on the other side in red, Robo Jackets, Prepatech, Bot Busters, and the Beak Squad.
Yeah,
Look. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just wanted to got an opportunity to play with 4028 Beak Squad at the championship. They were fortunate enough to pick us and had run it all the way to the finals in our division in Archimedes at the championship. Arguably one of the coolest teams that I have ever had the opportunity to work with. I've been doing this, over 10 years. Getting to work with Beak Squad and their drive coach and their strategy team, they really know what they're doing over there. And I think sometimes they get relatively under-recognized just because they're from Ohio, not a big FRC state in relative to Michigan, Indiana, California, Texas, those big states. So I think they kind of get forgotten about sometimes, but 4028 is arguably like top 25 robot in the state right now. They're great at cycles, fast at what they do, and their machine is just mechanically so sound that their brakes are very minimal when it does happen.
And yeah, one of the cooler teams that you worked with. So what about the Killer Bees complemented them well that they deemed you guys
Yeah, so we
pickable?
actually, at least in my opinion, it might be a hot take, I thought we actually got picked a little bit later at the championship than I thought we deserved, but teams were looking for respective things that they thought fit their bill better than us, which is definitely their right. So we got the opportunity to play with 4028, and one thing that was unique to our team at the championship, and you'll see it here, is we like to prioritize running the hard lanes, we like to call them. So whether that be the bump side of the field or directly over the charge station every single cycle. And with 4028 and the Alliance captain at that time, they were looking for somebody that was very competitive, had experience in these scenarios, and was able to run the bump and over the charge station lane, and we were able to fit that bill perfectly for them. And one thing that I was super unique is on paper, our alliance at the championship was not, the most high firepower. Like, for example, in our division, it was 254, 2056, 27. So arguably two of the best teams in the state. 27 rush from Clarkston, Michigan, has a world championship under their belt, won the world championship in 2018. So definitely have the experience, mechanical capability. So on paper, our alliance didn't really look that it was going to keep up with par, but we really spent a ton of time ahead of time, that hour or so that we got before the match, focusing on how we can gel together without getting in each other's way. One thing about this game is being able to coordinate with your alliance partners and make sure that you're placing in separate spots of the grid to ultimately get to that standpoint of, smooth is slow and slow is fast. And you get to a point where if you're staying out of each other's way, and in turn, you're going to end up scoring more pieces because you're so coordinated. So I think that was an underrated value too as well, because we were the 3 alliance. We actually had played the last match of the first round in the elimination round. So we got probably an extra half hour just to sit with our alliance and really iron out, if this scenario happens, what do we do? If this scenario happens, what do we do? If, Beak Squad goes down, how do we adapt to ensure that we're still filling those respective spots of the grid? If for some reason we can only play mid and can't play high, we went through all of those scenarios, which is what I thought really made our alliance gel well, and we were putting up over 200 points every single match. We supercharged all match but one, and unfortunately won the first finals match in Archimedes, but had lost to 63-28 Mechanical Advantage, who was a phenomenal team out of New England. Sad to not see them here this weekend. And then I was 80-85, I believe, was the alliance captain out of Archimedes, so they were a great team as well. And very rightfully so, deserved to make that Einstein trip. We were that close working with 4028. So.
Definitely came really close, and putting up 200 a contest should get you.
Yeah, right.
Close.
Yeah, big fan of mine here. We'll see on the field the teal robot in the relatively bottom right of your screen, 3538, the Robo Jackets from Auburn Hills, Michigan, doing their mobility and balance auton here. Really enjoy working with them and what we've done throughout the year. Great friends with them. I think their shop's like 5 minutes down the road from ours, so we're pretty close. Know Allison and Adlai that run that team over there very well, and really enjoy just having that friendship with them as well. Super fast robot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it got off the races.
at least in my opinion, probably the best robot in Michigan this year. 3538 the past couple years has been pumping out great mechanical robots, and that's really a test of the process that they have. One thing that's unique about Allison on 3538 is she's big into focusing on processes and ways to optimize stuff. That's what she's really good at. And I think that's what is a big part of making 3538 so good.
That optimization and constantly innovating based on challenges
absolutely.
that you guys have.
Unfortunately, we'll see in the middle of your screen here, it looks to be like 3538 and 4635. The bot busters are tied up. It looks like 4635 had unfortunately gotten their arm tangled in 3538, and looks like they'll be both immobile. Oh, looks like we're almost loose.
Gotta
try and do it in a manner where you're not breaking either robot. Meanwhile, 4028 Beak Squad's absolutely cooking down here, trying to make up the slack. They're only 2 points down here, 74 seconds left in the match.
Yeah, going 3-on-1 is difficult. Not to mention going 3-on-1 at IRI.
Yeah, 3-on-1 against 3 great teams too. 1923, Midnight Inventors, 818 Steel Armadillos, who actually had won their division at the Michigan State Championship this year, as well as 4607, who is CIS.
And it looks like, in the abundance of caution, they're going to say, hey, we're just going to sit this one out.
Yeah, I can respect that. Obviously at IRI, very high level. The risk of severely breaking something to either one of those very competitive robots. Botbusters, another great team out of Mexico. And, I totally understand the decision to try and, mitigate the issue and not make it anymore and, break something severe when there's still a good amount of qualifications left.
Well, they're playing it safe and fairly close for 3-on-1. 120 to 91, a super power play. Oh no, something came off of 5338.
Yep, looks to be some wiring. I think they had made the executive decision that they were going to try and get the RP for both teams to be able to rank. It doesn't look like they'll get the link RP here, although 4028 is doing a great job to try and get there, but unfortunately neither team will end up on the charge station this match, and hopefully 3538 is able to remedy those repairs relatively quickly that they were able to suffer in that match.
So 3538 going to have their work cut out for them. I think they're done for the day, though.
Okay. So that'll at least give them a good amount of time to try and remedy the issue that they experienced in that match. And again, the one thing that's cool about 3538 is they got a lot of experienced students on that team. They really prioritize training and whatnot, so I have no doubt that their students will be able to take care of those issues seen in that match and help it.
Yeah, I think they're done for tonight.
Okay.
So that's good news.
4028 for only 1v3, putting up 105 pretty much by themselves. Props to them for doing that.
Definitely pleading their case for selection.
Absolutely.
Later on, so those low-ranked teams, you see that number and you go, hey, 60th, that's maybe not where you want to be, but if you play a role better than anybody else, you're guaranteeing yourself a punch ticket on a great team.
Absolutely.
West Side Boiler Invasion coming in with Wings of Fire and Cyber Cavs.
Yeah. Another super consistent team, 4028, you see here match highlights on their autonomous. They ran the same autonomous, the flat autonomous here for us at the championship, and we're spot on every single match with that autonomous as well.
A very, very quick intake.
Yes.
Those wheels are really moving.
Yep.
You don't want to, you guys ever pop one of the cubes?
Oh, all the time.
All the time.
All the time, especially in the shop. Yeah, we, it was, the cube was interesting because, when the game was released, you see the hang up right here. Looks Botbusters right in that meat of their robot, unfortunately, on 3538. Right next to that main linkage of their virtual 4-bar there. Hopefully they're able to remedy that.
That's just painful to watch.
Looks to be stuck by the wires there, unfortunately.
Oh man, yeah, that's gonna be a tough one.
Yep.
To fix.
They'll make it happen.
They're smart individuals. They'll be okay. Looks like they're already in pits. So got them on the stretcher and got them out of here.
Yep, for sure.
put the neck brace on and go.
Right.
Makes sense. So we met the Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, Mars, that's Gorillas, and Bronco Bots. 5 to go here, including this one. And Thanks for hanging out with us, Nick. You're more than welcome to go past your shift if you want to stick around with us until
I'll hang out with you until we're done for the day.
That's cool. Good. Could definitely use you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, appreciate Andy Baker, owner of Andy Mark, one of the runners of the IRI, reaching out to Jim and seeing if he had any people involved to give me the opportunity to sit with you here for
Of course, man. Yeah, this is maybe your future is in robotics broadcast.
Yeah, I did. I took 2 classes, I believe, in high school, TV and broadcasting.
Nice.
So have had a little bit of broadcasting experience, but yeah, for sure.
So going into senior year at Wright State is Nick
Wayne
Mathis.
State, yep.
Wayne State, so sorry.
No, you're okay.
So Wayne State, you like the school? You like the engineering program?
Love it. Yeah, one of the big reasons I chose Wayne State is, obviously being from a small town, having relationships with all my high school teachers. That was a big thing for me. Didn't really want to go to like the U of M, Michigan State, anything of that sort, just for the sheer nature of the size of the campus. I wanted to be somewhere, smaller, and had toured Wayne State. Found that it was a great fit for me. And one thing that's also I think is pretty unique about Wayne State is because we're, in the heart of Detroit. We're right on Woodward.
You are?
Yeah, it's directly right on Woodward. It's, a mile down from Comerica Park, Little Caesars Arena, Ford Field. So we're right there. Just having a better understanding and a love for the city of Detroit going to school down there. I wasn't super tapped into the Detroit community before I attended Wayne State. I often find myself just when I'm down at school, walking around the city of Detroit. The past couple years, they've done a lot to improve the city overall, even since the championship was in Detroit in 2018 and 19. So, yeah, that's mainly where we're at.
Downtown Detroit, you Tigers guy?
It's hard to be a Detroit sports fan, period, right now, man. It's hard.
2013 was the last time any Detroit team won a
brutal. You know what? I'm coming for the Lions.
Playoff game.
Dan Campbell's been doing a great job with the Lions, made some great offseason additions. I think the Detroit Lions and Eric, the Toasters coach, would be happy to hear me saying that because we're both hardcore Detroit Lions
fans. You guys
fans.
got a great coach in the Pistons as well.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with landing Monty Williams for the Pistons. Definitely excited to see that.
Yeah, Detroit sports looking up.
Yeah, for sure. Stevie Yzerman, GM of the Red Wings. Glad to see him come back home.
Spencer Torkelson is really good at baseball.
For sure.
So, I've been cursed to be a Tigers fan
as
well. So
it's an emotional roller coaster,
of course.
man.
yeah. I have a Prince Fielder jersey from the
the
World Series.
I went to the Tigers game on the 4th of July.
Oh, yeah.
And they lose in the 10th inning by a run to the worst team in baseball.
Is that the Athletics?
Yeah, the Athletics.
Yeah, that's tough.
Come back the next day, they lose 9-0 to the Athletics. I'm like, oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? And then the next day they go out and beat the Athletics 9-0. I'm like, well, what do we?
That was the first day.
Let's have some consistency here.
That was the first day of Instagram Threads, and their first post on Instagram Threads was the 9-0 win.
Yep.
So, anyway, back to the action.
Yeah, top right corner.
We've been here for 9 hours.
Yeah. Top right corner, 4678 Cyber Cavs from Canada. Arguably one of my favorite robots the entire year. Their vision tracking is next level. I have a couple of friends on 1114 that, warned me about this team coming into the event. Watch out for the Cavs. Unfortunately, they qualified for the championship, couldn't make the trip, not sure why, but unfortunately weren't able to compete at the championship this year. So very happy to see them here competing at the competitive level that robot 100% deserves.
And, of course, a closer match than our last one, as most are staying mistake-free. Wings of Fire out of Pontiac, Michigan, from Pontiac Central. So that's got to be close to your
Wings of Fire is right down the road from us too as well. So yeah, there's within a 10-mile radius right in Oakland County, there's a very large majority of FRC teams that are all, all know each other pretty well, and you're just glad to see the teams continuing to, field teams and fielding great robots every year as well.
Is that where University of Oakland is?
Yeah, so we're actually 5 minutes right down the road from OU. I have a bunch of mentors. One of my best friends, Dan Mervar, goes to Oakland. He's a mechanical engineering student there. He's one of the ones that, recruited me to come to 33 when he recognized that I was taking a year off. So
great.
Definitely, glad that we've developed the relationship that we have. But yeah, he goes to OU. Have a bunch of previous mentors or mentors who went to OU that have now graduated. So yeah, OU's right down the road from us, big campus, and obviously they got the cream of the crop happening in Stellantis right there down the road as well. So.
Sure. No, that's cool. 135 to 120, make that 142. And a lot of links being closed, so that score changing rapidly with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, big alliance between 51 and 4678 Cybercabs, two phenomenal robots as well, with the addition of 461.
461, a fan favorite around here. One of
yeah, solid triple balance by Red here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, a lot of time to spare.
Yep, Blue's gonna try and pull it off. Looks like if they do, they'll probably win this match. Ooh, good balance by Blue right at the last second here.
Blue Alliance, 3 robots with the same grabbing mechanism.
Yeah,
same
very similar robots, all pivoting, telescoping tubes with very similar end effector. That's actually unique. I didn't even realize that now that they're all sitting there. But yeah, I mean, like, for example, there's 4 robots on the field right now that have very similar architectures, all 3 Blue robots with the addition of 51. And then you'll go in the pits and see 30 other ways to accomplish the game, which I think is a relatively unique thing to this game. You know, we get into the aspects of 2022 Rapid React where, okay, everybody's got to shoot these balls. You got to use it doing a wheeled shooter. Like, it's relatively the same thing. Every team can index the balls in a different way or what best fits their team. But this year there was so many different ways to actually pick up the piece and place this piece. So, you know, in the FRC community, we would reference this as a pick and place game, just for, you know, obviously picking up pieces, placing them in the relatively scoring opportunities. But that was one thing that was unique about this game is there were so many different ways to accomplish this game. You know, with the extension limit being up to 48 inches, which is relatively unheard of in the first community.
196, 185, 4 ranking
no
points
penalties.
for the winner.
Big run here.
Big run. So, talking about those pick and place games, because I know they did 2 ball-based games before COVID.
Correct, yep.
And then now pick and place. What was it when you were in school doing first?
Yeah, so 2015 was my first year on, well, 2014 actually was my first year on a team, and we were shooting like giant exercise balls, which was one of the more, you know, the game was called aerial assist. Everybody likes to call it aerial assault because there was, it was a, so where you see, you know, in this game where we have the 2 charge stations and the grids on either side, it was a complete open field. There was nothing on the floor. There was a truss that would ran over the middle, and then you had to shoot these giant exercise balls into the scoring locations above the driver's station, which is actually unique. So that was obviously a shooting game. 2015, we had to score plastic totes and garbage cans on the respective scoring platforms, so that was probably a pick and place. 2016 was a very unique game in which we actually had, it was medieval themed. We had defenses on the field that changed every match, which there was, I believe it was 9 or 10 actual defenses that could be on the field at one time. And every time you would play a match, it would be in a different order depending on, you know, the alliance selected defense and then what your alliance selected as well. So 2017 shooting game as well as a pick and place game that was a unique game where there was both aspects. 18 pick and place where we had basically a giant weight scale in the middle of the field where we had to place these milk crates onto. And then 2019 being a pick and place as well with the hatch panels and cargo on the respective rockets. That was deep space themed.
Deep space, okay.
And then 20, 21, and 22 all being shooting games.
So what was the game in 2020 before the shutdown?
Yeah, so 2020 was Infinite Recharge. That was my last year as the head coach of 4130. And that was shooting, I think they were 9-inch yellow foam balls into a respective goal on the field, and then as well as a giant climbing apparatus that would balance depending on how you decided to grab onto it for each alliance. So I always like to, you know, I brought up earlier I'm very close with Dan Mervar on 33, and I always like to make fun of him because when I was on 4130 as the head coach, we had actually competed against 33 at our first district. And 33 at that point had a streak of like, I think it was 11 years in a row that they had won their first event that they went to. And my team actually had picked 35-38, the Robo Jackets on the 1 alliance, and actually had broken the 33 streak for 11 years in a row. And then turn around 2 years later, I'm on 33. So it was kind of the irony there was interesting, but I always like to make the jab whenever possible just to give them some fun. But
you guys look like Georgia Tech. I know it's a Killer Bee.
Oh,
it looks like the yellow jacket. Yeah, for sure. So this one, number 64 of 104. We've got 5 left on the day as we're going up to 68. Maverick Robots La Cucaracha said, I'm sure they would like to do a little better than 2 and 3. The Hedgehogs from Hillsborough, North Carolina, and the Comets from Grand Rapids matched up against Tiger Dynasty from Fishers High School and Mukwonago from Wisconsin and the Krypton Cougars from Hershey, Pennsylvania. And this is a match that features 3 teams within the top 10. The Red Alliance has 2 teams within the top 5. So Cougars at 2, Bears at 4, Comets at 6 on blue.
Yeah, Comets, another great team from Michigan. They were in our division at states, the 1 seed in our division at the Michigan State Championship. You know, another great team, world finalist in 2018 when we played Power Up. So another great team. One of the only tank robots that performs at a very high level in this game. You know, they're really good at tank, arguably one of the best tank-driven robots. You know, you'll see a lot of robots moving with that swerve holonomic drive, moving side to side at any moment. But Comets decided to go with tank this year, and, you know, they are approved, you know, approved to that testament that they can still do tank and still be very competitive at this game.
Yeah, and that's definitely not the trend now. Which one did you say had tank drive? Sorry.
Yeah, 3357, the orange robot, yep.
Yeah, that's got to be difficult. Still extremely fast, still able to turn on a dime. I think the common misconception when you hear that is a slow-moving tank that has trouble.
Yeah, and that's one thing that's really unique is their tank drive is geared extremely quickly. So when you see they'll do a full field sprint, they're arguably moving at the top speed of, you know, most swerve robots here. So they did it in you know, a strategic way, wanted to make sure that they were still able to move that fast, but felt that, you know, for the best scenario for their team and their robot, they decided to go with that tank drive. And in my opinion, I don't think it directly hindered their performance at all this year. Still had a great year. I believe won a couple banners. Like I said, lost in the finals of our division at the Michigan State Championship. Had a great showing at World. So still a great team, even though they decided to go with that tank drive, and most teams didn't this year.
Several of our mentors earlier said that this is the swerve drive era of First Robotics.
Yep, yeah, we're definitely in a shifting with you know, the off-the-shelf swerve drives. You know, swerve drive 10 years ago used to be a pretty native thing. It wasn't, you know, wasn't super popular. You know, teams were developing their own. You couldn't buy really a kit off the shelf. And now with you know, companies like Swerve Drive Specialties, Rev Robotics, Andy Mark, you know, teams that are developing those, you know, companies that are developing those swerve drives to sell to teams, it makes it much more accessible. So
it's kind of like the three-point era of the NBA. Makes sense. Games change over time.
Yep.
Oh, last second. No good.
Tough.
And 50-10.
Yep.
They're right in the center.
Yeah.
Didn't quarterback it enough.
Looks like Red will still pull it off with the one dock that they were able to obtain. Can't tell if 930 is still on the ramp. It looks like 2539 did roll off, but I believe Red was up about 30, if I read the score correctly prior. So, you know, even though Blue does have the triple there, Red might still pull this one out. 26 to be exact. Thank you.
We will see. Red wins. So they pulled it out.
Well, there it is.
168 to 154. It was close. That charge station is the biggest disparity of points. And it's going to drop quite a bit. 33-57, the Comets. They go from 6. They double their ranking to 12th.
Yeah, that hurts.
That hurts right before we break for the day.
Yep, for sure.
Moving on to 65, 4 left. And now we get to see Jack in the Bot for one final time today. Jack in the Bot has been at the top of the leaderboard for about the last 6 hours.
Yeah, they are another phenomenal team. Patrick's runs a great show over there with his students over at 2910. Another team that, you know, took a pretty big hike from Washington, so a pretty big drive or flight from them. You know, but fully expect 2910 to probably end up the 1 seed here at the IRI. Just with the sheer competitiveness, you know, they'll continue to be doing great things. And, you know, I haven't looked at their schedule tomorrow, but another phenomenal team, you know, PNW district champions this year, won a couple of districts as well. You know, one of the teams that a lot of teams strive to compete for.
Jack in the Box able to be checked in luggage on a plane.
Yeah, that's a small robot, very small robot.
So that's, yeah, that's definitely an advantage. Just pop that thing in the Delta cabin and collect Sky Miles and head to Lafayette.
For sure.
There's always been talk here in Lafayette about opening the Purdue airport for commercial flights, but No dice quite yet. Purdue, one of the larger aviation and engineering schools in the country. Their aeronautical engineering program utilizes that airport as well. A cool opportunity to take a look at one of the best engineering schools in the country in Purdue while you're down here in Lafayette for those high schoolers. This is not a Purdue ad, I promise. Round 65, you see the Robonauts on your screen. That's 118, the Robot Echo from League City, Texas. They are a world champion, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, yeah, I believe.
Point.
Yep, they won. I think the last time they won the world championship was in 2015, Recycle Rush. So, but again, another team that competes at a very high level every year. Great group of kids, great group of mentors. Friends with a couple of their mentors as well. So, you know, they run a very pristine shop over at 118.
Robonauts, Jack in the Bot on the same team. It's
yeah, as well as Makeshift from Canada as well.
Yeah, this is going to be it's going to be tough for the Blue Alliance, who's made up of Garrett Forward, Mars Wars, and Ratchet Rockers. Now, something I was wondering, I know obviously if you forfeit a match with a red card, you don't get any points.
Correct.
But let's say you need to make a larger fix than is required for the schedule, and you intentionally miss a match.
Yep.
Is there any more penalty other than just not getting those points?
No, so as long as you actually send a human player, so we'll see the folks touching the cones and the cubes in the respective corners of the field.
Yeah.
As long as a human player or a team representative is sent to the field, you actually don't receive any penalty for not showing up. So if your alliance somehow wins a 2v3 match, you would still be rewarded those rank points. I believe, I can't remember if the rules have changed, but if I recall correctly, that's actually how that works. They'll only be penalized with a red card or a disqualification if there's not a team representative present at the field.
Because those human representatives have to throw to the other teams. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily. As long as they're within the driver's station, I believe, or the head ref is aware that a team representative is present, I believe that is good enough as well to satisfy
I got you.
that.
Autonomous section over, 51-43, Blue Alliance in front. And Mars Wars, by the way, ranked 7th. Those new rankings just coming down the pipe. Jack in the Bot, rather, did not move a muscle. And there again is the cone robot, that is the cone human operator, throwing it to the center of the court. Get some yardage on there, creatively trying to find a way to limit that cycle time. I'm sure that's the first part of optimization, is just trying to do a time study on what your cycle time is.
Right, what's exactly, where are you currently at? What can we do to speed up? Where in the cycle are we slowing down? Where can we improve that time and try to how to improve that?
100-84.
Yeah, Blue trying to pull off the upset here. Looks like they're up 2 links, so once Red catches up there, they'll get 5 points, and this will be a slightly closer match, but Blue doing a good job of trying to get ahead early and stay ahead.
And sometimes these matches with very high-ranking individuals, they don't complement one another.
Correct, yep.
So just because it's 3 really good robots on one team doesn't mean that they're necessarily guaranteed a win.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, a perfect example of that is like our alliance at the championship. Might not have been the 3 best robots in the division, but complemented each other very well. And, that's half the battle, making sure that your alliance members are able to gel together and, really stay out of each other's way and, do your job more or less.
Airtime for Jack in the Bot every time it passes.
Yeah, yep.
And the crowd goes wild every time it happens.
Blue up by almost 30 here. Looks like Blue has filled the grid while Red's still a couple short. I believe Red right at the top, top of your screen, that cone is just outside of the grid there. Red really needs to fill that to try and satisfy their supercharged nose that they have. Bottom Red on the grid as well. Looks to be out closed, but doesn't look like they're going to get any of those supercharged because the grid was not able to be full. And Blue might have actually pulled the win off here. Props to Garrett Forward, Ratchet Rockers, and Mars Wars.
Wow, that is a heck of an upset.
Yeah. We will have a new #1 seed possibly after this match.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to, oh man, that's going to shake things up.
Yeah, especially right before
Jack
the
in
end of the night.
Lot to consider. Got the cat logo on. Caterpillar plant just a few miles away from where we're sitting right now. Blue Alliance pulls off the
pulls it
upset.
off. Drops Jack in the Bot's a third.
Wow. It's a 204-183 win. 204, one of the top scores of the day. I'll pull up the ranks once they update.
Looks like that's going to move 245 Adam Bots, I believe, from Michigan into the 1 spot.
Carpet repair going on. Middle of the floor. We were talking to the team who helped us set up, and they told us that we need new carpet for almost every single one of these.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so I believe it's not the same in each district, but at least in Michigan, we actually get new carpet every single district, just for the amount of swerve drives. Obviously, you know, the zoom down the carpet here, you'll see it. Oh, okay, it was brand new. Yeah, so we'll, you know, a lot of the swerve drives will mark up the carpet a lot. Unfortunately, this, you know, the current carpet is no longer being sold. So I believe First is currently trying to investigate a new carpet solution, because the one that we have been using for the past couple years is discontinued. So that'll be interesting to see where they come out with that. But Blue doing a great job of, you know, matching the autonomous that Red was able to provide. 29-10, arguably one of the fastest robots in the world. Instantly coming up, scoring that piece immediately. Garrett Forward coming down, doing a great job of placing that cone high.
No carpet Zamboni overnight. So they're going to have to just fix what they can.
Yep, it'll get a good vacuum as well between nights. But like you said, you know, any holes or anything of that sort is, you know, going to have to be repaired.
Definitely don't want to take the field to anything. We are on qualification match 66 of 104. Andy Baker's back in the booth with us.
Yeehaw.
Yeah.
Andy, how did day one go for you guys?
Pretty good. I mean, we're running a little bit behind, so that's kind of a pain. But I think that's somewhat typical for an event like this. The teams are kind of out of practice with keeping their cycle times and such, just from match to match. In the field, I was just talking to the field people a little bit ago, and there's things that are breaking, and they have to rivet some things back together.
For sure.
You know, zip ties and duct tape and baling wire to keep this thing going. But yeah, it's all good. Teams are happy. Lots of really great people here.
As we take a look at those updated rankings, you were right. Adam Bots moving into the first.
Yeah,
Krypton Cougars in
4-0
second,
ranking
and yeah, Jack and the Bot moving all the way down to third.
Hasn't dropped a bonus. So 4-0 hasn't dropped one bonus RP. So bonus RP, you know, the link or the charge station RP that you can obtain in that match, hasn't dropped one through 6 qualification matches. Pretty impressive.
Very impressive. It only took 2 matches to break 200. We learned a lot today about the international folks that are joining us, as well as those that are out of state. Andy, I realized after you left, I didn't give you the chance to plug Andy Mark or anything that you do.
That's okay. That's all right. I get to do that a lot. So yeah, I just noticed. I want to point out. I just noticed on the screen when you're showing the driver stations, Blue Alliance has majority of the kids driving those robots are young ladies. So good for young ladies
Good
on
for
these
them.
teams. I mean, all of
4096.
4096.
Control Z, world champion.
And Cybertooth.
Yeah, Cybertooth, Control Z, all women drive teams. Kudos to them. Way to go, girls.
Astute observation. As we are underway with the autonomous. 3 to go here at the Crawley Center. So, Andy, you're probably the right one to ask. Are we still starting tomorrow at the posted time?
Yeah, we're trying to hit our schedule tomorrow. We're just running late tonight.
Are we playing those replay or that 1 or 2 replays tonight? Or are we doing those tomorrow?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't even know there were replays.
Yeah, so there was, I believe, 1 for sure. I don't know if there was another one, but
there's at least 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was a field malfunction in one of the 118 matches. That they will, the field timer had froze on the field, so they'll be replaying that match for an arena fault, not a field fault, on, you know, a discrepancy that is different. So they'll be replaying that match. I don't know if it's at the end of today or tomorrow.
My guess it's going to be today. It's just we want to get these out of the way today, so tomorrow gives us a clean schedule.
Sure. Yep.
And we're not rushing everybody tomorrow. We'd rather just press on a little bit longer tonight.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
And it makes the schedule a little bit better tomorrow.
So
looks like this is a pretty tight match here. We got.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's going back and forth quite a bit.
Blue Lions narrow lead, 65 seconds and counting coming in. Looks like they just got a couple links, jumping up to 90 to 81. Red Alliance lead.
Walking around the event, Andy, I'm sure you've seen how many repairs are needed. What's pit lane like? Have you been back there?
Oh yeah, I mean there's some pretty there were some pretty interesting catastrophic events. I know on Robojackets.
Yeah.
They had. That's the Aqua robot that you see driving around out there. They're one of the best teams in the world, and they sheared their entire elbow joint.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a collision with 33
oh, really?
in the middle of the field that we believe with the cause. We're super close with Allison and the whole team over at 35-38. So sad to do it to them, but with the nature of the game and those hits coming in the intersection when two robots are focused on their robot and flying across the field, stuff unfortunately like that happens, and it's just the name of the game.
Well, these are 150-pound robots doing maybe like 18, 19 feet per second, and it's a lot of there's a lot of momentum and a lot of physics happening when things are moving that quickly. That's why the bumpers are mandated. Y'all see the bumpers on the robots; those are mandated, so that's good that those are there. That decreases the abrupt bash to the robots. But man, it's still a big hit.
Yep.
A lot of the teams are getting control system checks when they get high impact bumper hits like that, and it really does test the quality of their electrical system to make sure it's all hooked up right.
120 to 120 tie before the charge station. Looks like they will tie the match.
Wow, that's our first tie of the day.
Yep.
Nice.
Both pulling out 3 RPs, red and blue here.
So Cybertooth and Cyber Blue staying the same, moving on up. Those Auto and Control Z.
There's just so much parity between all these teams. These teams are so strong, and I mean you got a world championship team there that's now ranked 59th.
Yep.
And I'm sure they're doing just fine. They're just losing a couple matches.
Well, that's like we were talking earlier. Obviously IRI with the high level of competitive teams that are here. It's very similar to a championship division where the first or second seed may be picking teams out of the 30th or 40th rank. Just to sometimes that's how it plays out with only having 9 matches to determine the ranks. And I have a feeling we'll see that tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we were working on match schedules and such.
Yes, thank you for adding another match. Greatly appreciate that, by the way.
We went from 8 matches to 9 matches with a lot of scrutiny and some gnashing of teeth, and there's a lot of ways to make 9 matches or 10 matches work, and that would be with less teams. And I think there's somewhere there's a sweet spot with a number of teams for this event. I think it's in the 60s. I think 69 is pushing it. It's pretty high.
Yep.
And really, when we put out invites, when we make the team list invites, and usually it's in the low 70s, where we don't know how many teams. There's a lot of teams that say, no, we can't go.
Yeah, I believe it was only 4 that were on the invite list this year that couldn't make it.
And this year we had a pretty low amount of teams that could not attend. Maybe they're excited to come. Maybe travel slipped it a little bit.
Yep.
Maybe they're more serious when they apply. Because we've had years where there's teams that apply and they're really good, and we're like, I don't know if they're really going to make it. But we want to hope that they all apply and they want to come actually and get the invite. So you kind of scratch your head and say, well, are they applying just to see if they got in, and then they decide, or are they committing beforehand? We don't know.
Yeah.
So it's impressive that out of like 73 teams, 4 of them declined, 69 are here. So we were thinking a little bit more, but we were really happy. I'm not complaining. We're really happy that we have 69 teams here. We made room for them. We made room for them in the schedule. It makes a tough day for today. It's a long day in first at this event for the volunteers and all that. But we just tweaked the schedule to make it work.
Yeah, for sure. So last match we saw one of the world champions, Control Z. This match, we'll see 5460 Strike Zone, one of the teams that was competing against Control Z in the Einstein Finals this year. So that's pretty unique, pretty close with Parker, their drive coach, 5460 from Michigan as well. So excited to see how they do this match.
Yeah, and that makes up the Blue Alliance Strike Zone, like you said, Fresno Valley Robotics Club and Mort. Mort, we'll see if they have repaired their arm quite yet. It came off earlier today.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, on the other side, Robotics, Respawn Robotics, Roboducks, and the Wolfpack. But yeah, it was hanging on by a thread, and Mort had to make the business decision to jump up on the charging station a little bit early just to establish those rank points so that it could get a couple on there towards the end of the competition.
Cool.
They played defense then in their next match, and it looks like they do have a cone raised.
Well, good for them. That's some hustle by the pit crew.
Yeah, excited to see how they do this match.
Mort's robot named Panther from Mount Olive High School in Flanders, New Jersey.
They have a great program, that Mount Olive program. I think they have at least 2 entire robot teams within that school, not just 11. What's the other team?
I know you. I can't remember what you're talking about, but I know who it is.
I should know this. I'm sure people on the stream are saying, it's this number, Andy, you
right.
should know it. I forget. But no, it's some of the schools, they have so many kids that come on the team and they want to be a part of the team, that the team has enough resources, they actually make 2 robot teams within that school. I know there's one team here, you had Libby Kamen on earlier, she has 2 teams within her, 2 robots within her one team.
Yeah.
And there's 2 4 6 8s. That was
They've got 3. Yeah, the Team Alpha, Team Apprentice, and then the one that's competing here today.
That's super. Yeah, it's the thing so popular within their school, and they can afford it, and they can have the number of kids involved that require it. So that's great for them.
Drew Brees' high school.
Yeah,
that's what we're going to cover.
Yeah,
and Justin Tucker and Nick Foles as well.
Wow.
And Sam Ellinger.
Bunch of NFL guys.
And Sam Ellinger. Yeah. A lot of talent coming out of Westlake High School in Austin, Texas.
5460 scoring the first 2 pieces, grabbing the third here in autonomous. Doesn't look like it's quite to their claw, but they'll have that right after the autonomous period to score.
Yeah, the hustle from Mort. That arm is back on.
Oh, good for them.
Cool.
And functional. How about that? Real neck and neck. 48-47 with 2 minutes even to go.
And 15, is it 1551?
61, the Ducks.
1561, along with like 2910 and some other robots here. They show us the quality of a low center gravity robot.
Yeah, absolutely.
They can just pop up on that charge station, not even worry about getting tipped over, and they can get their game piece into the scoring area. Really, really effective design for this year's game.
Yeah. Blue trying to pull away here, 77-59, 90 seconds to go. Get a couple links. 5460 zipping across the field, placing a mid-cone here.
5484, and that Wolfpack has that tubing.
Yeah.
It's, you worry about contact being made and ripping that out. What's the thinking behind having that tubing there?
Well, it's their wiring out to their gripper, and it's pretty loose. So there are some robot rules that require that tubing to be pretty tight within the arm. It can't expand outside the perimeter of the bottom of the robot's frame. So you don't want to have a lasso to like corral another robot, or you're going to get, if you do that, you'd probably get DQ. That's a pretty bad penalty. So if you do it repeatedly, definitely. But yeah, that's their wiring to go up to their claw, and there's teams that use different methods for that. They just use just a loop of wire with a sleeve around it. You see other teams that use cable tracks. You can see on 11, they have it on their arm. It just went up. There's the black cable track.
The IGUS stuff, familiarly known in FRC.
Yeah. IGUS is great. Yeah, but it's also kind of fragile. That stuff, it seems like every match you're
pretty brittle.
Maintaining that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. It's using in.
2-point lead, Blue Alliance here. Triple. Red Alliance trying to get the last second.
And it looks like Blue is going to win with the triple dock and engage. At least a couple of dock points coming the way of Red Alliance. And so as long as no penalty points assessed, it'll probably go over there. Matches under review.
Might not be finished, finally calculated, but right at the end there, looks like the Blue Lions didn't have all the links for the link RP, so might only walk away with 3 here.
And so this is the penultimate of the regularly scheduled matches. That was 67. Now we move on to 68. After that, it'll be the replays, which we know at least one will take place.
We're pretty sure it's tonight.
One way to find out. This one will feature Sequence, Orbit, and Team Dave on the Red Alliance. Orbit, a team from Israel, ranked 7th.
That's a hike. All the way coming from Israel.
Man, yeah, I can't even imagine. And Andy, can you talk about the process of storing that robot?
Yeah, okay, so Orbit we know pretty well. They've come here before, and they also went to Chesney Champs last year. So they travel well. They're a very competitive team, and they want to be really, really good. So they have a high desire to play with the teams that are the best in the world. So we talked to them at Champs, and we do this with other teams who are international teams who have a long way to go. And we said, Chris Foltz, Jeff Smith, and I, we said, hey, Orbit is here at Champs. The robot is here in Houston. They don't want to take it home. What's the likelihood of them coming to IRI? And we kind of all agreed this is pretty likely. If they want to come, if they want to come, we're likely to give them an invite. So let's keep the robot here in the States.
Oh, there you go.
So we brought it back to Kokomo. It's been sitting in my warehouse at Andy Mark for a couple months, just wrapped up. It's been doing nothing. And so they have the robot there, and their lead mentor, Adam, and I have been emailing back and forth about the robot. And we agreed to get it over to West Lafayette High School's team, 461's team. And actually, one of their lead guys came over to Andy Mark, grabbed the robot, brought it over to 461's shop. So
That's
they've been, once they came in, I think yesterday all day they were practicing and like getting the robot, dusting it off, undoing the shrink wrap and all that. So it's ready to run. So yeah, I mean the Mexican team, we talked to them early. We other teams who have to cross a border. They have to cross a country border. There's export issues and there's visa issues. There's passport issues. So these teams need more advance notice than just a few weeks to get here.
For sure.
So there is that communication that happens, and it's I'm not speaking out of class here. I mean this isn't no secret, but I realize I'm saying this on a broadcast, so it does happen. It's not very often, but we've had other teams from Israel, Mexico. I think Canada is an easier trip because we're pretty close to the border up in Canada, so they just drive down, and we don't do advance invites for them.
The Canadian team I was going to ask, that is, the 7-time champion of this event, they probably drive down and have to get the robot through customs.
Yeah, so they do that a lot. Well, over the years, they've learned how to do that. And they have all the paperwork in order. They have all their passports, everything. I talked to Team Dave. I talked to them yesterday about their trip across the border. They said it was no problem. We had all of our passports. Everything was good. And I think they do it enough. They know what they're doing, and it's not very hard for them. Those Canadians are pretty smart.
They're crafty.
And the guys from Mexico. I mean, that's a long haul from Monterey to get up here.
Yeah, it is a hike.
So we see more robots coming out on deck. So it looks like those replay matches will take place tonight.
Cool. All right.
I learned my lesson from breaking a lunch 3 times.
I missed that.
Oh, man. That's okay. You don't have to go back. It's like, oh, no, for this time, for real. So these teams being introduced, we heard a whole lot from Team Appreciate. We got to talk to 2 members of the coaching staff in Landon Houck and George Tan.
I've known George for, I think it might be close to 20 years. When he was a student on a team, I met him. And I have a good remembrance of George serving our country in the Army in Afghanistan, emailing me at Andy Mark about something he needs for his team. And he's in Afghanistan serving, and he's also mentoring his team as a mentor at the same time.
Wow, good for him.
And he would have told you that.
That's some
No,
dedication.
he didn't tell us that. Yeah.
He's quite, I mean, everybody has their own stories, but that one kind of gives me chills because he's over there putting his life on the line for the rest of us, and he's still thinking about his team and supporting his team, and that was, I just was blown away when I heard about that because I'm like emailing him back. Where are you, George? Are you emailing me from Afghanistan? No way. And you want me to make sure I get this thing done for your team, and you're checking up on him, and this is awesome.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
That is really cool. That is really cool to see. Team Appreciate went 3-2 today, a qual average of 167.8. Their high score on the day was 195. Right now they're ranked 20th.
Well, we had a 1-2-3 go here. One of the teams I don't think they were quite ready. So we'll see what happens with that. I think it was Team Dave over here in the Red Alliance. And the FTA is talking to them, so we're digging into it. Hopefully they're okay.
Look to be moving all right.
Yeah.
The autonomous period goes pretty well. Red Alliance up 56-50.
Yep.
2 minutes even to go.
A lot of teams on both sides performing multi-piece autonomouses. Sure, we'll see a ton of that tomorrow. Moving into the elimination round. Expect to see a bunch of full grids and a lot of supercharging afternoon tomorrow. Although we've seen a good amount of it today here as well.
Yeah, today they're all kind of dusting off their skills that's been dormant for a little over like 2 months, right?
Yeah, yep.
We will begin our coverage tomorrow with those matches, the final spot of those matches at 8:30. Tune in the same way you're listening or watching right now. ISCSportsNetwork.com. ISC Sports Network on Twitter at ISC Sportsnet. YouTube as well. We've got a Twitch stream. And of course, today's video will be available to watch just a few hours after the broadcast. Needs time to process and transcode. This is a very technical crowd. I feel like I don't really need to explain too much of that. We get very few complaints about technology from covering robotics, which is nice.
Tight match here, 137-128. Blue with the narrow lead. Oh, red must have got a link, jumped up. 30 seconds to go. 2-point lead to blue.
What a way to close out.
Yep. Red looks only 1 or 2 pieces away from maxing the grid. I believe blue as well. We might have a double max grid on this match.
6 links compared to 7. It is red to blue.
And blue's trying to make one last cycle here.
Yep.
Let's see if they can make it.
And that is Team Appreciate. He's going to drop one in. We've got 11 seconds to get up there and engage. Having trouble.
Red's got it.
Blue with 2 seconds. Last second.
Nice.
There we go. Great match.
155, 153.
Looks like Red's missing a cone, mid-cone, at about the middle of the cooperation grid there.
Yep.
Trying to see what Blue's missing.
Far cone, middle.
Yep, it looks to be a far middle cone. Oh, there's also, it's actually the bottom right below the middle April tag. They're missing a cube there. So all those supercharged pieces will unfortunately not count for that Blue Alliance.
So the Red Alliance wins it 185, 183. Skin of the teeth.
Look at that, it's strictly on the grid. Tied in auto mobility, tied in charge station, and Red slightly pulls it out.
Right now, if it ended, that would mean Orbit would get a draft spot tomorrow as well, so they're staying within the top 8.
That is correct, yeah. Unfortunately, Appreciate came in with that last second piece and had placed it in a supercharging place. If they were able to place that in that empty spot, those couple pieces that were supercharged would have propelled that Blue Alliance over the Red Alliance in this past match.
Sorry, that would have been a big point jump.
Yeah, it's probably 20 to 30 points, yep. Match highlights here, Orbit, arguably one of the high-level programming teams in FRC, doing a great job with their 3-piece autonomous. Two Michigan teams on either side on the bump and flat here. Fabricators as well as Hemlock Gray Matter running their multi-piece auton routines.
7890 with the Charizard, I believe, zip tied to their robot when we saw that.
Nice. I got to visit Hemlock's shop.
Love their shop.
Yeah.
Love their shop.
That's what's happening. If you folks don't know about this who are listening, these robotics teams, a lot of them have STEM centers or shops that, like, as opposed to like a volleyball court or a wrestling room, you got a STEM center with an FRC field in it.
Yep.
And that's a wonderful thing for these teams to have to practice with.
Yeah, it's great for the schools too. Get more students involved directly at the school, see what the program's actually about instead of never seeing a real field all the way until competition. Getting the community more involved as well. You know, inspiring those students right from a young age to hopefully learn up to that FRC team.
I'm trying to find the match that we'll be replaying.
I believe it was in the 30s, if I recall correctly. So as we said earlier, we will have a replay here.
Perhaps 33?
That would be convenient.
Well, it's 1706.
Yep.
That match was 1706, 11, and 118. Yeah,
Yep.
so it's 33. So let me pull that up.
I believe
so you guys are going to have to decode this.
Yeah, so 118 had narrowly lost 163 to 155. That Red Alliance had narrowly lost. But like I said, I believe it was a field or arena fault. So two different scenarios in which the field may have a mechanical or electronical failure. There's what's known as a field fault, which is there's something wrong with the field that was induced by the team. So if a scenario in which the charge station had broken, but it was induced by a team, that would not be an arena fault. So an arena fault is when the field has some sort of mechanical or electronical failure that will result in the match being replayed. So that's what we're seeing here. The match timer that is seen in between the driver stations that counts down and shows the active score on the opposing alliance side, in between that 2 and 3 side on the blue, and in between the 1 and 2 on red. Provides the match timer for teams that are competing directly across. Had frozen, which would be induced as an arena fault, thus causing the replay of this match.
Dang, Nick, that's good.
Thank you.
Look at you go. Couldn't have said it better.
Yep. So 118 looking to take the win here, hopefully turning things around from the previous match, narrowly losing by just a small 8 points. Hopefully to turn that around and improve that rank, like I said, going into tomorrow, and hopefully have some updated scouting data from this match as well.
And so, yeah, after this, that'll do it. So teams taking a second to look at their scouting materials and figure out exactly what it is they'll be doing tomorrow afternoon in any scenario. And I think Mort and some other teams just needed quick second to tinker around.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, due to the nature of the schedule, more or less it's built in. I believe there's a minimum of 3 qualification matches on each schedule that you have to have a buffer with. But due to the replay happening, some teams may have just very recently gotten out of a match. So, obviously IRI is great about team experience. So the field staff's going to give the necessary time to our teams to make sure they're primed and ready for this match.
Looks like all 6 are at least inside of the arena at this point. And this is actually pretty beneficial to Mort, who started to have its technical failures around now.
Yeah.
So now they get to do it with a repaired arm.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 world champions on either side here, 118 in 2015, 2767, 2-time world champion in 2017 and 2018. So we'll see some world champions go at it here, and it should be a good match. All Michigan Alliance on the blue as well. Nerd Spark, 226 Hammerheads, and 2767 Strike Force.
Gotta love the mascots today. Hammerhead has one. Jack in the Bot has one.
Yep.
You guys with the Killer Bees all have the antennae.
The antennae, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be striped out tomorrow in the B tights as well.
I was going to say, is there like a Tiger Woods red polo type of something that you wear?
Yeah, on Saturdays we'll wear B tights, so we'll be all striped like bees tomorrow. It's one of our Saturday routines.
Very nice.
They do get very hot, unfortunately, but got to do it for the uniform.
Of course.
We'll make sure Jim's in B tights tomorrow as well. We got him to do it at Champs. That doesn't happen often, but we'll make sure he's decked out tomorrow.
You're talking about B tights?
Yeah, so they're tights that you like wear under your pants, and they're striped black and yellow.
Okay.
Yep, we got Jim to wear a pair at the championship. It doesn't happen often, but we got him to do it.
That's impressive.
Yeah, my argument will be, well, the last time we wore B tights, we lost. We made the finals in our division at the championship. You got to do the same here.
He's going to say, then you lost. Then we lost.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Andy, where's your cube vest?
Ah, yes. I didn't bring my cube vest for this event.
I did see the cube chair across the aisle, though.
There is a cube chair in the silent auction. I think last I saw, it was hours ago. It was like for $40.
That's awesome.
You can get a steal on a cube chair in the silent auction. Maybe 2 hours ago.
Yep. Ratchet Rockers missing their first piece in autonomous. Hopefully that's not the decider for this match for how tight it was the first time we ran this.
So the first time it was Blue Alliance that won 163 to 155.
Yep. Nerdspark unfortunately missed both of their auton routine pieces on the extras. Ratchet Rockers grabs that immediately, shoots that high. Red Alliance with a narrow lead here at the beginning of the match, 49 to 44. Looks like Morg's back in working shape. Glad to see them. Like you said earlier, their arm had some mechanical failures, moving great.
Telescoping and all that good stuff.
27-67, blue side, arguably one of the best teams in Michigan and in the country as a whole, doing a great job zipping across the field.
It is kind of impressive to see that human player on the Red Alliance whip those.
Oh,
cubes.
amazing!
We were talking about
this earlier.
They're getting them out 10 feet.
Wow, that's part of the game that at least in a lot of teams that I think overlooked, to be honest with you. At least on 33, we had taken a couple days, and then like 3 or 4 days after the game was released, we're like, hey, what if we just throw the cone out of the chute?
Yeah.
And it's huge because you can. That's 4 or 5 feet that you're decreasing your cycle time with, and in a game of where everything is strictly on cycle time, it's a huge advantage.
So was that a thing early on in Michigan when you guys were running events?
When we tried to do it, again, unfortunately, we pivoted for the offseason, did a tire robot rebuild, but that was the idea when we wanted to go cones for any orientation, was to get them to the end of the zone like 118's doing right now.
Yeah.
Probably the best floor cone robot in the country, 118 there. Just narrowing the cycle time down and being able to get more pieces and fill that grid quicker.
Yeah, if it was maybe a second or two they're saving times 8 cycles, that's 15, 16, 17 seconds.
Red Alliance looks to be 2 pieces away, 30 seconds left to fill the grid.
And you said, 4 or 5 feet, but then that's 4 or 5 feet out, 4 or 5 feet back.
Exactly.
Multiplied by how many cycles?
Got a full grid on the Red Alliance here, so we'll be starting to supercharge.
Nice.
118 placing a high cube to supercharge there, starting to pull away a little bit. Strike Force looked to be pulling on the ramp early. Wonder if mechanical failure had happened there. Hopefully everything's okay with them. Ratchet Rockers placing the second last cube. Hopefully that doesn't knock out the full grid for all those supercharged.
6 robots elevated, engaged.
Great way to end the day.
So a way higher score than the first time.
Definitely.
Looks like Red Alliance will more than likely pull this away with the amount of supercharging pieces that they had on that grid, as long as the Ratchet Rockers did not knock out one of those cubes to remove that full grid. Blue Alliance did put up a great fight, though.
Yeah, they're going to lose with about 200 points.
Yep.
Well, allegedly. It's not decided yet, but
sure.
I'm thinking that they're not going to win this match, and it's going to be 200 points to 200 points and a little bit less.
Those are the worst, like in the championship finals, lost like 208 to 206. You're like, oh my gosh, put up 206 and I lost. And there it is, the Red Alliance flips the script.
200 to
191, yep. Flips the script, wins the match by 9, puts the Ratchet Rockers into spot number 2 going into Saturday.
Good for them.
So that will conclude day 1. After a replay, everybody heading out.
There's the cube couch.
There's the cube couch.
There it is, right there.
A lot of packing tape on that thing.
I've sat on that, and it will hold me. I'm all but 245, and it will hold my big butt on that chair. Kind of surprising.
Very nice. Alongside Andy Baker and our entire crew. Thanks so much for joining us. Nick Mathis, broadcasting debut.
Thanks for having me, appreciate it.
Of course, alongside Jordan Shue, our rotating panel color analysts, Dennis Glover, Rob Lynch, Alex Laverne, Eldon Wheeler, and Greg Sharton. We say so long and good night from Lafayette, Indiana. We will see you bright and early, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Same place, same time. See you tomorrow. Have a great night.